Welcome everybody to Proving Grounds 29 here on IPL. Our move to the monthly format begins right now. My name is Keon. Joining me on the mic is Fusion. Fusion, how are you doing?
I'm still rather eepy this morning. Um, yeah, we have moved to a different time, no longer in the Friday night slot. Instead, for we now have the Sunday morning, which seems to have attracted a lot of high-level competition. We have some really interesting names this tournament, including Grougrou, Moonlight. We have a Caden team as well. Just a whole bunch of really strong teams. Going into our first match, our first match of the day is going to be Trippelfrittierte Gambawaffeln versus Low Battery, and these teams seem pretty evenly matched, at least according to the seeding. They are 16 and 17, going to be battling it out for a chance to fight Grougrou in round two. You familiar with any of the players in this set? Because if things are going as they show up on screen, Low Battery's gonna have a hard time fighting a 2v5.
You see, 2v5 not optimal there, but we did quickly check on the rosters. So they should have a full roster coming up here soon. So it shouldn't be too terrifying. Nevertheless, but no, not quite as familiar with with both these teams. But I'm actually gonna be very excited to see how this matchup just plays out. As you mentioned, triples, they're just an established team. Overall, love to see how they play. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, their low battery is one of the pickups that we have. So I'm actually kind of excited to see how this plays out. Of course, do have our first map coming up here, Fusion on Tower Control Hagelfish, which is pretty much a staple for almost every tournament, it feels like, coming into Splatoon 3.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the go-to TC maps. Although I have to say I've seen it a little bit less recently than I have in the past. It's definitely a map that can kind of get out of hand quickly if you don't defend that second checkpoint. That's where all the battles are going to be happening, and you really need to fight for control of the little vantage point in your spawn that lets you target it. So that's kind of going to be a key to success for both of these teams here, either defending it or getting up into the enemy team's top right in order to take it for yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna be curious to see how both these teams really do attack that second checkpoint there. And as you mentioned, how that second checkpoint does play out here in Hagelfish is going to really be the key to success for both these teams when they start attacking on offense here. Now, you're not mistaken, everybody. This is, of course, a best of three. We do have stages that are showing as unknown. We will be getting those maps in there once the set does play out. But I want to take a quick moment here while everybody's getting settled in here with the move to this monthly format and the fact that and the move to using Sendo. You actually gonna be everybody here is gonna be playing for Sendo points, so that's gonna be very nice actually for this monthly format. And of course, winner of Proving Grounds 29 with a nice little bonus there has an art prize waiting for them. Courtesy of Camelius, if I pronounced your name right, I apologize if I didn't. So hey, a lot more. Let's say the stakes are even higher now with this change to the monthly format, and I think both teams now and coming into this best of three, I think they might start feeling it maybe a little bit coming in.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything that motivates Splatoon players, it's definitely cute art, and I think both of these teams going into it will be motivated by that at the very least going forward. Though only the one team can come out victorious of this tournament, and there is some tight competition. So how are you doing this Sunday? Are you going to Genesis?
I am unfortunately not going to Genesis. It just wasn't in the cards. Just pretty much coming in. So I think Genesis is actually this upcoming weekend too. Time
Yes,
has
it
just
is.
flown by so
Getting
fast
close.
here, Fusion. It is
It
just
absolutely
strangely
is.
close. But no dice for me for Genesis. What about you?
Yeah, I'm going to be heading over there this Thursday, and it's going to be a really fun weekend. There's uh, some cool players there. It's going to be just a fun tournament overall. I highly recommend either showing up next tournament you can, or tuning in to the tournament stream eventually. Uh, that'll be on Friday and Saturday. But
Yeah,
yeah, I've kind of got that land craving. It's been a hot minute, so I want to play and meet all the cool people that the Splatoon community has to offer. But
it's gonna be really
yeah,
cool.
as we're saying that, looks like we're going to be hopping straight back into the game. So here we go, kicking off Proving Grounds 29. Let's get to it.
Yeah, Proving Grounds 29 now kicks off here to change the monthly format. As you got both teams here, it's going to be triple on the left-hand side or the teal color side for that matter. Orange side is low battery. I take a look at both teams' compositions, excuse me. Pretty much as standard as you can get, though I'm going to be intrigued to see the junior there. You don't normally see a lot of the vanilla junior there, but given that it's Hagglefish target control, especially target control in mind, you could see a lot of usage with that big bubble to boot. Both teams pretty much attacking mid right away here, Fusion.
Yeah, juniors actually, I've seen it quite a bit on this map, and it seems to be at least helping low battery hold their ground just a bit, but unfortunately they're going to have to back off as the pressure coming out from Triple is going to push back low battery. They do have that first checkpoint on lock, but it seems to be getting pressured at this point. They're not able to grab it because of the pressure from the Snipe Rider up in that top right position. So no checkpoint just yet. No picks coming out onto low battery. Agate's looking for something, not able to find it. Nice defense on that first checkpoint from Kitsu and the rest of low battery.
That's a really nice hold there from low battery, preventing that first check from being broken there on Triple's end. But now we got to see if low battery can contest even further. We do see Kitsu pretty much in the back trying to provide as much paint and support for their team as much as they can. Jovi is going to be moving up there as well. So I'm gonna be excited to see how Triple with their composition. They also got the splash there too. So they got the crab tank, pretty much a very standard choice here as well in Hagglefish target control. See if that can get as much value as they can. On that front. Cooler's been popped, by the way. They are going to use that cooler, try to attack first, but immediately going down. But the quick response will be coming in here shortly. Both teams kind of stuck in a bit of a stall there, but low battery is able to get the tower pushing, but they are 2 down currently.
It's a 2-down situation. Low battery is going to be forced to back off Triple, gaining back some ground. That's 2 members down. Still no checkpoints in the bag just yet, but Triple is looking to get something on the board here. They're moving back towards that first checkpoint. The Wavebreaker is going to create a nice opening, forcing back members of low battery. The Range Blaster looking for the pick on the Charger, not quite able to find it. That's going to force them back. The checkpoint seems like it's going to go to Triple's favor as that Crab Tank is going to solidify it. This could be a big push coming out from Trippelfrittierte.
Even bigger push coming up here, Fusion, because low battery just went 2 down, and even 2 more going down on top. It should be the second checkpoint here for Triple, to say the least. Splash is going to go down there on the side, but they are going to effectively trade. Trizuka is popped out there trying to find any value out of those picks. It looks like Ben is going to be right there with the Blaster trying to find more. They get the third checkpoint, and then the Trip Strike's pretty much there to seal this push all the way home. And Triple's going to start this one off strong, winning game 1 here on Hagglefish Star Control.
Yeah, good stuff to them. We saw that first checkpoint, the second checkpoint. It was where things kind of got out of control once a few picks got taken up in the top right. They're really able to just take advantage of that. And we saw those aggressive wave breakers coming out from the Range Blaster. That was definitely doing a lot of work. The new change with Wave Breaker where it marks people wherever it lands, that was pretty interesting in this situation, because they were able to mark some people around those corners in that top right where otherwise Wavebreaker would not have done something. Like in the past, you throw the Wavebreaker there, it doesn't do something for like 5 seconds. So interesting, more like immediacy to the Wavebreaker. We have been seeing Range Blaster become more popular in recent days. So we can kind of get a little bit of an understanding as to why that might be the case. So props to that, and I'm hoping we can see some more Range Blaster going forward with Splatzone's Ramen, another pretty popular and relatively small map.
I'm actually going to be excited to see how the adjustments come in. And to your point, I'd love to see if that Range Blaster does come into play, because Ben was able to get a lot of pressure, not just with the Wavebreakers that are being thrown, but also just being able to caused Low Battery to just stay behind a little bit more on defense, which just opened up the gates there for Triple to just be a lot more aggressive on that initial push on Hagelfish target control. You move on to Splat Zones Roborom, and of course it's zones now. So a little bit of a smaller map. Everybody has to go attack mid, but I think there's a lot more opportunities for a few surprises that each team can take advantage of. I'm gonna be curious to see how Low Battery adjusts, because obviously the difference here in Hagelfish target control was the fact that once that second checkpoint went down, the fact that and they were previously staggering, trying to find their defenses back. It didn't. Pretty much everything just kind of folded right there. With zones, it's all about control at this point. Fusion, I wouldn't be surprised at this point if there are some major changes from Low Battery to get this boot, especially since the V-Junior might be a pick that was pretty much reserved for Hagelfish Star Control.
I mean, you'd think Tower is the mode about control, but Zones Ramen is certainly a interesting map in that the zone area is very small. There's lots of corners where things like the bucket and blaster can take advantage of, but it's also a map where you kind of have a narrow path out from spawn to the zone. You need to be careful not to get kind of tunneled there. So this is definitely a place where you can start to feel the heat after you get locked out just a single time. We see a vanilla S blast, wow, coming out from Trippelfrittierte, and that's an interesting pick here. The Reef Slider cheese on the zone is going to help them flip it back. We see the knot on the other side from Eli. That's interesting as well. Of course, with the new Inkstorm buffs, that will be doing quite a bit of work. But it seems like Triple is going to be the ones who need to take the aggressive here.
Yeah, and I actually kind of don't mind the choice to move into the vanilla S blast, as you mentioned, with the Reef Slider cheese being more prominent there. I was unfortunately wrong there in the regard that the V Junior might be subbed out. No, they're gonna keep the V Junior there as well. So some big bubble usage will have to be key to start things off there. Triple's actually already down to 74 punch rate and a lot more to boot there. Knowledge by the way going down. They do have the big bubble online, but they're gonna have to reserve that a little bit more just then, as it is 3 down on Low Battery's end, and Triple's just gonna try to push right up head, try to lock out Low Battery as much as they can.
Yeah, the range coming out from Low Battery is certainly going to prevent Triple from getting into spawn, but it's also going to make it difficult for them to get out. Pelly with that crab tank going to space members out. The bubble is going to allow Low Battery to move forward. We see them taking that left position again. The specials begin to fly. There are no picks just yet on the field. The rain's going to come out. It seems like the momentum is shifting a bit. Jovi drops down but isn't able to find a pick. Now Low Battery just scrambling for the zone, doing anything they can. They find a pick in this situation, but that's not enough to grab back the zone. Trippelfrittierte has the zone to 1 point. They flip it back and just immediately take back game 2. They're going to be advancing to the second round. Good stuff from them. That was a quick game.
That was a very nice and quick game for Triple there, and I know a lot of the focus might be on Ben with the switch over to the vanilla S blast, but it is a perfect choice, especially as with the Reef Slider on zones. Even more so, saving the Reef Slider at the end to ensure that they still had zones capped when Low Battery was basically getting out of spawn and then trying to attack themselves that way. At that point, that Reef Slider, hey, let's just pop it, get the zone back quickly, and then try to reassert for more control. I got a little nervous when zone got neutralized at 1 point remaining, but they pretty much had that handled down nicely. I think that was a solid switch over to the S blast. Ben got a lot of value out of it, and that's how Triple moves on to the next round. It was a very good set so far for Triple.
Yeah, good stuff to them. They will be facing Grougrou, if I'm not mistaken. Quite a intense match for their round 2, but this is a double elimination format, so whatever happens, we will be seeing both of these teams have another chance after any losses. So that's going to be it for our round 1. Let's take a quick look at the bracket. We have a couple matches in. Oh wow, 2-0 over Forgotten, Never Back Down, 2-0 over Wild Blue, and quite a few buys throughout this first round. ASC Shokai over Anti 2-0, And that is all we have so far. Who do you have your eye on, just like in this tournament in general? Are there any teams that think might outperform their seed?
Most of the teams I'm kind of looking out for are not just ones that are outperforming their seasons. With the move to this format, actually, Fusion, I'm actually more excited to see how some of the teams that they couldn't play in previous proving grounds because of the time difference, how they can perform here. And I still have my eyes on a few teams there. I think if Triple I'm gonna have to shorten that name because I'm never gonna get the full name correctly. If they continue to play with the same pacing that they have coming into round 2, they could be a big surprise coming this one. I am, however, more excited to see how some of the other European teams, especially some of the other pickups, do play. But that is kind of who I have my eyes on right now, is how Triple as a team, established team at that, performs. What do you have your eyes on? Any team wise, really, Fusion throughout this proving grounds.
Um, well, I definitely have my eyes on, well, Grougrou in particular, just because like you said, this is a different format, or sorry, a different time, and it caters a lot more to EU players. They're a lot more able to, hop into the tournament. So we have, of course, Grougrou being I guess, mainly French team. Gang is going to be yeah, a team with some German players on it. There's just a lot of different teams that have European players, especially just like pickups of, mixed continents, and that's always fun to see. So more tournaments like this, the better.
I'm personally excited to see just the many different teams with so many different international backgrounds there as well. I think a few other teams to quickly highlight. There are a few teams. I think there was Lowbetter was just on stream earlier. A lot of them are from Europe there as well. Excuse me, 3/5 of them from Italy, the other fifth from the UK as well, and then just other teams just from many continents. You mentioned Grougrou. They're also featuring Volti, if I'm not mistaken, in their roster there, which is some of you guys may know Volti from Lions Rogue there as well. So hey, a lot of teams really just look out for. I'm gonna be really excited to see how these teams play. And hey, with the time change, it's gonna be so much fun to see just so many different teams just come in. Of course, for both of us now, that means we got to start waking up a little earlier just to be ready for how they perform.
I do have to confess that I I didn't set an alarm this morning and was just kind of praying. So
That not setting an alarm is almost step one to it. And I definitely get you. I had to
I
mentally
had the
adjust.
brain alarm set, you know.
That's
It
you
was
know
it
that
was it was there. It was I was going to wake up no matter what. That's just how it works, you know? You're like, I need to do a thing, and you know,
you,
your brain's
I
there
can
to wake you up in the morning.
I can definitely understand that. All of a sudden, it seems like, wait a minute, what is tomorrow? Is it proving grounds? Is it something that I have something? Is it something more important today? And then all of a sudden, just brain just just wakes you up just like that. But it's like, I don't want. I still gotta wake up. It's like, wake up, y'all. You mentioned earlier how you were still trying to wake yourself up a little bit just for this one. Thankfully,
Hmm.
Thankfully, I was somewhat awake. I had to get 2 coffees in just to get ready for proving grounds. It's a long day
I
for
could use
me.
a little bit more of that too.
Hey, hang on. Let me ship some coffee over to you, or any drink that just wakes you up. Doesn't need to be coffee, of course. Could be tea. On that front, Fusion. Hey, we gotta wake you up here somehow.
Yeah. I know. I always feel like coffee does nothing until it does too much, and then I regret it.
It's I always like to go for the same cup of coffee just to get myself awake for the afternoon, and then I realize, oh, it's like, oh, wait a minute, now I'm gonna start sleeping here in just a few moments. Please keep me awake for the rest of the afternoon. That'd be very important here. um, Gosh, and look, while we're still waking ourselves up, I believe we do have our second matchup that is actually going to be queued up here. Just fresh out of the presses. It is going to be Hades and the Hood coming up here shortly. Fusion, and Hades, a very well-established team, as a lot of us do know, just fresh out of Squid Junction, I believe, just a handful of months ago or last month. They're up against the Hood to come up for round 2.
Yeah, we do have. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know why. I feel like Hades in the Hood just. It I don't. It feels like a fucking. Sorry, it feels like a cartoon. Feels like a cartoon name.
We'll also have to also charge it for that. Yeah,
Oopsies.
definitely. No worries. But yeah, it kind of does roll off like it's a
It does
like
roll
it's
off the
cartoon.
tongue quite a bit.
Yeah,
And
but now,
yeah,
now, now I'm gonna just start saying Hades in the Hood and later in the day. Somehow it's just gonna live rent free in my head.
what's good, guy?
It's gonna be one of those days there for me. This is actually, I believe, another EU pickup, if I'm not mistaken, for the Hood. I wouldn't be surprised if I get corrected here shortly. Majority of players from France actually for the Hood, but they're up against Hades. I mentioned before, very established team coming into Proving Grounds.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And I mean, Hades just full of familiar players coming out. Apple 52. We can expect to see that. I think Adapt is almost always on the Squeezer as well, and Zone's Crableg as the starting map certainly lends to the usage of Splash Wall having that extra long range on your team. I'm not super familiar with the weapons of the players of the Hood, but hey, Sendo.inc definitely makes people's lives a lot more convenient because you can just click on the players and see what they play, and it's very nice to have kind of a community hub. It seems like we do have Kit Kat, who is a charger leader and or pencil coming out, so that will also maybe help the Hood out on such a big map.
So it's funny you mentioned that there too, because I think I spent at least a couple hours before we went live just trying to get all of my information that I could together, and even just into one convenient sheet. And it is just the beauty of Zendo itself, just being to have a place to know what weapons that a lot of the players play. And you mentioned there as well, Adapt actually is actually a player I'm going to be curious about, because you mentioned Squeezer, but also primary slosher player. That's like to see how they play around the upcoming maps, especially Crab Leg Zones coming up here shortly. I'm gonna be curious to see how. Now, my storyline for this one, Fusion, is I'm gonna be curious to see how the Hood performs against Hades here. There is a bit of an unknown. There are a few there, as much for a few pickups here in Proving Grounds. I wouldn't be surprised if because it's a best of 3 where mistakes are any mistakes you make could be very costly throughout a short set, how that plays into things. It's going to be intriguing to see, nevertheless.
Yeah, and I mean we've been following the closest seed sets so far. We had 16 versus 17. This is 8 versus 9. So both of these teams have a lot of expectations kind of put upon their shoulders. I think this will be a excellent match so far. It will be the first time we'll see Clamblitz in this tournament, so I'm looking forward to that, as Clamblitz matches tend to go down to the wire. Zones on Crableg, on the other hand, can be sort of lockout heavy. I don't know if that's quite true about Crableg, but when you have an E-leader set up on top mid, it can be a pain in the butt to try and get back in.
Yeah, and if Cuber does dish out the E-leader for Hades, that could be very interesting to see there. Because as you mentioned, I don't know if I think it ultimately depends on how each team kind of ends up playing Crab Leg Zones. It's gonna be I don't know if lockout heavy, as you mentioned, could be the term used, but there is a lot of potential on that front to see. So hey, I think it's ultimately going to boil down to not just obviously the weapons of choice, but how each team kind of just plays around this particular map. So hey, those are the things to look out for Crab Leg Zones. You mentioned how Clam Blitz, everybody's gonna have to go through Clam Blitz in a guaranteed game too. With this being a huge unknown, and unknown especially for us here, and probably for a lot of the teams, unless they got the maps ahead of time, it's gonna be intriguing to see what Clam Blitz map gets rolled. Now, we could be made for fools, and they already know already. But what we have right now is it's a huge question mark. So hey, but hey, depending on the Clan Blitz map, we could be seeing a lot of different flavors during that game too. But that's when we get to that second game, of course, in the set.
Well, I don't want to pull the curtain out, but I think just the the switch over to Sendo has made some of the integration points, which would normally help the streamers show the built-in map list are just not quite fully integrated yet. So I think we do know what it's going to be, but we will have to see. Let us take a look at this.
It's funny you mentioned that too. It's funny you mentioned that too because
is it counter picks?
It could be. Hey, it could be.
Interesting. That's actually fascinating. I did not know that. So interesting. So teams put a map pool when they signed up, and it is going to grab a map from that pool. That is a really interesting way of doing the tournaments, because everyone gets some maps they're at least comfortable with, which is pretty cool.
So it's actually interesting, Fusion, because I actually covered Sendo Q's season 1 finale like back in December 2023.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually the same thing. A lot of teams that actually participated in that, they did throw in a list of maps that they wanted to what they want to play. Now, of course, it was an all zones tournament, so really the only they got rid of some of the rank complexity for more for just the maps they wanted to play. And then it just gets rolled to the next stage. That's kind of, so to me, at least for me, it is pretty much what I expected. But I know for those who aren't familiar with the tournament format here in Sendo, it might be a little jarring. You might be if you're just tuning in, you might be used to, hey, these are the 3 maps you're gonna be playing throughout the set versus teams just pitching in their maps, and I believe the rank build combination as well, and just having to get rolled for them. I think it's actually a really neat idea, all things considered, though, Fusion, but it can be a little jarring for those who are trying to get used to it.
Yeah, it can certainly be a bit of an interesting thing, because you don't quite know what you're going to come up against, or what maps you're going to encounter going into a set. But I mean, given that you get to pick like half of them, you can pick things your team is a lot more comfortable with in general. I think that's something that a lot of teams really like about quote unquote counter picks. You're able to pick the maps you really like and ignore the ones you don't love so much. Of course, that will that generally limits the number of total maps that get played, and so things end up kind of becoming not stale, but like you play the same maps a lot and people get tired of them, and that'll just boil back to the discussion of, oh, do we want map lists, do we want counter picks, what's the right thing to do, because the the discourse on like all of this on maps is definitely not something people agree on. I don't think we will ever come to a consensus on what the right map format is.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people will have a lot of opinions on what is considered the best zones, tower, rainmaker, clams. You can go through the entire ranked modes eventually. We can pick this one. Maybe mincemeat clams is actually a very good combination. Pre-rework, let's say, giving a lot of people nightmares for those who are very familiar with that. It's actually kind of fun though, because I go back to, again, I'm dating back to a previous the previous season 1 finale, where you got to see mincemeat and Wahoo zones get played. Now, granted I understand why they got picked, but the map discourse is always intriguing to see what maps and mode combinations teams kind of just throw in there. You also sometimes get some wacky combinations or things you just don't normally see out there in the open when you kind of compare other map lists to other tournaments. And heaven forbid if we find mincemeat clams out there in the open. Well, I still reminiscences about that. We have officially loaded in round 2. By the way, is a best of 3 for this one, and we are going to be getting Hades on the left hand side, and the Hood is going to be on the right hand side, or the Bravo side. That will be the purple color team. We take a look at both teams' weapons here, Fusion. I'm sure there's virtually no surprises here. It's pretty much your standard run-of-the-mill weapons that you're seeing right now.
Yep. We see a lot of familiar stuff. We do see the E-Later coming out from Kit Kat rather than the Sniper Raider with the Cooler. Instead, the Cooler is going to be coming out from the Zap, but the Crabs battling early in the game. Acer is going to open it up for the Hood, try and create some space in the zone, but not if Violet has something to say about it. That is going to be a Zuka taking a pick and creating a huge space for Hades, to finally get set up. But a bit of a scattering is making it a little bit awkward for Hades to try and get this lockout going. Already the Hood has their Cooler online. They have a Wave Breaker coming out into the zone, and here they come. They're going to filter back in as all of their specials come out. They're going to flip back the zone in all likelihood, and they still have yet to find a pick.
Yeah. So when Cuber went down earlier with the sniper, it kind of forced Hades a little backwards, just trying to get everybody back in. But this gave the Hood enough time to just fight back and attack back on offense. As KBY is able to get 2 out of the picture just like that. It is a bit of a scrappy fight across both teams overall. And what's going to end up happening here is going to be Snoo going down. Apple gets 2 just like that. And the Hood won't get lead at all. It will be Hades just taking down on those penalty points. Nice little counterattack though from the Hood to boot there. But Apple coming out huge there with taking out 2 members of the Hood, giving Hades a second chance for another attempt at a lockout.
Yeah, Apple was in a really good spot up in that top right. You can't stay there forever. Once the pressure comes out, it can be definitely awkward to deal with. Acer on the low ground with this Crab trying to do some damage, but yeah, they're in a bit of an awkward spot. Now, Zen, using that Crab, was able to navigate to the high ground, but Kit Kat shuts it down. That's going to be 2 down onto Hades. Now the Hood's going to filter back into the zone. They find the picks they need. The last 2 members of Hades jump out. The Hood is all set up. They have the E-Litter and a Crab tank set up in this top right. They dodge the Zuka, but that's going to be the E-Litter going down. So now the Hood is going to have to battle back from the low ground. Acer with a nice Crab tank on top mid is going to be able to get the combo. Not able to finish off the Sniper Raider though, but this is a very nice defense from the Hood. That's 2 members down. The Bucket and the Shot are going to be able to space out Hades, and now this is lockout territory. The Hood is looking to seal away this game.
Yeah, the Hood's doing a really good job. Even though you lose that E-Leader, Crab Tank planted in a great position to get 2 off of that right-hand side there, and the Hood's able to possibly force even more than just Lockout looking for the KO here. They did lose the splash on top of things, and it is going to be Apple once again trying to fight back, and Apple takes out Kit Kat. It's going to be a quick 3 down. Hades with a much-needed stop, but Apple gets caught by Snoo there. Snoo is able to escape there shortly, and Fusion, the Hood was able to just defend that zone so well throughout most of that, and able to get members of Hades out. I thought Hades was able to get the zones back, and then we wouldn't see the lead change, but Hades now has to fight back just like that, losing lead after losing a few critical fights there. Now we got to see if Violet is able to get advantage out of this Trizuka there. They're throwing out the suction bombs there, but they are continuing to lose members, trying to force that lockout as much as they can, and a very sneaky Crab Tank on the side takes out one. There's the jump that might get punished here. No, Apple gets the return onto Snoo, and it is going to be such a back and forth fight affair there. It will end with Hades taking control of the zone. They're going to need to hold on to the zone for just a bit longer here, Fusion.
Yeah, we've seen Hades kind of defending from this low ground. They're able to grab back the zone, but they're kind of losing ground the entire time. We see them forced back onto this left side. They're forced to jump out here, and the Hood is back in complete control of mid. They have the leader up on high ground. They have a Crab Tank ready for defense. Now, the question is, are they going to be able to stall? Quite a bit of penalties still left for them to get, and that Zuka is going to find 2 nice stuff from Violet. That's going to create an opening for Hades to get back in. Kit Kat's going to be forced to back up onto this top left, and now with a delayed 3 members down, this is a really strong hold for Hades. This is much better looking than they had earlier in the game. So with only 25 left on their penalty, the Hood needs to make a move, or Hades is going to grab this game.
Yeah, Hades looking to grab this game even further there. That's Violet missing shots on that Trizuka. If they find one, that would be almost game over right there. Here are some critical seconds here. They're going to paint over the zone. Trip Strike's being used around the zone. Not able to get the full cap, and Hades gets the lead back. They're going to have to fight for the zone like right Now, there's that crab tank being popped out there. It is going to be all the crab tank and all the ink being thrown into the middle, and it stays neutral. The hood somehow gets control the zones back just like that. It is overtime right now. Picks are going to be key here. Zen is able to get one, but there's a nice Ultra Suga that gets two, and this will be Hades. They have to just force they just have to get the zones cap at any point or force the overtime timer to wind down. Violet's going to flank from the side, forcing the crab tank backwards, and this allows Hades' support to come in and get the zones back, and Hades wins game one in what was a very fun back and forth match overall.
Wow. I'm surprised Hades was able to grab that. It felt like they were just kind of taking the picks and getting the points that came with that. While it felt like, every time the hood grabbed the zone, they were looking for that long term, the full lockout, but were not able to get it. We saw the Zukas doing quite a bit of damage every time, the hood tried to set up their leader or set up their crab tank. Violet was there helping shut it down with the Ink Zuko. Here we see them, cleaning up the zone at the end. Once the hood lost the lead, it felt like they just did not have, the firepower to just get past all of Hades there. And we'll see what happens going into Clam Blitz here, because this is definitely a different dynamic, much more of a aggressive kind of mobile game mode.
And Clam Blitz is, depending on the map that gets rolled here, might dictate a few things other than, of course, the weapon changes here, which we're about to get. It's Scorch Clams, actually. I actually kind of like what got rolled here overall. But yeah, both teams kind of going in a bit of a back and forth between both of them overall, between themselves overall. You kind of see how one team tried to assert control and one on the right hand side to just get punished big time by the backline, whether it was Cuber or the elite leader from the hood just striking big. Kit Kat, if I remember correctly, that's gonna be a lot. That's gonna be intriguing to see how both teams kind of just play around that. Again, mistakes are going to get super magnified here in a best of three. Now the hood has to win the next two. Not much room for error there if you don't want to get dropped to the lower brackets. Now, of course, if you lose this set, you're not out yet. You just have to go fight through the losers bracket there in this double elimination format. So, gonna be curious to see how the hood adjusts to this overall. I just love the start that Hades had, and a lot of resilience there too. I thought that would have been a done deal if had Hades not be able to get the zones back with just the amount of time they had left.
Yeah, I think that this map in particular, Scorched Clams, is going to work into Hades' favor here. Particularly Apple on that 52 gal. I think this is a great map. Scorch Gorge having just such a difficult choke point by the basket. Splash walls, especially on an aggressive weapon, can do so much damage. We saw a lot more kind of not passive, but hunker down and defend your ground playstyle coming out from the hood. They're going to have to turn it up a notch here. They do bring out the junior, trying to take advantage of the space it creates with that bubble in order to get big pushes on the board. We have a sword as well from Violet. What do we expect to see so far, Kyon?
So you mentioned a few seconds earlier that the 52 gal was a great choice for Scorch. Apple just said no to that, just went back to the V shot overall. So unfortunately, we won't see the 52. But what I'd like to see if that V Junior from the hood gets as much value as it can with that bubble there, because again, you can get a lot of extended pushes that way and a lot of painting to boot. But they're kind of forced into the supporting S role there, but they have to help provide ink and then of course try to give their team enough room to get sustained pushes going. We do see a lot of trading, by the way, back and forth between both these teams. It's kind of what we're seeing right now. As soon as I say that, though, Hades just takes out two there. They got a power climb that's ready and available. They just gotta paint their way in. Zen's just pretty much there. Set up. Violet's just using that stamper slash there just to paint just to provide more spacing. Zen's using that crab tank now to fully secure this push alone. Barrier finally broken here. It is going to be down to 80 points remaining. Is that all? Is that all that this push is going to be? No, it's going to be 1+3. They get 3 more small clams in, and then that's the full wipeout. Nice hold by the hood. Not much damage, but still, you want to get that first push in. And hey, 1+3 is not too bad to get things started.
Yeah, better than a single power clam, and that's what's important here. Already we see Snoo being up on the aggressive, getting a bubble into a really good position. That's going to help the rest of their team come in. And a nice flank with the crab tank from Acer. That's going to create a lot of space. Now the Hood moving into the basket. They don't have too many clams on the board, but that's enough for the lead. Snoo going back for some more while KitKat and KPY hold the front line. And Hades is struggling to get out of spawn here. They're playing very patiently, waiting for those specials, and it's going to pay off for them. That is 3 kills off of the Zuka, but my god, that was a big push from the Hood, nearly 80 points on the board. But thankfully, the Hood, or sorry, Hades is still in the game thanks to the nice coordination they had.
And the big thing too here is that Hades did go 3 down, which extended the push even further. But what was missed upon, Hades gained a nice defensive hold was a jump with a power climb that was available to get 20 more points out of there, and the Hood is able to just extend that lead even further. The great coordination from the Hood on top of Hades' big coordination on defense just paid off in dividends. And I feel like this is kind of the story of how this set has gone for both of these teams there. Both teams were going with super aggressive pushes to boot. Anytime they take out 1 or 2, they said, okay, now it's our time to go, or build up the specials to make sure that we can get an even bigger push going on. And just like that, Hades gets 2 down just like that. They got a power climb that is available. They should be able to cash this one in here. Yes, they do. Out of the penalty points, they just got to get some of those small clams in. And Zen actually has a majority of them, but is stuck in the crab tank mode, finally out of it. And Zen able to get the nice pick onto Acer, getting him a few more clams in there shortly, but it is just Apple that's the only one alive. And somehow this back and forth brawl keeps on going, but the clam basket is going to close, and Hades just does cut down the deficit, but not quite enough for the lead here, Fusion.
Yeah, nice push coming out from them. That is going to, cut the deficit about in half, but they're going to need a lot more than that. KPY being very aggressive with that slosher. That's going to force a lot of members of Hades out of position, but 2 members going down to that Ink Zuka is going to make it difficult for the Hood to continue holding this ground. They're going to be forced to back up from the middle of the map here. While the rest of their team filters back in. Hades not able to take advantage of that situation, though. They're going to just have to play a little bit defensive. And yeah, again, Snoo being aggressive with that bubble is going to get taken out by a stray suction bomb. That is the dangers of sitting just outside it. Or having it shrink while you're just there. But the Hood able to get a power clam in the basket, hoping to extend this lead. They don't have too much on the board, but the power clam, the pity clam goes in. That's going to cut the penalty down, but not enough to actually get more points on the board. That is going to give a pity clam to Hades, and that could work against them here as Hades gears up for a push of their own.
Here's the problem though, Fusion. They did see the pity jump, but it was just thrown, I think, a bit under the side or just under the basket, so they actually didn't break out of those penalty points at all. So that's why the Hood is still stuck at 24 points. And now Hades, as you mentioned, they basically got a free pity clam, and for their troubles, they got 3 power clams. This is now the Hood. They have to understand that they got to clamp down on defense, make sure that they don't give Hades a chance to operate. Violet wants to say otherwise, as a sniper has gone down, and it will be Hades just trying to get 3 power clams in. They just gotta find some of those openings, but 2 members are down from the Hood. Could we be seeing a big push here from Hades? They should be able to get this push in here shortly. There's that 1 power clam. Here's the second one coming in here. Yes, they need 3 more clams for the lead change. They do, and that will be Hades wrestling it back in overtime to win this best of 3 set over the Hood. What a nice finishing push there from Hades to take this one home.
Wow, just I mean, incredible stuff on that comeback from them. That was something I didn't quite expect. They were just able to get back in with such ease, and they've even got the coordinated emotes to boot. I mean, we saw Violet on that Zipcaster. I think everyone who turned to look at Violet ended up getting taken out. So the Zipcaster just causing a lot of distraction while even if you don't get the picks yourself, it does a lot of work just to distract the enemy team completely and threaten to kill them. So good stuff for Hades, and they had enough clams, maybe thanks to the pity clam that came off of the push from the Hood. So the Hood will be dropping down to losers bracket, but they are not out just yet.
Yeah, and I feel like to quickly wrap up the set here, Fusion. I think really the first 2 maps was just evident. It was just huge back and forth trading blow after blow after blow. to say the least. Both teams are getting really like just big pushes in. I feel like the unfortunate difference though was the Hood. If I recall correctly, yeah, that missed power clam that didn't quite break through penalty might have been the big difference there. By the end, because had that been in, that would have been super nice overall. Their fusion for the Hood to possibly force a game 3. But hey, Hades was able to take this one back home by the end of things. It really boiled down to basically the last minute, the last 30 seconds even to cap that one off. And I think that we just saw a very entertaining set overall between the two teams. And as you mentioned, the Hood's not out yet. They just got to go through the lower brackets to see if they can fight their way back and hopefully reach grand finals there.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing, I believe, yeah, we are going to be seeing Gang Gang and Fruittella here. This is definitely going to be a bit of a slobber knocker. These are some very strong teams. Yet again, the closest seed matchup on the chart. And that is going to be the 4 and 5 seeds. We have a lot of familiar players here: Phoenix, Toyoben, Fishy, Usnipe, Titali on one side, and Punchy, Andrew, yeah, Crowny, and Slurpcat on the other. I'm not super familiar with all of the members of Fruittella, but I know Gang Gang are just kind of perennial high-ranking European players.
So, and I can fill in some of that for you. This is actually going to be a Europe versus Europe match, effectively European players versus European players match, because Fruittella is actually based out of the EU, out of the EU or Europe overall. Actually, so it wouldn't be entirely surprising because Fruittella actually just formed their team as of last month, specifically January 6th of this year. So this is pretty much almost a fresh team if you want to put it that way. They got a lot. They got members with a lot of different weapons there. I wouldn't be surprised. But the big thing that I've noticed with the weapon pools for Fruittella is they don't necessarily have a true backline yet. Watch as I'm going to be proven wrong here in the next few minutes. But hey, Fruittella is going to be a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if Fruittella tries to go a lot more in your face, try to play double front with support and a few midline weapons to boot. So that's what I'm gonna be excited to see out of Fruittella there. But as you mentioned, Gang Gang, very familiar faces. I should expect this to be a very fun match that we're about to see today.
Yeah, I mean, this could definitely go either way. But this is going to be our first best of 5 set of the tournament. We have made it to quarterfinals, I do believe, and that means we are going to be seeing we're in quarterfinals, so we're going to be seeing the best of 5 from here on out in winners. So first team that is going to reach 3 will take home at least top 8 in the tournament, I think. Clam Blitz Barnacle, we're going to be just hopping right back into it. Here we go.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun here. Of course, Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz, pretty much a very staple clams map overall there. Fruittella's actually gonna be on the alpha side there, and it will be on the other side, Gang Gang to boot there. And I actually like some of the weapons that are already being dished out. I see very happy face. I'll just call that with the Neo Stamper there as well. And as mentioned, though Fruittella does have sort of a backline, but more or less a midline option with the heavy edit. That's kind of what I expected to see out of Fruittella there with the weapons that they have. There's a lot of things I'm going to be intrigued to see how both teams play. Starting things off, though, it's going to be 2 down right away from Gang Gang. So this is just going to slow down some of the clan build that they really need. Both teams kind of just fine for control over mid.
Yeah, look at Phoenix navigating around, utilizing the ability of Nautilus to store that charge to outmaneuver the heavy edit. That's going to force them to jump out, and now Gang Gang has some nice control. The specials are going to come on in. A lot of clams on a line for Gang Gang. They're looking to try and get a push here, hoping to find some members of Fruittella just a little bit too far forward. That's going to be one pick. They find the second one. Phoenix looking for some more. They're not into the basket just yet. They still have yet to clear out this area where Andy on the heavy edit is just having a good time defending. And that is, look at that. Just locking down the entire area. 2 picks. Finally, it's just Phoenix and this one jump in. And that is a very nice shutdown coming out from Fruittella. And they're already on the offensive.
And Andy with really key finds there. Toyban had the power clamp, but it'll just kind of just swam right up to the kind of just ran up unsuspectingly, and there goes Andy just right there to spot him away, and that just pretty much sealed all the control that they had. Gang just had no chance to get that power clamp back there, and that's how we're stuck into this 100 points range. Both teams, as we stand, we do see that power clamp that has been spawned from Fruittella there. Fishy and the rest of Gang is just trying to hold on defenses. Their punch is just building the space with that crab tank. Now they are going to get 2 power clamps available just like that. Slosher is going to be down though, so there is going to be some of that offense going to be slowing down just a bit. It's going to give Gang probably enough time to rebuild themselves. Not before the zap from Toyman goes down, and there goes even more members of Fruittella. Once again, this push is stalled once more, as Gang may have successfully shut down the attempted push that Fruittella could have had.
Yeah, and despite all of the fighting going on in mid, this is still a 0-0 ball game. And it feels like when one team gets on the aggressive, the other shuts it down. Gang did have a nice pick there, but a trade is going to slow down their push considerably. Now the cooler is coming out online just in time for the Zuka to take a pick. So at least there's going to be some quick respawns out of that situation, but Fruittella is just going to take full advantage of this. But that was an incredible crab. Just there's nowhere to attack it from above or behind in that position. Looking to try and get into the basket, hoping to find something, but Punch shuts down that power clam. Phoenix is the last with a clam. They might even just have to, run it in and score, but neither of these teams wants to, give up too many picks given how things have gone so far. They don't want to be the one to just give up like a 60-point push off of, getting too aggressive. But Fruittella just shutting things down again as they have throughout the rest of the game.
Fusion, I feel like I'm seeing like a defensive battle combined with a very cautious effort to make sure they don't try to give up that big push from both these teams. It feels like it's been like that for the past 3 minutes. You see a power clamp that's been available, and then they're just playing this one very patiently, just looking for the best time to push. But then all of a sudden, whenever that happens, another member just gets popped there, either by a Trizuka or just a member just flanking from the side. So that's we're kind of seeing this whole back and forth defensive play this one very cautiously effort that we're seeing here, and it's just still 1-for-1 trades. And now we finally got a push here. Fruittella's gonna be the one that strikes first. Might just be the one and done here unless they can get that power clamp in here, but it looks like this is gonna be slowed down to a crawl. And Fusion, the first points on the board will go to Fruittella, but it's one and done and not much time left on the clock.
Yeah, that is a singular power clamp though. That might as well feel like no lead at all, because you don't want to be, playing defense on this map for a single power clam, because that is terrifying. And now Gang a little bit nervous to push here, because this power clam is going to be their lifeline. They do have a pity in the back should things go wrong. Nice marks over on the members of Fruittella. That's going to be a nice pick. The crab tank opens things up. That's a 3-down situation. Oh, no. It's just going to be the shot. They're retreating back into the spawn. The Zuka is able to find one. That's going to slow things down a bit. The power clam's going to make its way to the basket. But is there another clam? There is. Phoenix is able to get that single clam in through the top left. This is a lead, but only by a single clam. Fruittella is already storming the enemy basket, and Toyoben needs to make something happen, because there are a lot of clams coming into the basket here.
Overtime timer is gonna be winding down very quickly here. So 3 power clams are available. They just gotta get the trip strikes in here, and it looks like it's gonna be 3 down just like that. Fruittella has 1 member that's just alive, and Fusion, that's really all they needed here from Gang. It come down to basically to fly into the seat of their pants kind of hold there from Gang, and they stopped what could have been a very monster push from Fruittella to take hold. Gang barely getting this one home, winning game 1 of this best of 5.
My goodness, that 1v1 situation at the end was that Fishy who ended up clutching it out, because that 1v1 is what determines the result of that game. That single power clam is enough to take back the lead. So a really nice defense there, and we saw Fruittella storm back to the basket with so many power clams, but that might have been their undoing. They are all marked. They did not have an easy way to get into the basket, and these strikes really, really well timed, but just the way that Fishy was able to kind of play defense from that left side, able to dodge the strikes and use that block, was really important in what won Gang that game.
Fishy, as you mentioned, so huge because that put the way, as you mentioned, the trip strikes were so well timed out of the gate that all that Fruittella needed to do because of the penalty points was just one power climb. That's all they needed. Just swim up there, chuck that power climb in, and then take this one home. It literally, Gang could have not cut that one any more close. But yeah, as you mentioned, Fishy just came out huge in where they were positioned on that front, and that was, I feel like from that map alone there, Fusion, as Sturgeon Shipyard Zones is the one that's coming up. I feel like that was more very cautious defensive play. There is a big football game that it kind of flashes me back to because it was super defensive and cautious the entire way through. Nobody really wanted to make that first mistake of basically opening themselves to that 60-point push, and it really just and that cautious play. I wonder how this is going to really play out here in Sturgeon, because they didn't really want, because yeah, you're switching over to zones. There is really no power climb to hold on to anymore. If you get the zone, the ideal time to push further ahead and make sure you can secure either a possible locker or make sure that they have no chance to fight back. It's gonna be here on this zones map, especially on Sturgeon Shipyard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if things are going to get better or, less defensive on this map because this is another lockout heavy map. Once you get pushed out of mid, you kind of only have some narrow passageways to get back in, and especially that snipe can make it difficult if there's a crab tank just kind of chilling up there waiting for you. So we'll see what these teams are able to do. We see a Dynamo coming out and a Rapid Pro Deco, some really interesting picks. I think the Dynamo is kind of a neat pick on this map, especially since we haven't seen too much of it, but the buff that came out not too long ago, maybe it is relevant. I guess we'll see. Once that Dynamo is set up on top mid, it can do a lot of painting punch, holding this high ground with the crab. That's going to help the rest of their team move into the middle of the map. Toyoben is the last in mid. No, there is a machine still there. They get taken out. Toyoben still alive, though, trying to fight for zone. They see the jump, but they're alone here. They're going to need to get out of here. Toyoben, you're between a rock and a hard place here. You're going to want to run. There you go. He manages to get out alive somehow. Just.
I'm gonna need to process how Toyman even was able to get out of that just like that. But I do want to elaborate on the Dino here. But before I even do, Fruittella is still holding firm to this zone here overall. On this side, Fishy not able to get value out of the Trizuka just yet. Now, this has to be a good response from Gang here because those points are ticking down fast, and now they finally got that much needed control there. Very happy face, getting the pick onto Slurp there, and that basically I thought things were gonna get out of control there for Fruittella. But Gang was able to at least buy themselves more time. Toilman was fighting valiantly there, but Fruittella still holds on just nicely. Fruittella has the zones, and they got a lot of painting in Gang's territory here, Fusion.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Andy on the Dynamo looking to kind of take control of that high ground and just get all the paint they can. Nice kill from Slurp on that Zuka. That's going to let them continue to hold ground. Look at what Andy is so far up in their court, just doing what they can, trying to take advantage of that cooler. They do have the cooler respawn. They're going to be back in just a moment. That seems to sort of bait members of Gang to fighting Slurp on this sloshing machine. They find a pick in this situation. Yep, here's the Dynamo back in, and it seems like they're going to seal this game away. The triple from Zuka, the Zuka isn't going to be enough to take back that game, and we see Fruittella tie up the set at 1-1 and put our first victory for Dynamo on the board.
And the Dynamo gain a dub there. That's always awesome to see, though. I would be intrigued to see how much more the Dynamo can get. But this was Fruittella. That was a great response overall from this one. Also, very different game overall between game 1 and game 2. You saw the more defensive, cautious style from game 1. Game 2, Fruittella was just going pedal to the metal, try to force paint on their side, and then make sure that there were no entries for Gang to fight back. And we saw more points taking down here shortly. And Slurp was basically also there as well, trying to make sure that trying to find any unsuspecting members around this platform area. But it looks like all the remaining members were just able to win that one. I think Andy also got a pick there. We are going to be seeing a great Trizuka double here, I believe. Yeah, right on the side. But when that landed, there was only 1 point remaining. There's really not much you can do other than say I got a highlight worthy clip to post somewhere. So That's a great response for Fruittella coming out of game 2. With this set being not a one map piece, this should be a fun one, especially with the next one coming up here. I feel like we're getting deja vu right out of the gate here. Fusion, Hagelfish, Market, Tower Control's back.
Yeah, we are going to see this one yet again. And I do want to say I like the comp that Fruittella brought out on Zone Sturgeon. They seem pretty comfortable flexing their team compositions quite a bit based on the map. We saw the heavy edit last time. We saw the Dynamo this time. I do really kind of like how they're taking advantage of the maps with their picks, and I'm curious what we're going to see here. Whether we'll see that, the Rapid Pro Deco as well. We do see the Rapid Deco coming out this time, and the Range Blaster on the other. Both these teams just trying to, they're flexing their muscles and showing us what they can do. I like the double chip damage combo coming out from Fruittella. Are they able to pilot it is the main question of the hour.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really curious to see how Fruittella can execute there with that composition. If I look at Gang, they're practically more range to boot. The Zap pretty much their primary source of painting along with their Stamper to boot. So I'd like to see how this plays out there. But both teams are at least fielding blasters there, which isn't entirely surprising given this particular map there. Gang is able to at least get this one to the first checkpoint. Can Punch fight back? No, Punch is actually going to go down. Phoenix is going to be the one that's right in the tower here. And it is actually going to be 2 down. Different story overall for Gang for the start of this particular map there. As they take out 2 past the first checkpoint, things that can get out of control in the second one if Fruittella's not able to fight back. And it will be very happy face just lurking from the side there, kind of distracting the rest of Fruittella. Fruittella's having to invest so many people into this happy face guy. And Phoenix was able to ride this one down to 33 points remaining. That's really all that push is gonna be here, Fusion. But what a strong start for Gang to start this one off.
Yeah, absolutely huge start for them. That's going to put a lot of points on the board. The first checkpoint's out of the way. Not able to get that second one, which is a big consideration here. But Phoenix just directing 2 people in a row. The push isn't over yet. Gang wants some more. They want someone in that top right. They're going to try and take it by storm. Unfortunately, that's going to be 1 member down from them. The tower is going to continue rolling to that checkpoint. The Zipcaster is going to find a singular pick out of the situation, but the push gets shut down again. Still, though, the timer has been ticking. That's almost 2 minutes into the game. Fruittella has yet to set foot on the tower.
And this is Fruittella's time to do just that. There, Gang was just fighting valiantly there. Phoenix gained so much value out of 2 picks, but they weren't able to break it through the second checkpoint on the next go around. And it is going to be the Zap from Gang going down. They're trading Zap for a Neo Sloshing Machine and a whole lot of other members there. Gang's left to the Squeezer. That's the only one that's around. And he's just popping the Inkjet from the side, just trying to find any suspected members of Gang. Now here's the first attempted push here with Punch riding this crab tank down on the tower there. That's a nice little find onto Fishy there. Punch is able to get Fishy out of there. Now the first checkpoint should be here momentarily there. All that Punch needs to do is just ride this one home. They're gonna put 2 people on that side, throwing the Trizugas to the left-hand side, try to distract the rest of Gang from doing anything else, and then Fruittella just bites off more than they could chew. Gang gets the wipeout. It is 53 points remaining, not quite enough for the lead.
Yeah, not quite enough for the lead. Still, they have the checkpoint in the way, just like Gang does. So just a few extra points is all it's going to take for Fruittella to grab it back. The Zipcaster battling on that left side. It's just going to end in a trade. Gang still holding on to the middle of the map here with the coolers online. They're going to be able to defend pretty well here. The super jump not going to get out in time. Dies in outer space. Rest in peace, Phoenix. But Slurp locking down this left side is going to create an opening for Fruittella, but unfortunately the fight in the middle of the map is not going to go quite as well as they would have hoped. Still, Gang just mostly alive, able to continue respawning into the middle, and we see them just kind of winning this battle of attrition in the middle of the map. But I think I'm speaking too soon, of course, because Fruittella is winning the respawn war now, just as time is continuing to tick down. Phoenix on that range blaster. I think that we're kind of content just ticking down the clock here. Phoenix is content just kind of, chilling around the tower, doing their best to slow things down. But Gang has members up. They're gearing up for a push. They have their eye on the checkpoint for real this time.
Yeah, now they're looking to see if they can break it through the second checkpoint. That was key. Those were key finds, by the way, from Phoenix too. Phoenix was the only one that was up for a majority of the 3-down situation from Gang. and Phoenix was able to just take 2 members out of there, just buying Gang the times needed to basically jump their way through and cause another push there. If Phoenix gets 1 more, takes out Andy just like that, can Phoenix get any more? No, finally shut down, but it's buying Gang enough time to just make sure Fruittella's kind of just staggered around, spread around, if you will, there. And Andy's just the only one that's alive now, just has to provide jumps for the rest of the team. Fruittella needs to find any sort of stop there. They got to look out for Phoenix. So Phoenix just gained so much value out of that range blaster as much as they can. That's going to be a trade there. Phoenix gets 1 more, but finally shut down 2 for 2. I think Fruittella's going to be okay with this. They're going to have to ride this tower all the way home here. 15 seconds left on the clock here, Fusion. It's going to be key here for Fruittella to get this push started.
Yeah, no GG specials online, nothing like strikes or booyah, so Fruittella's gonna need to be proactive. That's 2 members down, they're diving for the tower, that's 3 members down. Gang takes game 2 after a really nice kind of one battle of attrition in the middle of the map. So, good stuff to them. We saw so much work being done by the Range Blaster throughout that map, throughout that match, just kind of able to bait Fruittella in, and the times that it felt like Fruittella was able to kind of storm back into the map, they just got stray picked off a couple times and were not able to gear up for the kind of big full team pushes nearly as much as Gang was. I think also part of that was them being alive. We kind of saw the coolers consistently coming out for Gang. They were able to get the coolers before they fought. As they grouped in the middle of the map, I think we saw Fruittella fight consistently more without those coolers online. So nice job to Gang. Looking to take the set here on Rainmaker Flounder Heights. That's an interesting pick.
I'm gonna be intrigued to see what teams want to dish out. Intrigue might be the understatement of the set here, because again, the zaniness of having we had our talk about the map list from earlier. I don't think anybody would expect to see Flounder Heights Rainmaker showing up at all. But this could be a lot of fun. I'll give it that. This could be a lot of fun to see how both teams adjust. We saw that both teams are just willing to change weapons to whatever works well for them for the particular map combination they have. I wouldn't be surprised if we see major changes on both sides there. But fundamentally, I love what Gang did from the previous one, just timing all their fights with the cooler, and then, as you mentioned, Fruittella was just having a fight. I think they were just looking for any sort of finds there against Gang as much as they can, then try to push their way up. But it led to them staggering so much there in those key moments, and Phoenix was able to get away with so much there with the Range Blaster, just getting so much value. But this one, I don't know if we can talk more about the Range Blaster. We may not see the Range Blaster at all with the way both teams are kind of changing their comps. But Fruittella, they're down. Losing this map means Gang moves on to the next round. They gotta find something quick in this 4th game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious what the result of the backline roulette wheel is going to be for Fruittella. Because I think we've seen Andy on 3 different backlines. What we're going to be seeing on Rainmaker Flounder Heights is unknown. I don't know if we see this map that much, and I don't think this is a super backliney map. If anything, maybe it's like a Ballpoint Nouveau or something. Who the heck even knows at this point? We do see Andy back on that Dynamo, actually. That makes some sense here, given that if you can get the high ground advantage, especially, it gets coolers pretty quickly, pretty decent. So Dynamo, much more than a singular pick to them, it seems, as both teams are going to be fighting for that high ground on the map, the oh so important advantage that can let you just lock out the enemy team at the start.
So a lot of conventional wisdom here, Fusion. Also to notice that I've always heard talks about how sloshers could be a really good choice here. The only slosher we would ever see is a slosher machine, vanilla slosher machine, by the way. In fact, there as well, and so I'm a little intrigued to see how this map plays out without them. But as you mentioned, the Dynamo is going to be the big focus here for Fruittella. They got the 1 win, I believe, actually with that Dynamo. I'd like to see if they can replicate the same success here. You mentioned, though, the control of this high ground here in Flounder Heights is going to be key there. Gang loses 3, but it's also going to be 2 down. Delayed wipe effectively. Rainmaker kind of just stuck there, and they are not going to pick this up quite yet. I think they're just going to wait for more control at this stage and get all the members jumped in before they start this push. There you go. Rainmaker has been picked up there, and now let's see if they can get this path here started. They may want to push to the left. They may want to go to the right hand side. Fishy being patient with this Trizuka, not able to find value. It's still very patient here, Fusion. There is only as a few trades are coming down to your left and right. Right. Only just the one pick so far. Rainmaker finally goes down, and it is just gonna be the 16 points remaining. I think and I believe Fruittella may not want to bite on this push anymore.
I like how patient Gang was. They didn't feel the need to rush uphill, especially into the dynamo and sloshing machine that Fruittella was bringing out to the table, and they're able to kind of live as a result. Nobody likes defending from that low ground on Flounder Height. And the Rainmaker is going to be escorted very safely through the middle of the map. That's going to be an additional pick. There's a flank over on that left side behind the Rainmaker. Toyoben not able to make the checkpoint, though. It's a Dynamo flanking, and he finds a pick, and that's going to slow down this push just a bit, but it seems like Phoenix is going to get the dunk. Never mind. Just this last-ditch effort coming out from multiple members of Fruittella is slowing down this checkpoint considerably. Finally, it falls, but not before Fruittella is able to get members back in and get themselves a lot more control.
Third time's the charm here, Fusion, with the Rainmaker. First it was the Burst Bomb, then it was the flanking Dynamo, and now they finally cashed that one home. But you mentioned before, Fruittella buys himself a lot more time to see if they can get a decent response back. They're gonna let this Rainmaker reset. Very wise here, but they got to get a lot more control there as Gang has 3 members up on that top hand side, and they go way too close to the Rainmaker. It explodes in front of them, and it takes out the crowd thing and a few other members on top of it. And Fruittella's gonna have to just retreat here for a bit. This might give Gang the chance to say, hey, now it's our time to get another push started. But I think they're gonna play this one very patiently. I don't blame them at all for that one. Fishy's gonna use that Trizuka there, try to see if they can find anybody else. No, not quite yet. Toyoben's gonna be the one with the Rainmaker at the very least. They do see a flanking member from Fruittella's side, trying to keep them busy. But Fruittella's able to get the pick there, and it is gonna stall the Rainmaker just like that. There, but Fruittella flying too close to the Rainmaker means the Rainmaker push was just pushed up further. Gang not able to get much out of it, but that gives Fruittella less time to work with.
Yeah, nice pick from the sword. That's going to allow Gang to get back in here, stop Fruittella from getting the checkpoint. And yeah, they're doing a nice job just kind of cleaning up the middle of the map, gearing up for even more points. Gang able to grab that Rainmaker. They could sneak it down that right side for some extra points if they so desire, but they seem to want more. They're playing clear of this Dynamo as much as they can. But my goodness, the members of Fruittella are just filtering in, trying to dive at that Rainmaker and get a pick, and they're not gonna bite. Nothing coming out from Gang, and that's going to let them move the Rainmaker all the way up to 21. They're not done just yet. The sword in the base looking for some picks. They find one slash, looking for more. The Dynamo's wide range is going to find a pick. That's going to stop the Rainmaker for just a moment. It seems like there's going to be a grab. Just got to be careful of that. So a delayed wipe coming out from Gang, but a big Rainmaker push.
That big Rainmaker push, that might just be it, because Fruittella has to get not just the first checkpoint, but a lot more control, and they have to win a lot of fights in succession. So I need to see if that Dynamo can get a lot more value. They got the crab tank that I believe that was just popped, and they take out 2 unsuspecting members of Gang just like that. Crowny's able to get through the first checkpoint. That is step 1 to this. They got to get the second step, which is to get even more points down to 15 points remaining. But they got to keep their members alive. The Dynamo's down, and these are the staggers that will effectively seal Fruittella's fate down to the lower brackets. Gang gets the wipeout for style, and Gang wins the best of 5 there, Fusion, from a very patient game they played. They were able to take this one all the way home, and they'll move on to the next round.
Nice set. That was just... we saw a lot of variety throughout that game, or throughout that set, in terms of like team compositions and how they played. Because, I mean, you remember that game 1 was just, just a waiting game. Both of these teams just trying to find a moment to get in, and neither team was able to take that advantage. A lot more aggressive going into the rest of the set. It felt like Gang was just able to kind of outpace Fruittella, and they're not quite able to keep up. So good stuff to Gang. They're going to be making it into semifinals, securing themselves a top 8 spot.
So we'll get to see Gang move right ahead, and Fruittella moved up, and I was wondering if we were gonna be seeing some more patient play throughout the set the way this was going, or nah, it was only because of Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz. I think that was definitely a product of Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz, just trying to prevent themselves from giving up too many points. And this one was definitely a little bit more patient with Gang, and they can afford to be patient too. Their fusion, because they got a big lead. All they gotta do is clamp down on defense, not try to chase more than they need to. Several points though, we thought we could see Fruittella get a lot more value, but then they just get themselves caught up in bad situations that pretty much leads to Gang big pushes the rest of the way. And that's just really how that set played out. So GG, well played to both teams here. And hey, Fusion, I think the next set is available for us.
Yeah, it does seem like our next set is going to be uh Moonlight versus Caden is Alastor, and that means we're going to be seeing these two teams. It seems like we're going to have an NA versus NA battle after that previous set, and this is one I'm actually very excited to see. I really am. I'm a Moonlight fan. I like to see these guys. And our top four is of course the top four seeds in the tournament. So all is going according to Keikaku, and we're going to be seeing these two teams duke it out. I'm interested because the first map of the set, I'm taking a quick peek right now, is Rainmaker on Mincemeat. How do you feel about new Mincemeat? Do you think it's any better? Do you think we're all just kind of coping?
Moderately, and I say we're coping. that's I think that's all I need to say about that Fusion. You're also getting me with the everything's all going to Keikaku. Thank you so much for that there, Fusion. But yeah, I'm actually really excited to see this set overall. I've seen, and of course Moonlight making waves, of course. They and with their roster, new additions to boot as well, new coach, especially with Chara on the team as well. So let's see how Moonlight progresses themselves. Caden is Alastor. If I get that team name pronounced correctly, is the other team. Pick up dedicated to Caden. I think that's the best way to phrase that one. So I'm gonna be curious to see how both teams duke it out. But as you mentioned, we gotta talk about the elephant in the room. Mincemeat Maker Rainmaker shows up. I don't know why I said Mincemeat Maker there. My apologies. But Mincemeat Rainmaker shows up. Yes, everybody, that is not a graphic error. That is the first map of the set.
Yeah, Mincemeat Rainmaker, definitely an interesting pick here. Huh. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think like of all of the modes on Mincemeat, I think Rainmaker is the least offensive, especially now that there's the paintable block under mid. I think that's definitely helps a lot, but there's only so much like an extra pull and the car could do to fix a map. So this is definitely one where having that range is going to give an advantage to your team. So things like pencil are still going to be good. Jet could be decent on this map. You can be very aggressive, but of course I think what we're going to be seeing may involve some Zuka and Crab Tank if I were to just take a quick guess, because there aren't too many like safe spots to be sitting just in the open. So Zuka can take full advantage of that.
Yeah, and I'm good. Yeah, and I definitely would like to see if both teams want to go with some of the more standard choices you mentioned before with the Zuka and what not to boot. But hey, if you're gonna start with the set with a bang, why not throw a map combination that nobody would ever see the light of day for? And hey, you mentioned before, maybe we might just be coping a lot here, Fusion, with it being moderately improved. Maybe it's still the same thing as last time, but but I wouldn't be surprised as well. We do see some more wackier choices. For one thing, because everything's kind of out there in the table, I wouldn't be surprised if they go with some more outlandish choices. Going away from your Trizuka, maybe avoiding any backline choices if at all possible. but there, I think it kind of just boiled down to what do we want to dish out against our opponent, and what works better for us, especially with a wacky map combination like Mincemeat Rainmaker.
Uh, you know, I feel like you just kind of need to, you just gotta stick to your guns for the most part. I think that we're gonna be seeing kind of typical stuff coming out of both of these teams. I feel like it's just gonna be like, I don't know, like pencil, splash, shot, and then +1, from both of these teams. Yeah, honestly, despite the map, I feel like we're not going to see anything too crazy in terms of team compositions. But something you do need to keep in mind now is it's a little bit easier to just go over the middle of the map to cross the grates onto the enemy plat. That's a little bit more of a reasonable angle now after the change. So got to be careful just in case the Rainmaker goes there, and more as just an additional angle you could get flanked from.
Yeah, yeah, and I think, and I wouldn't be surprised if both teams want to say that's probably the choice that we're going to end up making here in Mincemeat Rainmaker. We can talk about it. We can talk about a lot of this wild combination, but ultimately going to have to play it. You mentioned before, though. Again, I do agree. I actually do agree that they are probably going to be sticking to what works well for them, especially with this being kind of to define the first map of this particular set. But sometimes with with wacky maps, you could just see some more wackier options that maybe other teams would just be both teams rather would be cooking up here, Fusion. But we're just waiting on everything. They are just waiting for everything to be set up here, Fusion. This has been a very interesting well, hang on, we're gonna have to hold on to that thought because it looks like we are about to move right ahead. It's Moonlight versus Caden is Alastor. It is gonna be Moonlight on the left hand side, the alpha side, yellow side at that. Other side, Caden is Alastor on the blue on the purple colored side. And yes, I am also echoing the oohs and ahs here. I am liking some intriguing choices, notably the Neo Stamper from Omega being the ones I'm looking at.
Interesting. We do see Nolan on the Kraken on this map. I'm a little bit surprised given all of the greats on this map, but I can see how it can get a lot of value, especially just with the splash wall. Nolan sticking with what they're best at. We also see the double backline coming out. We've been seeing some of that recently since the change to Nautilus with the sniper as well. Moonlight taking an early advantage, pushing up aggressively. We see two members of Moonlight over on that right side. Omega trying to, start camping over here. They're in a good position with that crab tank. They're not able to find the pick in time. The Zuka takes them out, and the Rainmaker push is going to be stopped in its tracks. So Moonlight's push is going to come to an end. Nolan doing their best to try and stay alive in this situation. All of this geometry very new, actually, from the most recent Mincemeat change. Moonlight just moving the Rainmaker a little bit farther away, trying to just stay alive in the process. Moonlight's push is going to stop. And they're going to find themselves at a bit of a deficit here, as all members of Caden is Alastor are going to be able to get that Rainmaker to the checkpoint and get a lot more points on the board if things go as planned.
Yeah, if things definitely go as planned, a lot more on the board there. Moonlight's actually quickly too make that a delayed 3 down on top of it, and they're gonna get way more than what they expected there. In fact, more members of Moonlight just going down one by one, and we do see Atomic still trying to lurk large there for Caden to the last door, just trying to see if they can find more there with that squeezer, but they're just gonna have to retreat there. But Fusion, Moonlight starts out with a strong push, not quite enough for the first checkpoint. Then things go from 0 to 100 just like that. Caden is now down to 17 points remaining. You couldn't have asked for an even better counter push from Caden's team there.
Yeah, really nice push coming out so far from Caden as the last row. That's a lot of work. Mincemeat can be a map where you can kind of sit back and play defense if you really want to, and getting all the way down to 17 is a lot of work, and all of the scraps in the middle of the map are going to Caden is Alastor, and they're just kind of dominating Moonlight here. Zenith with the Nautilus able to push up onto the enemy plat. Basil's between a rock and a hard place, able to find one pick, and Nolan comes in for the save. That's going to be a nice team up there. They have a Kraken online. Moonlight is going to slow the momentum and get a push going of their own.
Yeah, Moonlight definitely needing to bring themselves back into the fray here. That will be Caden's Alastor. They had a nice counter push attempt that was all about to happen, but Zenith takes out two. Basil and Shadow going down to the hands of Zenith on the Nautilus there. Definitely now make sure that Moonlight has to just restart everything there. That's gonna be delayed triple in favor of Zenith there, and that's a nice little stop that that Caden's Alastor had. I was about to remark there that Caden's Alastor had a decently good counterpush they had before getting stalled. So Moonlight was about to get themselves set up, but just ran into a Nautilus that was just ready to fire right back at them. And the Rainmaker is having to reset. Already basically about 3 minutes and 15 seconds already into the matchup there, and Moonlight is still having to break through the first checkpoint. Maybe this pick is going to help a lot of their cause there. Shadow's able to get one, runs into Zenith once more, and this Rainmaker is still stuck at mid. Moonlight doesn't have much pressure left in the tank. They do pick up the Rainmaker, but can they make it to that first checkpoint there, Fusion?
Yeah, I mean, Zenith has kind of been the MVP this game for Caden as Alastor. They've just kind of been cleaning up shop. Members of Moonlight have just been unable to stop the Nautilus, just able to hold its ground so well. Zenith really has just been kind of moving all over the map, just getting those hits on everyone. There's nothing that is stopping Zenith from just kind of chilling, slowly moving forward, approaching the enemy team and shutting them down. I think a lot of that comes from how the backline battle has been going between the snipe riders. I think that it's made it very easy for Zenith to move up. I think the threat of Basil has been shut down quite a bit. So good stuff to them. Moonlight still struggling to get through mid. They're going to need to deal with the Nautilus if they want to make something happen this game.
Yeah, Moonlight just needs to win a lot more fights. They have to contain Zenith, as you mentioned, just gain so much value with the Nautilus, the MVP of this game, if you will. But they need to find a way to shut down Caden's Alastor's team. They're just getting caught off left and right. Zenith just runs into them unsuspectingly each go around. But the story continues on. Atomic able to get one more, and it is gonna be 2 down. Moonlight does not have much firepower left. They gotta find picks, and that Zenith actually shut down. That might have been Nolan, I believe. They might went to the backhand side and able to get a lot more. 3 down. They gotta pick up this Rainmaker though. They do. Now it has to be the first checkpoint. Nolan's gonna be pushed down to the left hand side, past the splash wall, and it is picked off right away. And then now the pick has to come in here, and it is gonna be Zenith shut down once again. And they gotta get to this first checkpoint once more though. Omega's just trying to build up space. They take out 2. Atomic is shut down from behind, and now we get to see Basil trying to see if they can get this checkpoint in. They get 3 down. Somehow Moonlight is still in this, but now they gotta break through the checkpoint once again. They gotta quickly pop this Rainmaker and get it picked up right away. Crab Tank has been popped. They take out, and now there's 2 members. Zenith gets 1 onto Nolan. They have to retreat with the Rainmaker once again. It is gonna be 3 down. Now another bomb or another long range shot for the full wipeout. Things got a little tense at the end. Moonlight was looking to make a spark out of this one and just comes up short. Caden is Alastor wins game 1.
Oof, very intense end of the game there. It's always a little bit scary to see when a team is just unbreakable and then something happens in the last like 30 seconds of the game. And things begin to get very dicey. Nice checkpoint at the end. We actually saw when the 96 gal pushed up onto Snipe, and when Nolan got caught off by that bomb on the other side of mid, that was such an important angle. If Nolan was able to take that position, he could have gotten up into the spawn from the left side, and that means that someone like Zenith wouldn't be able to hold their ground here. This wouldn't be a safe spot. Just having something with a splash wall flanking from the other side means you can't just sit around and wait for things to happen. It's just like that was just such an important kill in that situation that that kind of determined how the push kind of ended up, even though he eventually was respawned and fighting with the rest of the team there. Just such a small situation could have affected how the end of that game went. Great stuff to Caden's Alastor. Who is the suction bomb user on that team? I'm still thinking. But either way, a really important pick coming out from Caden as Alastor. It was Caden. Caden got the pick.
Caden to their name, able to get that finder. I was wondering that pick onto Nolan, gain just a little past the splash. Wall that game picked off just like that might have made a huge difference with how the pressure was gonna come up, because had Nolan commanded more pressure from the left hand side, from that left side of the map, it basically would have made it so that Caden would have to be split resource wise, and then Moonlight would have had a much more stellar push. Now that enters into a few scenarios where of course Moonlight could have either crept back up to 1500 and get the lead, or still stop short regardless. Either way, we move on to Barnacle and Giant Splat Zones as Caden knows Alastor takes game 1. On to game 2, we saw Zenith get popping off with the Nautilus. I'd like to see what changes we have here. It is going to be the junior change, by the way, on the side of Moonlight. But it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, that might be the same weapons coming out of Caden as Alastor. Maybe one tweak I may have overlooked.
Yeah, interesting. We are going to be seeing the junior coming out. We've been actually seeing junior a decent bit more this tournament and more recently. I think the bombs and the bubble have had a little bit more value as of late. Here we go, Shadow with the bubble in the zone. That's going to grab some space. That's going to give Omega space for the crab tank. Not able to find a pick just yet. And while that's all happening, Caden is Alastor just destroying the rest of Moonlight. And the crab tank finds himself as the last one. They're going to be forced out here. Caden is Alastor, has a nice grab of the zone at the beginning of the game. They're looking for more.
Yeah, Moonlight had a really solid start there, building up crab tank and bubble, trying to get that push started, and then just falling a bit short. Everybody just folded just like that on offense. That allows Caden to Alastor to get set up big time there, and they're gonna get rid of that bubble there, and that's gonna be a decent amount of control here of the zone. Nolan's going to try to fight back with the Kraken. Can Nolan find anybody else? Yes, actually able to get Atomic, who was just about to jump off the platform, trying to see if they can get themselves into Zone's ground, and then able to get the find onto Zenith as well. Critical zone split, by the way, for Moonlight, as it stops the points being ticked down from Caden is Alastor. A lot of movement here from Caden on top of it. But all that being said and done, it's 2 down for Caden is Alastor. Moonlight still trying to wrestle for some control despite losing the junior once more. And Caden gets one more onto Nolan. This could be an imminent zone split here as the delay 3 comes in here. Fusion. We could be seeing Caden is Alastor. Yes, they will flip zone. Not quite the lead for Moonlight. Still not a bad response, nevertheless.
Yeah, I love the defense coming out. We had 3 members of Moonlight all grouped together. The crab tank used to protect them, but it did not end up working out quite as well. Only able to get that one pick. So Moonlight still is going to be forced out of their stack back into their spawn. And they're going to need to get another push going quickly because the penalty is already gone for Caden is Alastor. Atomic finds a nice snipe with the Zuka onto the Snipe Raider, and that means that there is going to be no cooler online. This is Moonlight's last chance. They're going to need to move in. A very nice bubble catches Zenith off guard. The Kraken's going to come into zone. That's not going to find anyone just yet. The Squeezer's in an awkward position. That's 2 members down, but the Kraken can't paint zone. That's going to be another game going to Caden is Alastor.
Key moments there from Moonlight at the end of game 2. 3 specials, not enough to flip zones. Never either way. I believe the Trizuka took out the crab that was planted on that right-hand side, and then they used the bubble trying to get the full setup. You mentioned it caught Zenith off guard, but the rest of the members fell one by one, just like that. We do get to see the push. At least they were able to continue on midway through this. There, as Zenith is able to paint so much out of that. Now, yeah, this was the one I was keeping an eye on. Was the 3 special they had? They had basically the crab tank, the Kraken, and the bubble that was around. Crab tank got shut down. Bubble was planted on that right-hand side. It throws off Zenith, gets everybody protected into the bubble. But Nolan was just the sole Kraken there. The junior went down, and then the duelies also went down as one of the members from Caden is Alastor was able to just flank them from behind and preventing a lot of painting being pushed up forward. Fusion, that was great play all around from Caden is Alastor. Valiant effort from Moonlight. I saw what they were trying to do there with the 3 specials, gained that all coordinated, but to no avail. And it goes a little bit short. And the next map has been rolled. We don't get to see the image, but what we do know, it is going to be ship shape cargo tower control coming up. Fusion, though, Moonlight has to do a reverse sweep if they want to win this one. They gotta win each map one at a time.
Yeah, they definitely need to take things one at a time if they want to make it back. And Caden as Alastor has just been pretty steadfast. Their defense has been good. We even saw when they push aggressively, they're able to finish off what each other started. It's definitely a difficult situation to try and come back in. So, Yeah, whether they're going to be able to get anything done on TC ship shape is probably going to come down to whether they're able to kind of deal with the consistent range and just crossfire that come out from Caden's Alastor, because that's been a problem for them so far. They're unable to really get those clean picks in the same way that Caden's Alastor has. I think that what they had last game with the junior was definitely interesting, but I think that they're still going to need those clean picks if they want to really win this game. I think that something like the crab tank could certainly get a lot of damage done. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Stamper Nouveau again, but no, we see the dualies instead from Omega. Still that crab tank, still so much range coming out from Caden as the last door.
Something to quickly note here. Basil switched over to Zeko Firefin scope there. You got trip strikes that are around. Double splash ball and double suction bombs for the subs from Moonlight. The trip strike choice actually a very intriguing one, but I love trip strikes on this map for control and just being able to force any stop that they can on the tower. But of course, you can't go down if you're the user holding the trip strikes. As Caden's Alastor take out two just like that. You mentioned the key thing here for Moonlight is focusing on getting some of those clean picks that they needed, but they are going to have to start this one off very slow to boot, as it is just going to be 7 points remaining. This is some pretty firm control, I might say, from Caden's Alastor there, as the sniper is there to force pain. They are 2 down. They can't really push this one up any further, so just a small push, if anything, but Moonlight may have a better response.
Yeah, a nice clean pick on the middle of the map there. We see Zenith sneaking in over on that left side by the tower, looking to try and get something done. They're now stuck in the pit. They're tapped, not able to get any picks out of that situation. That is going to be a clean first checkpoint, though, for Moonlight. And as I say that, that's a full wipe on the other side. So really, just an absolutely wild counter push from Caden is Alastor. Now Atomic with that squeezer on that top left, able to shut things down with the splash wall. Thanks to the ZF, able to kind of they're able to be challenged. Moonlight's able to challenge it a little bit more, and the Kraken's going to stop that first checkpoint from falling just as quickly. Now, Caden's Alastor actually finds themselves on the back foot here. Zenith backed up into the court, not able to find a pick on Nolan. It's going to end up in a trade. Moonlight still alive in the middle of the map and kicking another pick. Moonlight is a lot more on their feet this game. It feels like they're able to kind of take a little bit quicker fights and get what they need to do, get what needs to be done, especially with the consistent Krakens that have been coming out from Nolan. That's something that a lot of long-range weapons just don't really have a fun time dealing with, but if they wait it out, they're able to deal with it just the same. So still, Caden is the last door, and Moonlight scrapping for that middle of the map.
Yeah, not much movement has happened in the past minute there. The key thing, a lot of things to note, though, is the fact that they're taking a lot of these fights very well. As soon as we say that, it is going to be 2 down there, so it's going to be slowing down this push just a tiny bit there. But Moonlight is a little bit more firm in their decision-making. At least I was going to say that, and then Caden Alastor tells me otherwise. Had to speak words there for a second there, but what allowed some of that push to happen there was that Zenith going down means that it gives Moonlight a lot more freedom to just move up and then take some of those fights there. You saw Nolan able to spread Caden Alastor out with the Kraken and the 96 Gal Deco. But of course, things starting to fall apart quickly, just like that, as Caden Alastor winning key successive fights at that. They have to pop the crab tank defensively to get the backliners, the sniper for that matter, out of there. And this push still continues on. They finally take out the sniper here, Fusion. They throw the suction bomb in to at least buy themselves a little bit of time. The tower should be resetting here, and Caden's Alastor is going to go delayed 3 down. Moonlight is now back having to trail and having to chase back from 38 points remaining. Caden's Alastor with a great push.
Yeah, nice push, grabbing back a considerable lead. Dooley's looking for a pick. Omega's able to find one, not quite as clean as they were hoping for. But again, there's no checkpoints in the way for Moonlight. They just need the points on the board if they're able to clear out that left side. Instead, it's, I believe, Atomic able to find a nice pick on that left side. And again, Zenith coming on the flank, able to find another pick or two. That's going to be huge. Caden is Alastor with a minute left, has control of the middle of the map, shutting down yet another push for Moonlight.
Yeah, Moonlight's just trying so valiantly, trying to make a lot of these pushes happen, but to no avail. We're seeing Caden as the last one, just trying to fight back at each go round, and now Moonlight is going 2 down here. Fusion, Caden is the last sword. All they really need to do at this point is just hold on to tower. They could afford to play a little bit more defensively if they could, but that is still not quite a safe lead here because things can go out of control in a hurry. Need to see how this one plays out there as Moonlight's able to move right up ahead to 20 with 23 seconds left on the clock. We do see Omega popping the crafting on the left-hand side. Trizuka being dished out here. They are able to keep this push successfully going, but the dualies go down. So does the Zeko Fire Skull from Basil, and the Zap down on top of it. And Fusion, I think this is going to be all she wrote for this particular matchup there. Caden is Alastor, holds on successfully. It is going to be a 3-0 sweep over Moonlight. Caden on to the next round. Moonlight with second redemption in loser's bracket if they want to make it back.
Wow, that was a really good set, Kyun. And just the way that these teams were battling against each other, it felt like Caden as the Alastor kind of had the upper hand consistently. Moonlight was just like kind of throwing punches, and it felt like just consistently was bouncing back very reliably. Like when things looked like they were going in Moonlight's favor, Caden as the Alastor was just able to, especially Zenith, was able to just finish off multiple members. Like we can see just how consistently Zenith was winning these 1v1 fights, because you don't really win 1v1s versus Nautilus. You win the 2v1s versus Nautilus, just able to lock down so many areas on the map, and particularly the way that the Nautilus was able to deal with the Snipe Rider or Charger coming out from Moonlight was really important, because just Caden Alastor was able to afford Zenith that space to move all of the aggression coming out from Moonlight.
Yeah, that was honestly from that last map there, Fusion. Just Zenith really. I think we could talk more about Zenith, not just from that last map, but just the overall set there, where Zenith was able to dictate the pace of the game so well with Caden as Alastor. And just with the entire team just kind of backing him up, it basically caught Moonlight at points where they weren't able to fight back. Whenever Zenith goes down, you saw that Nolan was able to get a few pushes in just like that with the 90. But once again, when Zenith was able to get a lot more than just that, Moonlight was not able to follow them out successfully. The rest of the team was able to back them up nice. And that's kind of the theme we kind of saw with all three of the maps there, with zones being one of the ones. So that was a fun set overall. Even with the 3-0 scoreline there, we saw a lot of great moments from both teams here, Fusion.
Yeah, we absolutely did. That was just really. I mean, despite Caden as Alastor winning that through taking several of these games, and just did not quite have the edge to do so. But yeah, Caden as Alastor just kind of being just an immovable object throughout the set was very impressive, and they're going to try and do the same thing as they move into winners finals. Which let's see, is that going against Grougrou? Let's find out. It is going to be against either Grougrou or Gang. Grougrou currently up 2-0. The result of that will be interesting and available very shortly.
Yeah. So we'll be waiting. Excuse me. So Caden's last will be waiting for the winner of Grougrou versus Gang. That will be the next one coming up here for them. But for us, Fusion, that's the last. That is good. That's our last set. So we'll be switching off to a new set of commentators. Fusion, it is awesome working with you as always throughout the sets we've had. Where can the people find you?
You can find me at 8bitfusion_ on Twitter, or 8bitfusion on Blue Sky. Where can they find you, Kyun?
You can find me on the usual channels: Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky. It's all Kion2570. Just search up for that name. I do variety, and I also post a lot of nonsense. The usual standard, as always. But yeah, Fusion, once again, thank you for being an awesome partner, and for us working through the sets. But that's gonna be it for us here. New set of commentators will be coming up here shortly, but with Fusion and our streamer Rice. This is Kion saying continue to watch Proving Grounds. Your next sets will be coming up here shortly after the break.
Right then, well, for those with the benefit of Twitch.tv, my name is MR Slap, and I am here with the one, the only, the ever so wonderful, my co-commentator for the night, Glitch Cactus. Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
Hello, hello. Thank you for such an amazing introduction. Doing well. The vibes are great. Getting over just a little bit of stream issues we had, but we are back better than ever, and we do have quite the exciting set ready for all of you today.
Oh, please regale me with the set that we're coming up with.
So we are going to be looking at the loser side of the bracket, round 5. We'll be looking at Project B.A.D versus Ditlit. Teams that have been fighting their way from winners down into the loser side relatively soon. Ditlit actually has been on a win streak from the entire losers bracket, getting knocked down early on in the tournament, has been winning over the likes of Ultra Sin, Fire Emojis, Oh Wow, and they are here and want to continue that streak as Project B.A.D recently got knocked out due to Moonlight. So this is going to be quite the set we're looking at.
Wow, I'm already excited. And you know what makes me even more excited? Those amazing names. Look at, like, two absolutely beautiful names. Project B.A.D, bad, but what is Ditlit? Like that.
That's a great question. I'm curious, and I hope, like, Google has an answer, but it doesn't look like it does.
I love the name Ditlit, though. That is such a good name. Oh, sorry, Ditlit. You know, I have to say it like that because I'm British, but... Anyways, we're going to be going to Rainmaker Scorch Gorge for our first game. What do you think about this?
Oh, it's a Splatoon 3 classic. It is a core map mode that you have to go to almost every tournament. Great opportunities for quick pushes and long stalls. Great areas on the map where you could just bring the Rainmaker into either of those corner pits and just hold it to hold your point advantage that you have. It leads for a lot of great opportunities, and if played correctly, you can see some insanely strong lockouts, making it hard for the defending team to break out.
You know, exactly, but this is also a very easy map to, like, push through and just snowball into a very quick victory. So we're going to be seeing two different sides of the very same coin on this map.
Absolutely, and
well, we could
one thing
see
I'm
at least.
interested is the comps that these players will bring. Now, obviously, everyone knows a Rainmaker Classic and solo queue is Sploosh, but I'd love to see weapons long range wise that could have advantage here. We could see pencil, we could see some chargers. I'd love, honestly, to see if anyone brings out the heavy for a little bit of Kraken, because that's been very popular lately when it comes to Rainmaker on Scourge. Are there any weapons that you're looking forward to possibly seeing here, Slap?
Oh, okay. Okay. Realistically looking forward to seeing, or just me personally wanting to see? Because those are two very different things.
Let's start with you personally. What would you personally love to see played or brought?
Me personally, I would love to see a big swig coming in. Personally, that's just me. I love a big swig, me. But maybe add a little sprinkle of blob lobber in there. You know, maybe.
Okay.
But
okay.
I think realistically, we're probably just going to be seeing, you know, the same tried and true. Maybe a pencil. You know, maybe an NZAP Grey. You know, we're probably just going to be seeing a lot of the same stuff, but there's also a lot of room for experimentation when it comes on, like, to a map like this and a mode like this. As you were saying, like with the Kraken, and, you know, a lot of things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And a weapon I just thought of when you mentioned the blob is sloshers in general. With this map, you
Oh
have the
yeah.
opportunity for ledges, such as the slosher. Even the machine is able to just poke out under and hold tightly on either the snipes or lower bottom right. But thankfully, speculation no more. We get to see what these players are bringing out right away as we head into Rainmaker on Scourge Gorge.
Indeed. Now let's see what we are going to be seeing. Oh, there we go. The pencil, the slosher already coming out as we said beforehand. And we're seeing a lot of gals right now.
Oh yes, both 52s, one on each side, and there is a 96 gal with the Kraken, but I also would love to point out the Carbon Roller. That's going to be huge here if they're able to get enough paint output to have it shark around right off the bat. We're going to see Cardi here trying to apply some right pressure, find any picks that they can, but 52 is going to come up from the other side and get the pick as well. Cooler is also popped for Project Bad with one player advantage and Cooler up. They're looking to start pushing a little bit further as they look to apply pressure on their ramp.
You know, Ingzuka out already. They are firmly pushing straight back into that first checkpoint, but none of them have realized about like the Rainmaker yet because they were just waiting for them to go down and down again. And there we go. 3 picks right off the bat. A wipeout as well. Project Bad pushing it straight to that first checkpoint. It's so easy to get to, but now this is where the hard bit is. You're able to get your pencil up there on the high ground there, but all of the other bits of high ground are right where the defenders want to be. But as you see right now, 2 specials going off straight away. 2 more people go down, and that might be it. No, the Rainmaker goes down.
Wow, I mean, look, that was such an incredible push all the way down to 12, and their push isn't over. They continue to get the pop. They get it all the way down to 5. This is not only just a regular push, this is a monstrous push by Project Bad, pushing it all the way up to 5, and we're only a minute 15 into the game. If you're Ditlet right now, you are a little bit terrified by the pure willpower that Project Bad has over you, not only getting that early wipeout, but the positioning they had and the map coverage. As Rainmaker's going to reset, Ditlet has to look to take space, get some picks, and try to even just push for this first checkpoint.
Yeah, no, exactly. And like the one thing that you were mentioning earlier about that Carbon Roller, they have no in control on the map right now. So that Carbon Roller cannot shark. It has to just go gung-ho, try and get a pick as soon as they possibly can. But here we go. Kraken comes out. This could definitely be the pushing moment here for Ditlet to be able to come back. And as we were talking earlier about trying to lock someone out, Ditlet no longer have that luxury to lock someone out. They have to push in. They have to get lower than 5 points remaining. And that is so low. And even though you've got the Ingzuka around, you're trying to get picks, you've got 2 people down if you're Ditlet now. And so that push right there has firmly been stopped, but no, they're just trying to go and get even more. 2 picks going down right now for Project Bad, and Ditlet now have the moment to be able to push back into this, but no, the barrier is being popped for Project Bad as the Slosher is looking to get another pick.
Oh, and the Slosher somehow escapes with a 2v1, going for 3, gets 3, almost a full wipeout just by hit for 70 alone. That's insane. We do see that one player sharking around. That was the Carbon with a great pick. Like you mentioned before, Slap, about how not having enough paint for Ditlet, it seems their comp in general is just very aggro, pick heavy. They're looking for fights, looking to get the picks when they can. But Project Bad's comp is very paint oriented. I mean, the Slosher, the shot, you have the pencil, which paints so much. It makes it really hard for Ditlet to even get their Carbon anywhere in an advantage state to try to get picks. Azuka from the side will take care of 2 for Ditlet. Project Bad is such a great advantage right now. And look at the push this Rainmaker once more.
What a 2-for-1 deal in Project Bad. They are not letting up as they are pushing that Rainmaker forward. They're keeping it on that checkpoint there, which was to their detriment as the Rainmaker does get dropped. 2 people also have gone down from Project Bad as they are forced to retreat and just try and keep that map control while the Rainmaker is sat there on that first checkpoint. But oh, look at that. What a lovely pick going down there for the Slosher.
These players on Project Bad know what they're doing. They're getting such amazing picks and using just their game knowledge and their game sense to their advantage here. I mean, just look at that great wall used there, trying to get a couple picks there. Project Bad is really securing a strong hold of mid, even if they're in a player advantage. I mean, look at this shark right here by Labby right now. They don't know they're here, and they're going to go in for the Rainmaker. They get 1. They're going to turn around and get 2, and that's going to put them again at a player advantage. These players on both sides have players that are great at sharking, and they're using it to their advantage. Jumps will come in here for Ditlet. They're going to try to poke off the pencil a little bit if they can, but the pencil's distance will not be enough for them to get that pick. Rainmaker will get popped. 2-player advantage right now for Ditlet as they try to make their way for the first checkpoint once again.
Yeah, no, and it looks like they might just be able to get it here. No, they don't. That Slosher just destroys the Rainmaker one tiny second, one a little pixel before they were able to touch the top of that checkpoint. And there we go. Unfortunately, Hero jumping off the map. You don't want to catch that on stream. But unfortunately, and look at that. 30 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like this might be it for Ditlet.
You know, I gotta say, I just love the fact that they knew what happened and they booyah'd on their way out. That is probably the best way to go. Zuka's gonna be popped here by the carbon roller, but they're gonna get picked out right away with the tri-strikes. 15 seconds left on the clock. Player advantage in favor of Project Bad. All they have to do is hold. Don't let Ditlet get any kind of control here to try to pop. As we're counting down the final 5 seconds, Kraken's gonna come out, try to get a pick. They will get one, but without the Rainmaker to come through to help with that other pick as well. Game number 1 is going to be secured for Project Bad.
Yeah, no, as you were saying earlier, the entire Ditlit composition of the team, that just goes straight for aggression and just straight to, okay, we're going to rush you now. We're going to get picks. We're going to get fights. And, you know, Project Bad just didn't let them get any of those fights. They didn't let them get any of those picks. They were like, we're just going to defend for a little bit. We're going to fend you guys off until we get that Rainmaker firmly in our grasp, and we're just going to charge and charge and charge and push as much as we possibly can. And then the entire game from there was defense.
Yeah, and I mean, one strong push is all it takes when it comes to a map mode like this. I mean, even pushing to like the 20s is enough, but they secured a solid push down to 5, and one, I mean, that's just gotta be exhilarating if you're Project Bad. A strong push, a strong hold. I mean, their comp, it was just so solidified. They were playing so well around each other. Overall, that that game was over by the time it was even halfway through. Just excellent performance by Project Bad. For Ditlit, you know, going that one game down, they still tried their best. They were able to get close to that first checkpoint, but just not enough. So with this stage counter pick that we're going to be waiting for a Clan Blitz mode, it's got to be something that they're going to be confident in, that they can go in with. And who knows, with that Kraken, maybe bring out some Kraken cheese?
Oh yeah, no, definitely, most definitely we're going to be seeing some Kraken cheese. I think everybody knows by now that that is like one of the tried and true just shove a power climb in that basket now please strategies that you can do on any map, just for Clan Blitz. Like, it's so easy just to pop a Kraken and get pushed straight in there with it. So I believe we are definitely going to be seeing that, especially if they bring that 92 gal out again. But who knows what stage they're going to be picking, because, you know, it's a counter pick stage. You can pick anything you want. You can either go to something tried and true that you're comfortable on, but the other team's going to be comfortable on, or it's going to be something that nobody's really comfortable on, and, you know, you just have to throw chaos to the wind. But we are going to be seeing Barnacle and Dime. Now, what do you think about Barnacle and Dime?
Barnacle and Dime, it has great opportunities for strongholds in mid to go back and forth, but when you're able to get a strong lockout by holding the enemy's ramp is when things can get dangerous. Obviously, you have the top right, but with that ledge, any slosher, which we know that Project Bad does have, can be some dangerous territory. This is really an opportunity for another lockout heavy map, just by the way the map is built and how you can position yourself. So it's interesting to see this counter pick, but again, like we mentioned with the Kraken cheese, it's almost a given for every Clan Blitz map, so we could see that being brought to the advantage for Ditlit. It's just going to have to come with either a lot more ping control, or it's going to have to be strong holds on their end for defense to be able to get a Kraken to go through and get that in, because like we've seen, Project Bad is very aggressive, and they work very well together. They go in together as a team, which is very important, turning any 1v1 situation into a 2v1, making it very hard.
Yeah, no, but as once again we look back at the comp that Ditlit did have, they are just so aggressive with that composition. I feel like this is definitely going to benefit that carbon roller a lot, because this map right here has so many more advantages and flanks for you to just come around, jump off of. You know, we're going to be seeing so much more movement, hopefully, from them, and seeing them get into very tricky situations to put Project Bad in a bit more precarious positions themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really going to come down to playing your best, especially in a situation like here where we're at match point for Project Bad. They win this, they're moving on, and if Ditlit loses, they're out of the tournament. So Ditlit is hoping that this map counter pick is going to be strong. We're not seeing any comp change coming out from Project Bad. Of course, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But we are going to see the double 52 come out by Ditlit, not bringing out any 96 gal for any type of Kraken cheese. So I'm interested if they think double wall is what they're going to need to stop any aggressive push that Project Bad could have out.
And did you just see that arcing the shots of that 52 over that wall to get a pick? Project Bad already starting just as hot as they did last time. As they go, but no, the carbon roller, my bad. We were just talking so much about the Kraken there, I got slipped up. But there we go, the carbon roller again, making some tricky plays, able to finally get that pick, but no, 3 people go down for Ditlit. And once again, Project Bad able to make once an amazing push, pushing straight in, but their clams are just not coming together. They're throwing them, chucking them all there to Labby, seeing if they can get one. No, but no, they don't actually. They get the power clam right there. 20 points down, but no more clams are going in.
No, Ditlit is doing an excellent job at a defensive lineup right now, holding as long as they can. Barry is going to come right back up, and thankfully they weren't in any dangerous territory. But the positioning right now by Project Bad is getting a lot of great picks on them. The Carbon can't shark in and go forward. You can't help but feel that a lot of the special usage by Ditlit is not going to be very effective. I mean, double whale can only do so much for you if you don't have the pure aggression of the double Zukas going through. So right now, I mean, just look at this pure aggression right now. It feels like the players are Ditlit are just going in one at a time and not together as a unit, and that's causing them to fall apart. I mean, that Zuka right there gets 2 down and holds such more aggression. The pencil sees the 52. They score another power clam in. They're holding strong. Slosher holding this ledge like Sloshers should be doing. Clams are getting tossed in ever so slightly here to keep furthering the lead. A power clam's probably going to come in. Will be enough time to get in and score, and it will not be. It looks like they miss, and it will not go through.
That is so unfortunate for both sides right there, because, you know, just because that was a deficit of 10 points, you've only been able to clear about like 39 points there on that checkpoint. And if Ditlit were able to pick up that last pity clam, they would have had 2 power clams right there raring to go. But they were just pushed at that single point there at the ledge. None of them could drop down at all. And now they're just trying their best to push straight back into that mid. But it looks like, you know, they were able to get the 52 down now, Project Bad. And it's just looking like, there we go, the Inkzuka coming out. And are we going to be seeing another one of those iron wall of a defense? And, you know, the Killer Whale's getting popped. But as you said earlier, how effective is that really going to be against a team like this?
Yeah,
oh, but there we go.
Yeah, the Carbon going in for that nice shark on the side. They're able to get one, pairing it with the Zuka of the shot to get another player down. Slosher does have strikes ready for a stall point if they need it, but they're going to probably wait for their players to come up and wait for any type of aggressive push that Ditlit's going to have. There's the first score by Ditlit. They're able to get one in, but a player's going to go down. The strikes are going to put more pressure on. Players are just feeding in on both sides. It's now a 2v1 on the board with the last player finding the 52. It's going to be a full wipeout for Ditlit, and Project Bad is going to be able to quickly and easily maneuver their way back into mid, securing space that they had before, because they already have so much pain on the ground still like they had. Ditlit was not able to pin up their ground. They just went for a pure aggro push, and it just was not enough to score more than just the 1 power clam.
You know, that is so unfortunate if you're Ditlit, because you had that pity clam right there, sitting there. If you had somebody just go back and get it and jump in, you would have been in the lead. But unfortunately, all of them just went straight down, and a wipeout happened. Thanks once again to incredible special usage and an iron wall of a defense. I keep saying it, Project Bad are so good at just tightening that back end up and just making sure that nothing gets in there.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing such a great job. Unfortunately here, Ditlit will have a 2v1 situation to get down the V-shot. Zuka's going to try to find another pick on the side here. It will be unsuccessful, playing for this mid-space, finally pinning up a little more than they did before. But with that pencil and shot they have on the other side, it's just applying so much pressure. 52 will go down here. That's going to be 3 plays. That's a full wipeout! Oh my goodness! Ditlit was finally able to score what they needed, and that's a full wipeout. 1 power clam goes in, 2 power clams go in. That's going to be a lead swap. Zuka will find a pick on the Slosher. More clams will be scoring in. They're down to 44. Zuka comes out by the car, but they go down to a bomb. The whale is called out again. More clams being scored. More picks on the board. Ditlit is in a great position right now, just destroying Project Bad right now in this offense-defensive battle. It's a 2v2 on the board. Pushes over. Jumps coming in for Project Bad to try to push back Ditlit any bit they can, but with the player still running around their base, they're making it hard for them to just get out of their own spawn and even take mid, leaving Ditlit have pretty much full mid control.
Yeah, no, and look at that. 20 seconds left on the clock. If you're Project Bad, you need to be moving, and you need to be moving now. But look behind you. There's somebody still there. They were never dealt with. They jumped straight back in that carbon roller, getting a pick, getting 2 picks. And look at that. 10 seconds left on the clock. Ditlit are still just pushing in, trying to snuff out any chance of overtime being hit. But a Killer Whale is going to push you back. And there we go as we hit overtime, and this is your last opportunity of your Project Bad. You need to be going in now, but look at the relentless aggression that Ditlit's comp allows them to do. They are just pushing further and further, trying to make sure that Project Bad cannot get any single semblance of map control, but here comes the strike, but no, people are going down in mid as well, and there we go, it's almost a wipeout, only the pencil's up.
And with that, not enough time. The fights that were there in mid were too strong, and Ditlit was able to hold it and make that 20 seconds of overtime go down to 0. No push needed, no push going to happen. Ditlit ties the score 1-1, and we're going to a game 3.
I am on the edge of my seat. I did not know that was going to happen whatsoever. I did not believe in my brain as an unbiased commentator. I was firmly like, okay, yeah, you know, I think Project Bag's going to take this 2-0, but no, Ditlit having their second win with 1 minute left in the game and showing us that it's all to play for still. Never count them out. Look, that was just absolutely insane, that final push.
Yeah, I mean, just that pure aggression they had. And look, they were ready for another one, too. They had 2 power clamps in hand, ready to score once more. And that's just truly incredible. They were able to just stall it with fighting as well, making it really hard for any of their players to get hit right away. Overall, and a fantastic game played by them, which we thought might have been over from the beginning because of Project Bad getting that early score on. But Ditlit, like you said, showed they're not down yet. It's not over, and they could bring it back. That they did, and they're looking maybe to bring back this mini reverse sweep as we're looking at our next map mode combination for game number 3, Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy.
I just want to say that was instantly picked as well. We didn't need any thinking. We didn't need any waiting. They were like, okay, we're going Inkblot. Like, you can tell that Project Bad, they know what they're doing on this map.
Yeah, I mean, Tower Control Inkblot is a classic. It's a staple in the community. It's been used constantly since Splatoon 2, and we're gonna keep seeing it forward on and on again. I mean, it is a classic tiebreaker that we've seen repeatedly in finals or in semis when it comes to many tournaments overall. So it's definitely a common ground that teams know how to maneuver on, and that's the one thing about this map mode that almost every team knows what to do on this map. They have their way of playing it. It's not a map that anyone really wants to go to, but eventually has to play anyway because everyone knows what to do. So it's going to be very interesting to see whose idea, whether it's Project Bad or Ditlit's, of how this map mode plays will be the right way for them to go in and take this game victory for the set.
Yeah, no, and I definitely feel like Project Bad did choose this as like a little bit of like, you know, an underhand for themselves because their whole playstyle is a lot more defensive, and I feel like you can be a lot more defensive on tower control especially. So who knows what we're going to be seeing as this game as we go straight in. As you can see, you know, that Junior and the Bubbler being chosen for Ditlit instead of another 52.
I do love the idea of it, having that bubble special to secure a checkpoint for you, especially if you're able to start a very strong push. They are able to get one player down right off the bat from Project Bad and apply more pressure with the Zuka, and Cardi on the side just sharking as they're going to try to move forward. Carol will start moving. Zuka's going to try to hold it off and cancel it just a little bit, but that push is going strong. I believe that they do have some more specials ready. Yes, they do. Zuka is going to come on through, apply more pressure. This is going to be the first checkpoint cleared by Ditlit, as it is to be one player down on both sides. They just have to play their aggression here slowly and put these players back while they can, as strikes will come out. Zuka will come out as on the other side. Just a lot of pressure being put down for both sides, and a nice flank caught up by Hero.
You know, I'm just going to shove my words into a casserole and eat it right now because I was so ready for this to be a Project Bad sweep. Ditlit were doing absolutely insane at the start of this game, already getting 70 points and a checkpoint down, and 3 people have just gone down for Ditlit as I'm speaking though. So Project Bad are now stepping on that tower, putting out a killer well, they put out some soda, and now they are getting that first checkpoint down as well.
Great checkpoint cleared, as well as the lead. Strikes would be popped out to try to push it a little bit further, but they are going to be in a player disadvantage, forced to back up, but try to hold this right side. Cardi drops down to see if they can find a pick on one. Instead of getting picked up by the water, they will barely get caught out by another player. Zuka's popped as well to apply extra pressure. Pencil's holding it on the side. Last Zuka shot goes out and finds one in a help for that 2v1 from a long distance. And this is going to be try to be another push, but the Zuka will cancel them out from Ditlit's side as well. It is a very just strong back and forth and trade heavy moment right now in the game.
And with that bubbler up, you've only got 3 points to clear until you've got the lead. But no, they get shot off with only one point taken off that 70 because of that tri-strike. Again, that tri-strike is doing wonders for Project Bad. They're using it to push in, they're using it to defend, but no, they do lose the lead as I am talking about that. And just look at how incredibly close this game is.
Both teams are giving it their all for a chance to bring it home. Like you said, it's so close. Just a 5-point difference right now with aggression and getting trade of pushes back and forth repeatedly. Both teams are trying their hardest right now to stall it out, get the picks where they can, and push even further towards that second checkpoint. But both teams are making it so hard for each other. Carpet's coming around for a flank. Can they find a pick on the 52 with the ledge camp? Will they be able to find it? I don't think so, but they're going to jump out just to stay safe because they are at a disadvantaged state. It's just a pretty much a middle ground, a stalemate in mid as both teams are trading off a player one by one, making it very hard for any team to want to push any bit further.
Yeah, no, exactly. And once again, Ditlit have this tower as we reach only 2 minutes left on the clock. They just need to be staying there. A random bomb gets chucked in and is able to find someone. As there we go, one person down for each team right now as Ditlit continue pushing. They're at that second checkpoint, but they're getting bombarded by a suction bomb and a 52 gal shooting at you, and there we go, the wipeout has happened. Project Bad now getting all of that ink control there in mid, trying to push in just a little bit, even getting that little bit of an ink line there. And now look at, they've got the soda on lock, and they also have the killer well, and then the Trizuka. One shot goes off, 2 shots go off. You're down there, but you've still got one left. You shoot it up, and look at that, a kill going down there for that 52 as they push in even more. The tri-strikes coming out once again. Are they going to be able to defeat that 50 checkpoint that is able to be set there by Ditlit? Will they get through it? No, yes they do, yes they just barely do, and they're continuing to stand there, and they're past that second checkpoint. That is so good for Project Bad.
Oh, that wipeout was probably the last thing they really wanted, and continuously, once you get control of that badge, it makes it so hard to push back. Look at this defense that Ditlit just can't have. The aggression by Project Bad, getting player after player down. It's just the junior. They're pushed away. The last checkpoint was cleared. They're counting down the points. They're riding the tower. They're jumping onto it. Players are jumping to the tower. It is a 1-point game away from victory. Players are getting splatted. Who's even alive? I can't even tell. And then with 1 point remaining, Ditlit survives, and somehow, with 30 seconds left to go, has to KO if they want a chance at winning this game.
With 30 seconds left on that clock, Project Bad getting every special that they can just to fend you off. This is a mountain. No, this is an entire planet for Ditlit to climb if they want to get back in this. And there we go, 2 people going down. But there we go, Inkzuka coming out, just trying to get any sort of pick that they can, trying to just stagger Project Bad so that they can get that tower there. But no, the Inkzuka coming out for Project Bad as well. Now, they just need one person to jump on that tower. But no, the Tri-Strikes coming out, able to just clinch an overtime. Though, are we going to see anything? No, we are not, as Project Bad is able to take that game and the set after a very, very, very hard-fought match there from Ditlit.
Wow, talk about a game long full of stall and just stalemate, but being able to be turned into a huge push for Project Bad, securing them. What a fantastic win over Ditlit. It looked like Ditlit had an opportunity after a great win that second game, pushing hard this second game with a couple points of a lead. But overall, Project Bad locked in when it was needed most, securing not only just the wipeout that really led them for this monstrous push and a great stagger on to Ditlit. Here you can see in the replay, GG Strikes comes out, a great special to have for tower control, and that last player squid rolls fancily onto the tower to take it, causing them the win.
That was so hard fought from Ditlit, though. Like, you have to give Ditlit so many props right now. They, oh my god. I thought that they were getting the sweep there, the reverse sweep. I thought they were coming back. But Project Bad, that was a masterful push from them, just to be able to get to 1 point remaining, just so close to that knockout. But, all that did in the end was just give Ditlit that little bit of false hope, as you said, the GG Strikes coming out and just snuffing that final push out before it could even happen. But just absolutely beautiful from Project Bad that game.
Yeah, they brought it all to the table, and they're going to keep pushing forward as they will move on to the rest of losers bracket. Just causing an unfortunate Ditlit's end of their loser bracket run, like I mentioned earlier, coming all the way from the beginning round. So GG's to Ditlit, putting it all out and doing their best. Project Bad will move on. It looks like they will be going to face Gang in round number 6 of the losers bracket.
Gang.
Love
What a
these teams,
name.
right? love these team names.
Yeah, love these teams. Love these teams.
Now, thankfully, I don't believe we will be going
Toya Ben? Okay, yo. Okay.
Yes. No break.
Are we going to a break now?
Are ready. No, these teams are
No
ready
break.
to go. Gang was ready. They have a room up and they're ready to go. We are like, so that's why we're seeing these team names raring to go. If you were not tired of Project Bad yet, good thing, because they are still here. Gang, like mentioned, is here. Recently getting knocked out by Grougrou in the semis of winners. So they're looking to get right back.
You're telling me that we had Crew versus Gang.
We did. I wish that was a joke.
That is absolutely insane. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to get into this. Like, the one name that I recognize definitely is Toya Ben, because I believe they did heavily shout out the recent Squids for Palestinian Kids tournament that happened, which I was very thankful to be a part of. So I can give nothing but massive props to Toya Ben right now, and they are really good at the game as well. Like, honestly, like, just look at everybody on that Gang team. They are all absolutely amazing, but do not count Project Bad out, though. We just saw what they can do last game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players on both sides I've seen around not only just in tournaments, but also, of course, online on Twitter, just doing what they do best, and either that's having great clips to share from games or sharing the tournament results. So definitely great players on both sides, giving it their all, especially what seems to be a very close and stacked Proving Grounds tournament. So both of these teams are going to give it their all this next round. Looks like the first match that it will be going down on is going to be Tower Control on Mako Mart.
Oh, I absolutely love Mako Mart. It's an amazing stage. I feel like Tower Control is really good on that map as well. It's just one of those maps that's really easy to defend on when you get to like those first couple checkpoints. Like, you have so many vantage points if you're the defenders that it's so hard to get through when you're attacking. But if you can get through, that just makes your defense even easier.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Tower Control and Mako Mart, once you get past that first checkpoint, two things can happen, right? You have the opportunity to stall it out and push back and make sure that a team that's on the offensive side does not push forward. But if you are able to get in, though, that can cause a very large snowball for that second and third checkpoint. We've seen it time and time again. These teams are capable of causing what can be just a one checkpoint clear to a multi-checkpoint clear with just one push. And that's just how this map goes. That's how they're able to apply their aggression and their pressure and make it very dangerous for any team on the opposing side. So I'm interested to see what their comps are going to be turning into, what they might bring out that would cause this to happen, because I guarantee we see at least one dominant team push for a snowball effect for these checkpoints during this game.
Yeah, no, but who knows what we're going to see. Like, you asked me this question, but what do you personally want to see? What weapon do you just want to see brought out for no reason right now?
So a weapon I'd love to see for no reason at all would probably have to be the Vanilla Stamper. I know this map is not very favorable for Zipcasters, but that weapon overall and Zipcaster in general has such great opportunities to make amazing plays, especially on Tower Control with that little bit of tech you can use on the tower to zip to it and claim it, and that can really be the end all for the game. But it has so much room to just do so much damage. So that's my random pick of the day if I had to pick one for this.
And next game, we are going to be asking the stream organizer what their random weapon pick is. So stay tuned for that. But right now, let's take a look at this game coming up.
Oh, I already love to see similar comp coming out of Project Bad. Gang will pull the Vanilla Stamper. Oh my god, it's here. The Vanilla Stamper. My random pick has been brought out by a smiley face player. I love that. I wish they had their actual names so I could shout them out. This is already going to be a fantastic game. We are seeing the Range Blaster as well. A lot of chip damage going to be applied out with the Squeezer too. This is just an amazing comp coming out from Gang. as Project Bad now is fighting to stay alive here, trying to create some space. Trades will go down. Gang now is going to be in a player 2v2, now with that being close to a delayed wipe. No team is ready to push forward as there's constant stalemate of trades being happening in mid.
Yeah, no, just pick after pick after pick. People just jumping straight back into the action. Probably thanks to Soda, but we are seeing no short of splats happening in the mid here, as nobody's been able to jump on that tower except for Gang just for a second, but that second is instantly going to be trampled, as here we go, Project Bad gets on the tower, and they instantly take that lead, and they are going straight to that first checkpoint.
First checkpoint is going to be counting down, close to being cleared. The Stamper will go off a trade-off on the side, and the 52 will go down, getting picked off by Gang. Project Bad now has to try to form a defensive wall as they're trying to hold together their stack and that area by the first checkpoint to not force any type of push. Zuka will come out. Will they be able to stop it? No, they will go down. Zuka wins that fight as they look to apply more pressure and hold on to the side, but they are the only player alive. They're going to try to stall up the tower, but they will get called down and picked off, and now Project Bad is making their way to holding a defensive lineup, and Gang's the one pushing the tower.
You know, the one thing that I realized about the comp of Gang though, is that they don't really have too much to deal with that pencil. You know, that pencil is just going to be picking them off straight from afar, and I don't believe they have much they can do about that, but they are, you know, I am just eating my words once again as they're able to push through that first checkpoint, get to the second, and they are just continuing to take pick after pick, and maybe even get through the checkpoint now, but no, two of them going down, one of them jumps out, as Fishy is the only person up now, trying to just fend everyone off from making a counter push. What a game this is, Cactus.
Oh man, and I was gonna just mention, this is the snowball effect I was talking about. Once you're able to really secure a great push, it is really hard to break out of it, but it looks like Project Bad might have found their way out from Gang's push, all the way down to 34, half of that second checkpoint cleared. Fishy was still alive though in their spawn, and now they're getting jumps in. They're really solidified on this squeeze. They're getting these picks and just moving around, but unfortunately it looks like a bomb on the wall will pick them off. The pushes is not over as they're still applying pressure. It is just the pencil alive, and once again Gang is still continuing this push that they have set for themselves. They really want this second checkpoint.
You know, and even with that Soda down, they are so relentless with the aggression. There we go, Zipcaster coming in from that vanilla stamp that you prophesized somehow, that you brought to light, and it's still just pushing in, trying to just throw those burst bombs in, just try and get those power slashes, but gets nothing more, unfortunately. But what they did cause is that distraction, that vital distraction where you're not looking at mid anymore, so the Gang are able to just procure mid still, get more in coverage. But look at that Slosher coming in from behind. They're able to get the range blaster, and now they're just going in straight more. But I think they were they taken care of?
They might have been. It might have been ended off as a trade or a jump out, as now the players of Project Bad are just stopping this tower any bit that they can. But again, with these players just being kind of all over the place, it's really hard for Project Bad to find an escape route. Gang just seems to be everywhere where they're not looking, just finding picks constantly. There goes Toyabin going down, getting pinched by two. One player will go down to 52 against the wall. It is now a 3v2 on the board, but strikes will be popped to stall it out. Can Phoenix survive the fight of the Slosher? Yes, they will, with a nice shot over the ledge, getting that pick here, and now they're going to try to stall out this ledge. Gang is notoriously just causing problems and making it so hard for Project Bad to find any way out of this.
Yeah, no, exactly. Look, Ingzuka comes out as well. You've got the Wavebreaker and the Soda. Stereo specials coming out from everyone in this game right now, and they are still just staying on that tower. Gang. What a beautiful, mix of defense and aggression somehow. They are just managing to stall that tower for them, and just look at Toyabin hiding from that Ingzuka. What a strat, holding that Squid Surge on the bottom of the tower so they wouldn't get hit, using that moving cover. And there we go. Two people are still down there for Project Bad, as it looks like this game is firmly in the grasp of Gang. But no, one more Defiance. No, instantly gets stopped by that Stamper. But they get stopped themselves. This is your last moment if you're Project Bad to get in and try and get some form of a push. Can they do it, Cactus?
Oh, with strikes coming out, they're going to try to stall it just a little bit more. We're going to see overtime begin into 2-player advantage, but here's the Stamper, sharking away. They're looking for 1, they get 1, they're looking for 2, they get 2. Can they secure it for 3? They're fighting for it, they will not, they will get picked off and traded out. It's just the Slosher alive holding the tower, but that's going to be a wipeout. And Gang with 3 players looking at the tower and shooting it is going to secure that game victory. Just when Project B.A.D thought everything was going so well for that last minute overtime push. The Stamper shuts it down.
Yeah, that was just... where was my big swig last game, by the way? How come you get your pick in the actual game? Huh? Why do you get special treatment? But no, anyway, I digress. Let's get back to this game at hand. As we see, we were just talking about it the whole time. Gang just had that. They just stalemated the game. They just made sure that Project B.A.D wasn't able to do anything right until the end there. But even then, that Stamper just came out and procured every single kill that they could get. Look at them sharking here. Look at them smiling with that wide open mouth. Bam! They get 1. They jump in, slash someone else right on the tower. And even if you're not getting any splats there, they were just dealing damage. Look, they even get slightly a damage trade there at least, and they already go down to the assist. And there we go. The wipeout happens. That was just amazing defense and amazing attack there from Gang. And they were just playing an absolute clinical game there, Cactus.
Yeah, they were playing like they were unstoppable, and that's what you love to see. I do want to give props though for Project B.A.D not allowing any form of a KO. That was a very long stalemate towards that second checkpoint of Gang that they were able to continuously stop over and over again. But unfortunately, it was not enough to have to turn into an aggressive side, and they're going to have to try to find an opening as we're looking at our next map mode combination being Splat Zones on Robo Ramen.
Yeah, no, exactly. This seems, you know what? I don't know how well this is going to go for both teams really. I feel like Gang might be switching it up a little bit. I don't know. I feel like they probably do have a very, very wide selection of things to play in this comp, but I can't theorize about it as we're already going into the game.
Yep, no time for theorizing. They're just ready to go.
Let's see what does happen though, guys. Let's see.
52. I love the change up from Labby coming out, and on the side of Gang, I don't think they changed anything at all. Yeah, they kept their comp the same. I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Why would you? Project B.A.D's hoping that the 52 is able to apply extra damage or extra space with the wall of their own and Whale, as they will be the first ones to cap that zone. But if no pick's going to go on the board, are they able to find their first ones to keep this push going? It looks like it's going to be a trade-off by the Blaster and the Slosher. Stamper's in mid to try and apply more pressure, but the pain output from Project B.A.D is just steadily enough applying it. Here comes Labby with the 52, trying to find a pick on 1. Can they find it? No, they get traded out again, and zone again will continue to be in favor for Project B.A.D as a zip by Gang tries to come up, but gets picked off by the pencil. Great shot, and Project B.A.D doing a great job of zone hold.
Yeah, no, we might be seeing exactly what we saw last game of just instantly we're seeing a switch up. Instantly we're going to be seeing Project B.A.D getting that second game. But you know what? I feel like Gang still have all of the ability in the world to get back into this, even though half of that zone is now down on the side of Project B.A.D.
Yeah, and Gang's unfortunate not favor. They keep getting the picks, but they're getting them as trades, which is not what you want to see. It's not enough. Just when you think, though, that it might be over for a push to keep going, Gang finally swaps it over. Zip comes out to trying to find a pick on the pencil. Can they find it in time? No, they will not. The shot will help it as well, but the aggression that Gang has gets 1, gets 2, looking for a third with that jump shot will not be solidified, and Labby survives the 2v1 and getting out of that unscathed. They're going to try to put more forward pressure down as the points are continuously ticking down, but with the aggression of Gang that's putting on, players are still going down, securing that zone. We might see a swap in lead very soon.
Yeah, no, definitely. Gang, as soon as they got that first taste of the zone, as soon as they got control, they were just relentless. But there we go, just before 6 points shy of losing that lead, Project B.A.D were able to just for a single moment get that zone back, and that put so many deficit points in the way of Gang from taking that lead. But with 3 picks down for Project B.A.D, Gang now get that zone back, and they are just ticking away trying to get that precious lead.
Yeah, I love what the Stamper is doing with the Zip Caster. Just really using it instead of just trying to get picked, use it as a stall. Use it as the players have to look at them. We saw 3 players looking at them there. With Zuka and Strikes being popped now, 2 players being down for Gang, although one great drop shot by Fishy, able to get 1 pick. It's going to be 2-player down situation. Project Bad in favor of the zone again, and they're trying to move forward, but the Blaster will get 1, causing the other player to have to back up. Zuka will find another. They're looking for 1 more pick as they see a player on the side sharking, and they will get it. And that's going to be another zone flip off, a delayed wipeout here for Project Bad. Gang looking to really try to get this lead swap if they can, but Project Bad has just been so relentless, trying to hold on to that lead they have for so long.
You know, one thing that I just want to point out for Project Bad, they are just so good at just building these specials and then instantly using them to turn that zone over so they don't lose any points. And once again, right there, taking it just before those deficit points can go all the way down to 0. The Pencil even getting another kill right at the end, and even with that soda there in mid, people are just dropping down. And there we go, easing an Inkzuka right to the face, but now Gang coming out with an Inkzuka of their own, but with 2 people down, it's not really going to be too much of a help as Project Bad continue to just tick down on their deficit points of their own, and they might even get a knockout here as they continue to push straight back into Gang spawn.
That's right. Penalty points are now over. Real points counting down. We're under the 30-point marker for Project Bad. They get a pick on the Stamper, which is huge. That means there's no Zip Caster to stall him out. The Zap will try to shark on the side, but it will get called out. Wave will get thrown by the Blaster, and the Blaster will get a solid direct with only 8 points to go. It's just the Blaster alive. Can they stall the zone by getting any picks? I don't think it will be enough, and no, it will not. Jumps cannot come in soon enough. Project Bad survives, making the score tied to 1-1. Looking at a game 3.
These games are electric right now. Like, the intensity I can feel coming from both these teams right now is palpable. I can feel it in the air because it's just going back and forth like a pendulum, going one way and then another. The game was firmly with Project Bad at the start, then Gang was coming back, and it looked like they were easily going to be able to take that lead away. But no, Project Bad taking that zone and not letting up even right at the end, just as they falter. That time ticked down, saving Project Bad. Saved literally by the bell in this case. And there we go. It's 1-1 in this series. We're going into another game 3.
This is what you love to see from these tournaments. It's called Proving Grounds for a reason. You're proving that you're best. You're proving what you have and doing it all for us to see. And it looks like one of these teams is going to have to come out on top as we're going to another great staple in Splatoon 3 tournament map pools. Rainmaker Undertow Spillway.
Yeah, no. Oh, I don't know what this is gonna benefit really. If I'm in my brain right now, this definitely benefits that pencil, and it definitely benefits that blaster as well. So depending on what kind of if we see any switch of the composition at all, you know, I'm definitely picking those, those specific weapons to be benefiting from this map. And it's Rainmaker as well, as you said, of course, but this map is so good, I feel like, because it has the chokiest choke point that has ever been choked. Like, it has that one bit that everybody goes to that left checkpoint. Everybody that I see goes straight to that left checkpoint, then you've got that tiny, tiny hallway that has an uninkable floor, and it's so hard to get through. Like, it's claustrophobic when you have to walk through there with the Rainmaker. Or, you could go around the grates, which is also uninkable, and you're at just as much of a disadvantage if you try and go around there. So if you go to that checkpoint, which everybody does, it's just so hard to get through, so I cannot wait to see how both of these teams try and get through that.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it best. It really does, and you should put things into perspective, how difficult this can be.
I think I only saw 3 people.
Oh, we did?
Hey,
okay.
Hey, go 4v3. Let's go, Gang. Now you got this. Come on, Gang, I believe.
Play it out. I mean, and Project Bad running to the start. Project Bad did not seem to care or notice. They were rushing for that Rainmaker regardless. We will get that one player coming back in as we do find. Hopefully it was a brief disconnect there. A little maybe funny haha Splatoon moment. But like you were saying, everyone does take that left checkpoint. You are so right about that, because that is really the safest opportunity. But if you need monstrous points and sometimes a last-ditch effort, players will, or if you get a full wipeout, players will take that right route, which is that quick checkpoint. And once you start running up that ramp, you drop from like 50 points to close to the 20s. And it is a monstrous push that can be had, but it is very dangerous to do. So I'm curious to see if we'll see any players take that opportunity, or take that left checkpoint path and a shark or a flank happen from that right side.
Yeah, no, but now as we see 4 people on each team, look at the difference on the composition for Project B.A.D. They've got a ballpoint. Instead of a pencil, I said that the pencil would have been good here, but no, they're choosing the ballpoint.
Oh, they're choosing the ballpoint with vacuum. That is going to be a great opportunity to push that Rainmaker forward, taking all of the shots that could be shot at the Rainmaker to not only secure a checkpoint, but secure a lead and then some if needed. Already 2 players going down on the side of Gang, looking for one more. The sword, it says not today, gets a swipe before getting picked on their own. Ballpoint has back ready. They're looking to pop soon as they are taking some space. Wayben here, sharking on the side, making sure they stay alive. Back is going to be popped. They're going to use that to get the Rainmaker to that checkpoint. They will shoot that down, try to pick a pick on 1. They will find a pick on 2. Is the ballpoint and versus just the squeezer. Pressure being applied. Fishy can't get out. They will win that fight. And this push is not over for Project B.A.D. They're looking to extend this lead even further.
You know, Fishy is as slippery as an actual fish, because all I'm seeing is them get through these situations and just get through and stay alive no matter what. And now look at this, Project B.A.D. are just trying to get through that claustrophobic choke point, as I said, and it looks like they are already getting stuff there. We have one person sharking there, we have that slosher who gets found out and dealt with instantly, and I feel like what they're trying to do now is they're just going to be hanging there, they're going to be getting some ink control, some map control, and then they're just going to be letting that Rainmaker reset. But look at Project B.A.D. They're still just trying to push in, trying to let it reset, but there goes, but they are already there in mid. They are all ready to pop that bubble and already get firmly back into this game, Cactus.
Oh, that they are. And look at the vac being used to take up those Zuka shots. Trades going off on the sides here. Fishy doing a great job of trying to get rid of that wall and push that 52 back. But the ballpoint has a great hold right now in mid against Gang. Cooler will be popped though, so if they go down, they can be back in the fight in a second. Here comes the fight between Toyoben and the Labby. Labby will win that with help some with the wall. They're going to go for 2. They will get 2. They're going to get 3. They're looking for the full wipeout if they can. Zuka will be popped though to apply pressure to the Rainmaker, but they will get a pick with it. Great stop there. The wall will go out with a bomb, and it's going to be Gang coming back with that cooler to push back even more. But Project B.A.D. has just been very aggressive here. They seem to know this map mode like the back of their hand. They have a plan, and they're going to execute it, supplying these picks non-stop and seeming like they're just always around whenever Gang thinks they have a free opportunity.
You know, that was a very, very good job. I just want to say, oh no, and just before it reset, Project B.A.D. get the Rainmaker, but instantly get gunned down there by that Zuka, which I believe was saved by that jump. That was a very, very good jump. And look at that in the corner. The 52 in the corner with that wall setter was actually able to get a pick. That was very, very lovely just to stay there, even when the odds were against you. And there we go. The Rainmaker being picked up once again by Project B.A.D. It looks like Gang just cannot get into this game, Cactus.
No, they can. They are doing whatever they can to stop this Rainmaker, stop any push, but when they get one player down, they go down themselves. It's really hard for them to try and push this Rainmaker back to mid, get a full reset. Every pick goes down. Project B.A.D. is everywhere. One player goes down here. We see here Phoenix is able to get that pick up. They're going to try to reset this Rainmaker, but look at the slosher coming around. Now trade's going to be had. They're going to get 1. They're going to pick up the Rainmaker themselves and try to push forward, but one player will get picked up on the side. It's going to be a 2v2 situation on the map once again, with the sword getting a nice pick there, looking for another. Zipcast is ready. Can they use it to their advantage as they try to push this Rainmaker to the first checkpoint?
You know, they are just waiting for the whole team to be there, as now once again they come up to this first checkpoint. This is the first time that Gang have been here all game. Are they going to be able to take advantage of it? Are they going to be able to break through this checkpoint? They are crawling slowly, and yes, they are able to break through that checkpoint. And the strikes already coming out now. Maybe that was a little bit premature, but there we go. Easily dealt with was that Zipcaster as the sword goes straight back to spawn. But once again, another amazing pick there from Gang as they're just trying to get more and more people. 2 people down there for Project B.A.D. All you have to do is walk ever so slowly through that checkpoint, and we saw Project B.A.D. wasn't able to clear it, but they were able to just nearly get to the end. As they go, we see people jump at that Rainmaker, but 2 people go down there for Phoenix. Can they get even more? Yes, they can get another one, but no, they lose the Rainmaker before they can get in.
It is just the shot alive. They're trying to fight so hard to live this out, but every resource is being used against them by Project Bad. A lead that was so close to being in their hands, being shut down by the Slosher before they got picked off, and the rest of their teammates as well. Now the Snaper's trying to make a quick play, getting three players down all together. Whoever got those picks, and this is a full wipeout. This is exactly what Gang needed, and with 15 points counting down, 2 specials already on the line. This is their chance, their last opportunity to push forward and get a lead. Can they get it? Yes, they will!
There was no way they just got that lead with 3 people going down for Gang. It is now the final breath of Project Bad. This is their final stand in this tournament. Are they able to push forward? Let's just see what happens, Cactus. I cannot even wait.
Sword will go down to the 52 as they are going to pop Whale, but they will go off as a trade as well to a bomb by Toyoben. They're going to apply more pressure with bomb space and have Cooler online. They will pop Cooler for their teammates as they try to hold this checkpoint chokehold, and it's going to be either a Zuka or a bomb that takes out 2 players. Rainmaker goes down, and that's going to be Gang securing game number 3, winning this set.
You know, when I was told, like when I was asked, like, hey, can you do some online commentary for us? You know, I was like, oh, you know, these games, you know, they're not going to be the best in the world. And yes, they are. I am never underestimating any game of Splatoon ever. Even if you put a team of literal infants versus one of the best teams in the world, I'm going to think it's going to be electric, because that is what these games have been. This game was just right at the end. Gang stole this from the clutches of Project Bad. They just, did you see they even did like a little bit of a squid roll into there and just trying to keep that momentum and push as far as they can, and look at 2 points, 2 whole points right at the end. Oh my god, Cactus, what do you think of this game?
This game was absolutely insane. I know exactly the moment you're talking about, when they squid rolled away from that little lip they came right before that clearance of uninkable flooring. They got it all the way up to 22. I mean, talk about a push. It was their last opportunity in the last 15 seconds of the game, and they got it done. And it was Azuka that ended the run for Project Bad. The shot had it ready just in time, and they used it so well. So here we can see again, Toyoben putting bomb pressure on the side, forcing the Rainmaker to move forward. You see the Zuka be popped by the shot as they have it ready at that very second. You see 2, actually, it was 2 Zukas, because the Squeezer had it as well. Constant Zuka pressure puts it on the line and puts it to bed. Gang moves on in the losers bracket.
I am at a loss for words right now. Like, that was like, the word clutch cannot describe that. It was that clutch. Like, you have to invent an entirely new word to say how clutch that was from Gang.
I couldn't agree more. They did what they did best. They pulled off what felt like the impossible, from a first game win to a scary situation in game 2 to what seemed like an impossible lead to grab in game number 3, clutching it up in the end, surviving and pushing forward. Insane.
That was just like, I literally just, like, my head is not working. I need to go get some more water. I need to chill out for a little bit after that one. Like, are we gonna have time to like go to a break, or are we gonna go straight back in? Because I can do either, to be honest.
That's a great question. We're getting word. It's looks like we can take a quick few minute break, so don't go anywhere. You're about to see an insane set in losers round 7, best of 3, Gang versus Moonlight coming up. Don't go nowhere.
Please stay here, please. It's so good.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Proving Grounds 29. My name is Cactus and I'm joined by the fantastic and wonderful MR Slap. Slap, how are you feeling right now after the amazing sets we've been seeing?
Yeah, I managed to go get a drink. I had a little bit of a sit down, took a couple deep breaths, and I'm still completely on edge. I'm going to be real. These sets have been absolutely incredible, and they show no sign of stopping. Like Cactus, I don't know what to say other than that. I am speechless from these sets so far.
Yeah, and speechless we might continue being going forward. Gang, after a fantastic performance, clutching up a game number 3, is moved on to losers round number 7, going against Moonlight, which is known as a very well team that's been around for a while, and have also been grinding their way after losing very relatively recently in winner side of the bracket.
Yeah, no, so I am very excited to see what happens now, because as we know, Gang are very, very formidable, but looking like we're going to be going to Rainmaker Museum the Alfonsino. What do you think of this one, Cactus?
This is a little bit of an interesting one. I like what I see on it overall. I mean, it's a very quick stage. You have the jump you can make from spinner in mid to rush that Rainmaker towards the first checkpoint. Those flank grabs, of course, from the sides. So some players seem sometimes to forget to check it or don't if they don't see any movement, which can lead to some very sneaky plays. I know I've done them myself. If anyone is a charger player or using anything midline like a ballpoint or a squeezer, holding that mid spinner is great because you can apply such far pressure. So overall, this map mode has great opportunities for long stall points on the spinners of the enemy's plat, making things very difficult. So I'm very intrigued to see what these players are going to bring out.
Yeah, no, and I just want to say, that entire time, Gang did not change their team composition until I specifically mentioned how the Range Blaster would probably do good on Mincemeat, and then they changed the Range Blaster. So who knows what we're going to be seeing from Gang. But most of their comp hasn't changed, so we can really realistically think about how they're going to be doing. And I feel like the comp that they have already, that subtle kind of aggressive, no backline kind of comp, will definitely be able to go far on Museum. But you also have a lot of those points, so if Moonlight do have a pencil or a charger or a splatling or anything like that, they will have the ability to be able to just fend you off from that little bit, from the spinner, as you said.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Moonlight's going to bring out a backline as they do have Basil. Yes, they do. Bringing out the pencil. What a great usage. Normal comp coming out from the side of Gang. That being the Zapple of a little bit of a change-up instead of anything else with the cooler. That is going to be the Neo Stamper bringing out the Crab as well. That's a great special to have to hold mid-spinner. 96 scals, also the difference we see from Moonlight as well, with some Kraken to apply added pressure. Here's a fight right now with the Stampers going down. Stampers get traded off. It is a trade fight for mid. Pop did go to Moonlight, but of course here Pop doesn't matter all too much. Pressure being added on the side by Phoenix, gets caught up by Shadow, and the picks are rolling in. Zuka finds another pick. It's a 2-down situation. Minute 3 now for Gang, and Moonlight looking to push this Rainmaker towards the forest checkpoint, just narrowly dodging Azuka. No, they get picked off.
Yeah, no, I just want to say, you have insane luck again, because look, there's a V stamp and a Neo stamp, so you get best of both worlds.
I really do. Maybe we'll be lucky. Maybe one of them will pull out the big swing just for the laughs if they're watching the stream themselves. They have it open on the side.
Look, even if they're watching the stream, I'm sure they won't bring the big swig out. But here we go. Look, lead has been taken from Gang as they push to that checkpoint. Instead of jumping from that mid spinner, they instead go round, and now they have broken that checkpoint. They've gone past the first barrier, and they have that lead. So let's see if Gang will be able to keep that lead as they get 2 picks down on Moonlight, and now Gang are just trying to get even more. But no, look at that Shadow getting that tiny little bit of a stall, able to grab that Rainmaker, but instantly it gets popped by Gang. But Moonlight are able to reconvene a little bit because of that stall, and here we go. The Kraken comes out. Let's see if it is able to do anything, as the Rainmaker is just staying on top of their, staying as far away from that Kraken as possible, but they are able to get the splat with it. And now Inksuka coming out, 3 down for Gang. Cactus wipe out Cactus, and now it's all for Moonlight to play for.
Moonlight speeding towards that checkpoint, going to secure it without any trouble whatsoever. Toyoben goes down, so that's no cooler going to be built up. They are applying some pressure right here on the side throwing some miss to stall it out, but that's going to be a lead swap as B.A.D will pick it up, and unfortunately, one player will go down that's trying to go onto the top. They're going to try to hold this Rainmaker as much as they can. Forward pressure being applied. Wall will get popped, trying to shoot up that crab and apply that pressure, take it away from the Rainmaker, as Rainmaker's doing a great job staying alive, but no one can be safe when it comes to Zuka going down. It is just Toyaben alive. Rainmaker gets popped again in favor of Moonlight, and they're going to try to go for more points.
You know, but Toyaben is able to trade with the Rainmaker there as more and more picks are happening now for Gang Gang as they get back into this, even though that Rainmaker around there is popping, and it does pop because of the sprinkler. No, you had to keep an eye on that if you were Gang Gang, as Moonlight are able to get the Rainmaker and push it even more.
Moonlight is just playing so cheeky and so sneakily. They're getting these picks wherever they need them, or just sharking around to get this Rainmaker forward ever so slightly, but finally, all the players of Moonlight are out off the side, but Omega drops down, gets a pick on one, has to get picked off as well. So any full control that Gang Gang wanted is not going to be had. They're going to opt to try to pop the Rainmaker to get a little bit of pressure, a little bit of space added for them. Zuka gets popped on the side, gets one. Can they find one with their last Zuka shot? They're going to look to find the pencil, but no, they will not. Rainmaker will be picked up, moved to the side, but Omega on the Saber trying to apply some pressure, but they were picked off, and it looks like a Zuka shot will take out the Rainmaker.
Yeah, no, this is just a game that has gone back and forth like a pendulum swing, and I've used that one before, but I'm going to say it again because it's true. And look, the crab comes out, 2 people going down, no, 3 people going down for Moonlight, as Gang Gang now have the chance to push back in and reclaim the lead that they once had, Cactus.
Oh, but the lead is stopped by the Kraken. Pressure applied. Moonlight's keeping it alive. Here comes the Zuka in retaliation, but a nice bomb throw will force it out. Little hop and a skip by the Rainmaker to move it all the way to the other side. Players still fighting on the side of Moonlight spawn with one holding down in mid. The Rainmaker doing a great job holding it off in this corner, and with less than a minute to go, Cooler will be popped, and Moonlight looking to see if they can just stall this out for the last 40 seconds of the game.
Yeah, no, instead of taking a risk and pushing back in, Moonlight are just staying in that nice little cubby hole, and as soon as I'm saying that, they're starting to walk forward a little bit, so they may be trying to make a push. But, you know, commentator's curse always happens with me. We've seen it with the weapon picks already, but look, they are just firmly keeping in a place where the Rainmaker can easily get cover, can easily stay away from any shots from Gang Gang as they just pile on that pressure to keep it still. Phoenix tries running in as a last-ditch effort, but is unable to find anything as that Rainmaker is just staying alive. Even with the cooler, the end zap gets brought down, and now 10 seconds left on the clock. The Stamper able to get a kill again, and that Rainmaker is lost right at the end, but it's reset, and now there we go. Moonlight get that Rainmaker firmly in their grasp, and there we go. The game is theirs. What a solid end to that round.
Yeah, absolutely. Moonlight played that last bit of Rainmaker hold very efficiently there. They held it as long as they could for the full minute timer that you have for Rainmaker. Down at the last couple seconds there, the Rainmaker did explode, and if you're wondering why it did reset due to the timer running out, which again is such an effective way of playing. Have the rest of your teammates hold a lot of pressure on the side, and you will be able to just stall this out, making it very hard for them to go in and get a pop, especially with that pressure you're holding. You can see there on the side, Rainmaker counting down for 3 seconds. A great shot by Omega, by the way, swiping away that player as they try to dive down. With the last couple ticks to go, Kraken is popped to apply more pressure. Pencil is already in mid, ready to grab that Maker whenever ready. We saw a couple shots come from that left side as a player tried to swipe him away. It was the Stamper, but time be the defeat here. Moonlight takes game number 1, and we're aiming to look at game number 2 for Gang Gang to bring this back on Splat Zones, Barnacle, and Dime.
Yeah, no, going straight back to Barnacle and Dime. We've seen it before in this stream today, so I wonder how this is going to change. It's a different mode, though, so I wonder how that is going to affect things. I wonder if we're going to be seeing a little bit of a team composition. Speaking of our stream organizer, which you guys probably won't be able to hear, Rice, give us your pick of a weapon. We've done it with us, too, so you might as well say something. We'll say it to the stream. Rice, our lovely stream organizer, wants to see splat dualies, so I wonder if we're going to be seeing that. We've already seen one weapon with crab, so who knows, they might change to the dualies if they want to stay in crab, but who knows. Enough theory crafting, let's go back into the facts. We are seeing Splat Zones, Barnacle, and Dime. How do you think this is going to go, Cactus?
I mean, like we saw them on the match before when it was Clam Blitz. It was a strong back and forth, and we saw strongholds in mid with players moving up as far as the ramp to keep that pressure. The more you can hold mid, the better. And the difference here is that mid is the zone. That is your key moment there. So you're going to be trying to aim to make any fights happen as far away from the zone as possible, because when you get splatted, you drop a lot of enemy ink on the ground, and it makes it strong enough to hold hold the zone in general for the other team. So if I'm looking at this from Gang or Moonlight's perspective, you want to get that zone capped. You want to have any push available and just push as far away from the zone as possible. So if there are any fights going down, it's away from the zone, and you can keep letting those points tick down.
Let's see what happens here. Okay, there we go. The V Junior coming out, and there we go. No change coming from the sign of Gang. So Moonlight now being the only one to change something. Once again, that V Junior getting the bubbler. Maybe that's going to help in the middle of the zone as they're trying to hold that defense as we saw them before. And now look, Pencil just trying to stay back there. And one person already going down for Gang.
Yeah, pressure being immediately held strong by Moonlight, getting one player down, looking to apply pressure for another. Here's Nolan barely surviving, getting helped with that 2v1 situation by the Junior, but the Junior will go down. Players are dropping all around. Nolan's going up and getting one. The aggression Nolan's applying, he's not able to get another. The Sniper comes back in time to hold pressure. Zuka comes out to find one on the side. It's not enough, though. They survived by that pillow. Clearly been painting for their life here, trying to hold this zone, but it's not enough when a Kraken and a Pencil are coming out, especially with the Junior applying so much added pain as well. Players are all around trying to escape Nolan's Kraken, and thankfully they will go down. Omega with the zip, trying to find one more if they can on one. They will find it. Can they find one more on Nezuka? No, they won't. And zone finally flips over for Gang.
Yeah, no, right now we're just seeing both teams go for some flanks right now, as you saw with that Zipcaster going in, and that leading to Gang being able to take that zone. And as we've seen from them before, Gang are just really good at getting that zone there and just keeping it defended. Soda already out, as well as more specials are getting built up. The only special that we're probably going to be seeing soon is that Crab and an Inkzuka coming out from either the V-shot or the Squeezer. Crab comes out, trying to hold them just for a second longer, and yes, they do. They get the lead, but as you saw there, Kraken has been popped.
Yeah, with Kraken going down the zip, following suit to try to find any pick, but it will be unsuccessful. And just again, look at how these fights happened away from the zone. They let the points tick down. Bubble will be popped to have that right right flank held, and they will get that zone flip. Cooler is popped, players are alive and grabbing it. Basil trying to be aggressive here, but gets picked off by a great Zuka. Omega jumps in, and they're in zone with Shadow and Nolan. Jumps constantly coming in for Moonlight to start putting more pressure in. Gang doing a very good job at holding their ramp, because they know if they let anyone from the other team go in here, it's going to be some trouble. Here comes the Kraken. Here comes the Zuka. One goes down for Moonlight. Two go down for Moonlight. One goes down for Gang. No one trying to do their best to get any picks that they can. It's a delay wipeout for Moonlight, and Gang takes pressure. They take hold. They take the zone, and they're counting down their penalty points.
Yeah, no, Moonlight so close to getting back into this game, but they just weren't able to. And now Gang using that Inkzuka so powerfully, just pushing Moonlight straight back into their spawn, as those penalty points are now ticking down for the side of Gang, but the V-shot goes down. But look at that, the Stamper going down for Moonlight as well. Both players add a little bit of a stagger, and there we go. The 96 also going down, but the pain is on the side of Moonlight right now. They are just trying to paint that zone, but every other fight in the world is happening away from that zone as the real points start ticking down. You're only 15 points away. Will Gang be able to clinch this game through before Moonlight can come back and paint that zone with 5 points remaining? Can they do it? No, they lose control, but are they going to lose the zone?
They're fighting for it. Pain cannot get put out enough. Both Snappers are down. The Zuka is popped. Pain control right now looks to be in favor of Moonlight, but they are still holding it. Both teams are fighting for the zone. Gang takes control. Moonlight cannot get it back in time. Gang ties up the score against Moonlight. We're going to game number 3 one more time.
Look, I've got places to be. I've got a bed to sleep, and I don't want all of these games to be going to the final straw. But you know what? My bed can wait, actually, because I love it. I love this feeling of every single game. It's like David versus Goliath always happening. You've always got that underdog that's a point down. You want to see them come back. You're rooting for them because they're down, and then they do, and then you're like, oh god, what's going to happen now? Because we saw that Moonlight can firmly take a game and keep it in that game 1. They can stall a game out. They can keep that game there. But as we've just seen right now, now. Gang can push in. They're not out, they're not down, and they're not out. They can stay in it. So now the momentum is in Gang's side. Moonlight are now the ones that have to bring something back. So let's see now if Moonlight are going to be able to bring this back against Gang and stop that reverse sweep.
They gotta give it their all, and it's very much likely possible. Moonlight thought to have a great opening in the beginning of that game, was able to get shut down by Gang, proving themselves able to hold strong. And like we saw from the sets before, we're going to a staple that no one's happy to go, but everyone plays eventually, and it just comes down to sheer willpower to secure the win. Tower control, Inkblood Art Academy.
I think this is one of the first tournaments where I've seen the same map and mode happen twice in a tournament. Oh no, have we? Yeah, we know we've seen Inkblood Tower Control. So we already know what we're going to be seeing, really, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be shocked to see if any of these teams change up their comp. Maybe Omega hops off of that. I think it was Omega hops off the junior and goes back to a different weapon. I'd be interested to see. Anything could really work here from any of these teams, but their comps have been so strong. It's worked the first time. It worked the second time. It's very interesting to see what these teams are just going to have to pull out, whether that's just mechanically or as a unit, as a team. I mean, again, this is a staple. We know how this map works. We know how the map works. It's going to come down to just outplaying your opponent.
Yeah, no, exactly. And like, we have not seen a dualies, unfortunately. So you are the only lucky person who has gotten their pick twice in a row, may I say. So, I think you win the hypothetical weapons game, whatever this was for this stream.
I'll take that win, and I'll frame it on my wall like I do everything else I get from events, whether it be my low ink ban or a drawing of Kermit the Frog. We do see these comps roll out. We are going to see the V-Shot coming out in the pencil back, of course, by Basil. On the other side, no real comp change. Actually, we are seeing a Vanilla Stamper from both sides. No Crab Stamper inside. They both have retired it because Inkblood is very good for the Zip Caster, being able to zip not only towards tower, but both stacks and around. We've seen the clips before. We've seen them over and over again. And right off the bat, Moonlight goes 3 players down. Just the pencil alive and having to back up to stay alive. Zuka's going to be popped probably a little bit early here to hold the BADs together. First checkpoint's going to be cleared in no time by Gang.
But look at that. A very, very tricky use of the Kraken there. Able to try and just bounce around and hop on that tower with nobody seeing them. But they just fell off of the tower before landing on it. Well, they missed it, I mean. But that means that Gang was able to... Oh, no, they didn't get through that checkpoint. I thought they cleared the checkpoint, but no, they didn't. I'm just not very observant, am I?
Oh, you and me both. I thought they had it in time, but the Kraken had something to say about it. Thankfully, that one player that we see jumping out, Zuka had to apply pressure on the left side. One player goes down. It's the Stamper by the Stamper on that left stack. Stamper still alive here, trying to find a pick, but no, not enough. Pressure being applied so well by Gang here. The players are trying to get this checkpoint one way or another. Jumps come out. Zuka's going to be shot over into bats. Can they find a pick? Looks like they will not. Cooler pop though for Gang. Checkpoint finally cleared, and specials continuously being ready. Constantly we have a zip. We saw a Kraken as well to stop this push up for Moonlight. Zip will come around. Can they stay alive? No, they will not. Picked off on the flyback. Moonlight finally trying to take up some space and push the tower themselves for their own first checkpoint.
Yeah, no, like, one thing that we saw Gang really like to do in that first game that they won was just get their win condition and then stall. And they've just been unable to do this as Gang was able to get that first checkpoint with no chat back from Moonlight stopping them. But there we go. They're able to get past the first checkpoint themselves as Moonlight now are firmly in the grasp of this game. They get 2 people down for Gang. Moonlight able to get 1 down, and just look at that. They take the tower, but there we go. What a kill there from the Stamper. 3 people down now from Moonlight. Only 1 person up, but they're able to stay on the tower and pop Ink Zuka. Do they get a pick with it? No, they don't. But that just kept Gang away. Sorry, but no, they do fall down there now with only 9 points. Only 9 tiny little points, keeping Gang in the lead. I cannot wait to see how the rest of this game goes, Cactus.
Yeah, we're halfway through this game, Slab. Only a 9-point difference. A great Zuka shot gets out base, so that's their backline gone. Pressure being applied on the side. Another pick goes down by the squeezer. Zip comes out, but a shot from Bats by Nolan gets them down as well. Tower still being pushed by Gang to apply more pressure. Zip is going to finish off soon. Try to hold down their Bats as the checkpoint is going to get at least touched but not filled through. Moonlight holding strong. Again, just a couple points gained. Not winnable, but could be if the game continues the way it has, with Gang applying tons of pressure, getting the picks that they need from every angle, it feels like. And Moonlight just stuck, not being able to sometimes push past mid.
Yeah, no, they are just stuck between a rock and a hard place. That rock is called Gang, and that hard place is called Gang. They are just stuck right where Gang is keeping them, and Moonlight have no real answer to get back into this game, even with that pencil that could be used to just pick them off at a distance. Gang are so good at just moving forward, especially with that Zipcaster, just pushing straight back in, and look at that. Only 27 points remaining, and are they still going to be landing on this checkpoint? No, they aren't, as there we go. 2 people go down and they are forced to retreat, even though you have the Stamper there, who is all soldiered up, to be completely honest. They do have all the ability in the world to hit some nasty flank and get some picks from behind. It seems like everybody's forgotten about them as they move in with the Zipcaster now.
Zipcaster moving in, trying to find a couple picks. Their shot will go down as 3 specialists ready on the side of Moonlight. They're just going to ignore the Stamper and try to push forward. They will get the pick, but Basil will go down. Do they have cooler in time? Yes, they did. Zuka gets pressure applied to try to hold. Final 40 seconds of the match. Trades going off. We're going to see you as well on the board. They're trying to take control of the Bats. Nolan will pop Kraken to apply extra added pressure. That's going to be almost the entire team of Gang in the Bat section. Can Nolan find one? No, the player will jump on in time and they will get picked off as the Kraken end. Power is just trying to inch towards the second checkpoint, but it's not enough. The members of Moonlight are going down constantly with 15 seconds left to go. This might be the end for Moonlight.
Yeah, no, this could very well be the end of Moonlight. They take the tower here right at the end, just try and keeping some semblance of it before we hit overtime, but I feel like the Gang are going to be in control of the tower, and there we go. We don't even get to overtime as Gang is able to get this reverse sweep, the first reverse sweep we've seen, actually connecting, and Gang, after a very, very dominant game, takes it 2-1, Cactus. What an amazing game!
What amazing efforts put through by both of these teams, but Gang has just been relentless. Not only getting a fantastic win in the set before against Project Bad, but clutching it up against Moonlight when Moonlight just had it's so strong in the first game, seemed to just get picked apart in game 2 and of course here in game 3. If we take a look at some of these replays, you see the pressure that Moonlight tries to hold for themselves, find picks where they can, but just when they have their special usage over, players sharking away, waiting for it to end, they catch them off guard, and it works so well. 5 seconds here, you see 3 players were alive, 2 specials online. You see Basil, unfortunately, was chilling on the side there. Jump gets caught out as well. Just a great effort overall. Great plays done. And that's going to be Gang moving on to finals of the losers bracket.
I cannot believe we're already here at finals. Like, these games, even though they've been going to game 3, feel like they've been going at a breakneck pace. Like, these games are just so fast-paced, yet they still get right to the end. Like, I think we've only seen 1 knockout, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, both teams have just really been stalling it out down to the wire of the last couple seconds. The only KO we've really seen was on zones. I believe when that was Moonlight that was able to clutch that up. But yeah, like you mentioned, we haven't really seen any strong KOs. Teams have just been surviving the gauntlet and pushing it all the way till that timer ticks down to 0.
Yeah, no, and even though that was an amazing, like, such a good game, like, even though it was best of 3, that set, like, was absolutely incredible. But now we're going to be going to losers finals. I believe it goes to best of 5. Or am I getting that wrong?
Yep,
Hey.
We will be going to a best of 5. It is now the final rounds of Proving Grounds 29. This losers finals, we will be seeing, of course, Gang once again going against Caden is Alastor, who previously lost to Grougrou, which went to a full game 5 in the winners round. So the winner of this match, whether it be Caden with the rematch or it being Gang, who wants that run back that they had by Grougrou. So yeah, this is a run back for either team, who got both knocked out by Grougrou, who was the #1 seed with a great roster themselves. So these teams are looking to get that run back as soon as they can.
Yeah, no, well, look, I have no idea what's going to be happening this game. Like, genuinely, after seeing Gang Gang be able to get that reverse sweep, I believe anything is possible for them. I believe that they could go to the end of this tournament and end up winning. Like, they are just so good at bringing it back, even if they were firmly, you know, in the grasp of the game for that first set and they almost lost it. Even when they're on the back foot, they are able to take that foot and step forward and get through. So who knows what we are going to be seeing.
Yeah, Gang Gang just has the ability to pull up in the clutch scenarios. They are able to apply any pressure they need to stop any way of losing. We've seen them clutch up in so many of these games, and this clutch might continue forward unless they're able to just pull up the aggression against Caden. And it looks like our first round pick we do have, it's going to be Rainmaker on Museum di Falsino that we saw just not too long ago.
Yeah, no, like... this map is just so neutral. It's one of those maps that I feel like anybody can win on, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the map that can go back and forth. Both teams are coming in strong, too. Both teams have been proving themselves this entire tournament. I know we haven't seen too much of it. Caden is Alastor, but I can only imagine, considering they went to a Game 5 from the team that right now is sitting waiting in Grand Finals, I can only imagine what they're going to be pulling out themselves.
Yeah, no, like, I just want to know what weapons they're going to be picking as well. Like, the compositions in my brain are already being formulated. Like, I know I'm not lucky with picking weapons at random, but do you think we're going to be seeing a third Vanilla Stamper?
If we happen to see another one being pulled out, I will be so shocked. I mean, it's possible. Anything is at this point in the game. I'd like to think maybe we could see something extra sporadic. How about we all just have one more last kind of throw before the match starts? What's another random weapon you think you could see here, Slap?
Clash Blaster. Okay, no. I take that one back. I take that one back. I never. No. That was a joke. That was a joke. Redo. You know, give me a Jet Squelcher.
Ooh, Jet Squelcher's a great pick. I think I'm a bounce off of the sniper. I'm gonna say V Blaster or the new blaster with Splashdown, as I can't remember the name of it because I'm just really bad with weapon names. But I want to say just the regular blaster, not range, because I feel like whether it's bubble or triple Splashdown, those specials are a great opportunity on Rainmaker in general.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. Makes more sense than whatever I had cooking, but
hey, just what you cook too. It's got some great rain. You got rain and vac, right? Vac, hey, vacuum. We've seen it used for Maker with ballpoint. It's possible.
Yeah, well, hey, who knows what we're going to be seeing as we get into this game. Like, I just cannot wait to get into it. I am on the edge of my seat, literally and proverbially. Like, who knows? Like, I keep saying who knows what's going to happen because I don't. Like, my brain is trying to come to conclusions what's going to be happening this game because I believe that Gang Gang, like I said, can go forward, but Caden and Alastor are sitting here for a reason. They're sitting in that position above Gang Gang for a reason. We know what they can do. We know that this is going to be a battle that nobody here can miss.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoever has the script for this tournament to go, it was not handed to us, so everything is a surprise. We are still waiting, I believe, for some of the players to get into the lobby and or ready up to make their weapon choices, and it's got to be decided very carefully. I can only imagine they know what's going to be strong for them, but I imagine these teams have been watching the stream themselves, waiting for their opponents. Looks like we are getting word from Rice on the production side saying that the teams are readying up, and ready up they did. Teams are loaded in. They're ready to go. Best of 5 starts now. Rainmaker, Museum di Falsino.
You know, these two teams' final chances to get into grand finals, to have a chance at taking this tournament. Everything is on the line for these teams right now. Just for a chance, just for a single more chance to win this tournament. So everything is going to be on the line. There we go. Rainmaker already popped, but as you said before, that doesn't really matter all too much on this map specifically.
Yeah, I'd love to see the pick right off the bat coming out that's different by Caden is the Nautilus. Unfortunately, that will go down before we can see any fantastic plays made by it. But Gang Gang is popping off right now, getting players down continuously on Caden, and they're going to look to take this first checkpoint. Gang's not messing around. They want their chance at Grand. Nautilus jumps down from the bottom to apply extra pressure from the side. Picks going down continuously though. Gang is trading off. They are in a 2v1 situation against just the pencil. This is going to be first checkpoint cleared.
There we go, Gang at a breakneck pace get that single opportunity, like not even waiting at all for anything else to let up. They just grabbed that Rainmaker and they ran with it, and run they did, because they were able to get that first checkpoint, and they're now just going even slightly further. Like, it wasn't too much further, but they're getting it in that's a very bad spot to get out of if you're Caden as Alastor. But, 3 people down for Gang. This is going to be an easy way, just, get the Rainmaker out there, and now they are pushing forward. Look at that, Nautilus already going straight in. Can they get another one? Yes, they can. Get a pick, and look at that. They swam through the ink, and they were able to get another 2 people down right now for Gang, and they break through the checkpoint. The game is practically even with only 11 points in it.
I see why Ganging was being so aggressive in the beginning, because Caden just pulls right up as well, pulling an Uno reverse here, applying equally as much pressure. The Crab gets 1, but Zenith with a pick gets another. It's a 1v2 on the board, and it's going to be a trade-off as well. Rainmaker will reset. It might as well be close to even now as jumps are coming in. Rainmaker Pop's going to end up being stalled up by both sides, making sure no one is getting flanked or picked off on the sides here. Caden will get the pop, so they will have that little bit of a pain advantage on the spinner if they want to move forward. But Gang is pulling up with the aggression, finding picks wherever they can. One player will go down on Gang. We see the shot on the side, fighting Toyo Ben. They will get pinched together. That is that coordination that you love to see from these teams. More picks going down on the board. Just the Stamper in the corner, potentially wanting to jump out. No, they're just going to stay there and fight, but no, okay, they jump out just when they need to. Rainmaker in favor of Caden, and it's got to be a strong defense Gang needs if they want a chance at holding their lead.
So Caden themselves saying this way, trying to command what I can only assume is their team, because this is Caden is Alastor. With your name literally in the team, I would assume that anyway, but that Crab being so powerful, leading the charge to get Gang back in that Rainmaker.
Yeah, pressure being applied here. Stamper's going to try to get a pick, but will go down. It's a 1v2 on the board. Trade-off going to go off again. That's a full wipeout for Caden. Gang now having the pop in their lead, and that pop on the ground is huge to give them paint. The Zap pops cooler on themselves and grabs the Rainmaker. That's such a smart play, and the players of Ganging are now here to support them. Pressure trying to be added, but one will go down. They're going to have to keep this pressure up, hold it as long as they can. They're looking to see if they can get a couple more points, but here's the Nautilus looking to come in from the side, apply that pressure. Rainmaker will go down to a Zuka shot. They are going to probably opt to pop this Rainmaker, if not find a pick first. They can find one. Yes, they will. Crab being popped by the Stamper. Another pick being down for the count. Looking to apply more added side pressure, push the members back of Caden. This game only a minute and a half left and is still so close by only a couple points.
No, this is so close. And look at the Nautilus try and come in from behind now, make that flank. They were able to get the Rainmaker, but can they get any more? I just cannot see what is happening right now. There we go. The Stamper coming in, getting a splat. Gang just trying to pop that bubble again, just trying to stay in control of this game, because they need to. With the moment almost gone for them, they need to just stay in control right now and just keep this game going and stalled.
Absolutely. Gang having to have a defensive reset here. Nautilus trying to find a pick on one, but the Rainmaker will find it for themselves. The lead is so close to swapping. 40 seconds left. They're going to try to make a run for it, but the players are rushing forward. Gang gets a pick on one. The Nautilus is going to get picked out, and that's a wipeout for Caden. That's the last thing they wanted with 30 seconds to go, and Gang has an opportunity now with 30 seconds left and a full minute on the Rainmaker to stall it out, and they're doing a great play. That is a Rainmaker free zone, so the points count down faster, but all they have to do is hold it into that corner, and they will be able to survive. And look at this. This is almost a deja vu from matches not too long before. Zuka takes another. The Nautilus being the only one alive, taking out. Delayed wipeout. Final 10 seconds of the game, counting down. No players inside to rush this Rainmaker. No flanks are going to be had right away that can rush for the Rainmaker to get this in time. The Booyahs come out. Game number 1 secured for Gang.
Well, that's just poetic, isn't it? You see them using the exact same strategy as that was used against them. Moonlight used that against Gang, and Gang's like, I like that. We're going to get the lead and do that next game, Like, it's just poetic, isn't it?
It's so nice to see. It's a very effective strat. I mean, what they say, was it copying is the most sincere form of flattery, something like that. I mean, it's just it works so
Yeah,
well.
imitation,
And
yes.
imitation, that was it. It was imitation. You know, sorry, these games have rotted my brain from the excitement we get from them.
Okay, look, that was just really good from Gang Gang there. You see that Gang Gang get the lead and they don't let up. Like, that entire time, they were just able to snub Caden as Alastor off. They were just able to keep them from getting that lead. And even when they were very, very close, you just saw them instantly put down them. You just saw them instantly get that defense up and just keep them there from not getting in. Like, I didn't really, like, they just worked so well as a team. I can't really put anything forward, like, that somebody did. Like, all of them, they just worked as a very well-oiled machine that entire time and just kept that going. The crab, though, I want to point out the crab. That crab led to so many great pushes, led to a wipeout, and was just so influential in Gang Gang keeping that game from going. And look, we're going back to Robo-Rom and Splat Zones.
Yeah, we are due now in these last couple of matches we're going to see of the tournament to run into many map mode combinations that we've seen before. These players have played all kinds of combinations of these throughout the sets they've had today, and it's going to be the best that they want to play, the ones they are the most confident in. And it seems they're really confident. Both these teams are ready to go. They wasted no time to ready up. They got their comps decided. We are seeing no change-up come out from Gang Gang. And Caden Caden and Gang Gang actually, yeah, both similar comps on both sides. They knew what they want to run. They're going to run it just well.
Yeah, no, that is honestly a very, very similar comp. They both have that V-shot, and they both have that pencil, and they both have that squeezer. They've only got one difference. Oh, no, they don't both have that pencil. I'm chatting rubbish. And look at that. Caden as Alastor already getting that zone on lock. Going back for that soda now, and let's see what they can do as they try and push Gang Gang even further back. They'll go the squeezer, able to get a pick. Let's see if they can get any more. Yes, they do get one more down as those points keep ticking and ticking down.
The aggression that Caden is putting out on Gang Gang is incredible. They have some great hold here. Xena's trying to use some fall-off damage shots to push the players back. One player will go down, and it's going to be a 3v4 on the map. 40 seconds left to go. Crab has popped out to add some pressure, but it might not be enough if your teammates can't help push in together with that. Great positioning. Zuka comes up, but it's not going to find any picks. Unfortunately, it got close, but it's not enough. They get picked off. It's going to be a 3v3 on the board. The final 15 seconds of the match are here. Picks going off left and right. This is about to be a 100 to KO moment. Picks going down. That is a delayed wipeout. Caden wins.
I only got that one really small bit in at the start, and then you just took over and ran with that game because it was so quick. Like, I didn't get a single point in. That's how quick and to the point and to the button that game was.
Yeah, they just had such a strong hold. It's like a completely different match that we saw the first time. A full 5 minutes from the game before, not even a minute and a half in the game next. This is insane. Caden came not to mess around. They had a goal, and that was to win this game, but they did it so just efficiently. They did it so aggressively, and it's proving that they want to win.
I know, like, they go a game down and they're just like, okay, let's stop cooking with oil. Let's start cooking with gas, pure and utter. Put that stove on, put it all the way up, put some flames, burn the kitchen down because they are cooking. And they cooked so hard they didn't even lose that zone for a second. I feel like you could fit that entire last game into that replay.
I think we practically did. I mean, just a couple of seconds lost, of course, the beginning for the trades off, but that was such a quick game, and the counter pick is even quicker. We're moving to tower control on Barnacle and Dime.
Okay, I've got deja vu because I'm seeing a ton of the same stages. We're going straight to Barnacle and Dime. So nice, it had to be played thrice. We are going to be seeing this again. And tower control. Okay, tower control is a little bit different from what we've seen so far. We've seen we've seen Clan Blitz and Zones for this map, or Rainmaker.
Yeah. No, yeah, we haven't seen Rainmaker yet. Tower control was the only other one we didn't see, but now here we go. 3 out of 4 modes on this map.
You know, are they changing it up a little bit? Yes, they are. Range Blaster coming out.
Range Blaster is a great pick by Phoenix for a lot of ledge AoE on any angle, really. It's going to have a lot of great added pressure that they're going to use, especially with the Stamper and Squeezer. I mean, so much long range pressure to be had by Gang, but it looks like right now it's not going to be of any of use. First player goes down on Gang side, but they're back in time with Cooler. Trying to find another here, they will. Atomic finds a great assist there with help from the Pencil. Moving forward, Crab will be popped to stall out the tower and try to find a pick in mid, but players are being smart here on Caden and Alastor. Moving back, staying alive, dodging all these specials. No, we'll go down to Azuka. Push is going to be put on hold.
Yeah, no, only able to get 9 points and just get to that checkpoint for a second. But Gang now just trying to fight back into this, push forward a little bit more. Let's see, they take the tower, and can they go further with it than Caden and Alastor is able to? Yes, they do. No, that wait, do they?
But not yet. I mean, they are trying. They're fighting hard to hold mid and get it through. But no, yeah, Caden and Alastor applying that pressure, finding these picks quickly. That's going to be 3 players down, and Tower's going to be in favor of Caden and Alastor. They're going to right away to try moving towards this first checkpoint, and if they hold up this aggression, look at the map control. It's all blue. This first checkpoint is without a doubt Caden, and they're going to rush towards the last one.
Yeah, no, instantly cleared. That checkpoint is just going further and further now. As you said, the paint control on this map is so blue, I don't even think there's a pink team.
Hey, there is. It's hard to see. That's the last checkpoint cleared. They just have to ride this tower to the end. A nice pick there. Tower's on a little bit of a hold as the player is having to back up from the pressure being added by Gang. But with no checkpoints needed, they just have to ride this forward, and they're going to keep applying that pressure here on the ramp. So much paint control. Very easy for them to try to move forward. Their Nautilus will go down as players are finally taking up their top right side. But with trades constantly going through, just Caden's Alastor is not messing around. They're holding this pressure. They're holding the space that they have, no matter what it takes. Oh, but the Blaster getting a nice pick on 2, forcing the remaining players to back up from mid. Looks like Ganging will finally have an opportunity to take mid control back.
Yeah, no, but Caden's Alastor bringing out that Inkzuka trade there happening between 2 different people. Only 3 up for both teams as that soda gets dropped for Gang. Now this is where they want to be pushing in, but no, somebody goes down for them. That's that range blaster, and the NZAP goes down for them too. And now it's all up for Caden and Alastor as they just keep getting picks and just keep pushing in. Oh wait, no, 3 of them go down. I spoke way too soon. As they go, the tower is being taken by Gang. Cactus, what is going on?
Gang's doing an excellent job at putting forward pressure, but it's not the same aggression that we saw that Caden and Alastor had. Caden already had top left control, but they are unable to get it because Caden's doing a great job on the defensive side, taking control of space where they need it to not let Gang move forward. Crab is going to be popped to apply forward pressure. They're moving together as a wall, as a unit. Here's Zenith, though, coming in from the side flank. Will they be able to find a pick on the Blaster as they try to shark away? No, they will not. And this push is over before they get to that last checkpoint. Toyabed somehow dancing around, barely staying alive. Players are jumping in, and it's just a bloodbath here in mid as Caden is taking down players as well as taking space as they move forward, pushing this tower, moving as a complete unit.
Yeah, no, let's see. As though, there we go. The storm gets thrown out, and now with that improved buffs as well, as we're seeing a lot more people push in with it, as there we go. Caden is Alastor is just taking so many picks and taking so many more, so much more control of the map that all they really have to do is just stay on this tower, stall it out. There we go. 3 people go down, and they are just pushing that tower even further forward. Do you think we're going to be seeing a knockout, Cactus?
It looks like we're about to. Yes, we will. That great pick on that left side was able to stop any member of Gang moving forward, and the Squeezer was just locked out there from going up on that block from all the players of Caden's Alastor. And that's going to end up putting them at match point 2-1. Next game can be the victory of this round to Caden is Alastor. Gang Gang needs to start pulling up some wins if they want a chance at bringing this back.
Yeah, no, it's like right at the start there, we saw Gang Gang take that game and we saw them go so far with it in that first game. But after that, we've just been seeing Caden as Alastor take it forward and forward, push it so far forward that they have not let up a single bit. Both of those games, I just want to say, were rather convincing. So now Gang Gang have to be the David in this story once again. They are going to have to get 2 games in a row if they want to stay in this tournament. And all it takes is for Caden to Alastor to have another game as good as the last 2 and take it and go through.
Yeah, they gotta try to put all the stops needed, and looks like they are going to Clam Blitz on Scourge Gorge as the opportunity to bring this to a Game 5 for a chance at Grand Finals with a rematch against Grougrou, who is waiting patiently on the other side. Very confident from the comps from both these teams. It's going to be very similar, maybe a couple changes here and there to fit the map itself. But Clam Blitz on this map is a very strong combination. We could see lockouts, we could see strong pushes on both sides, or even an overtime clutch. But no more predicting, no more waiting. These teams ready up, they're ready to go. Here they come, loading in. Game point for Caden as Alastor.
Game point indeed. We're going to see any last-ditch changes to the team composition for Gang Gang to see if they can pull something else out.
We do see the pick of the V-Shot in exchange for that range button that we saw before. Sometimes range isn't the best option. You might have to choose those closer fights, which is what Caden has been doing. Fortunately, a member of Gang Gang will go down right away to the Nautilus, and Nautilus finds another trade goes off. That's a full wipeout within the first 25 seconds of the match. Gang Gang is down. Caden as Alastor is grabbing clams. They have a football already. They're scoring that right off the bat. No clams can be fed through as everyone on Gang Gang is diving down in front of the basket to apply that pressure. Here's Zenith though by the pillow applying pressure. They're going to try to find a pick on one. Can they find it? No, they're just staying alive. A pick goes off. They scored 1 extra clam, and it's going to have to be a dead push. They're jumping back to hold mid control, but the players of Gang Gang are being relentless here, applying a lot of pressure.
You know, one thing that I always like to bring up during Clam Blitz itself, it's that, like, when you make that first push and, like, go through with that first push, if you don't get too many more power clams in, you're basically as a deficit because, you know, you've got plus 11 deficit points right there, and then you're also giving the other team a power clam to use whenever they want. So at this point, it's just kind of like, do you try and get that first push and batter them with it, or do you take the risk of giving them that little bit of an upper hand?
Absolutely, and that they did give them because Gang Gang was able to put that defense and turn it quickly around. Unfortunately, though, it looks like the pressure of Caden is just too much. They're already getting 2 players down, scoring another power clam and feeding in those points. Look at that, dropped all the way down to 44 already. Picks are still dropping on the board. The remaining 2 members, and with 1 jumping in on Caden, is Alastor having to hold back down to mid. That push is over just as fast as it started. But that's a huge point lead right off the bat, and Gang Gang now has to try to find their way back out of just their spawn itself, popping special chips to try to take space.
Yeah, no, Gang Gang just need to somehow get back into this. There we go. The cramp does come out from them, and they are just trying their best to push Caden as Alastor back just a little bit more. Just try and keep them a tiny bit at bay. But if we're looking at Caden as Alastor, look at their clam economy compared to Gang Gang.
Yeah, I mean, they're constantly building up those power clams, making sure they have more clam economy than anyone does in this current state of the world. They're just making sure they have as much pressure applied. Another pick going down. That's the shot. They're going to find a pick on the cooler user. Yes, they will. It's a 3v2 situation. Power clam is scored. Only 1 clam needs to get out of that penalty hold. More picks going down. The pressure is being added. Clams are just barely being scored. That's going to be 1 on the board. 4 clams to their name. Pushes to the over though once again. But look at this hold. Players trying to fight 1 player in front, but the 2v1 appearing on this ramp are just too strong. Atomic trying to find that player on the side. Azuka being popped to get rid of the crap, and it will successfully land. This is a game looking strong for Caden as Alastor.
You know, this game looks so good for Caden and Alastor, doing what they were doing in the past 2 games, getting that lead and just locking in with it, not letting Gang Gang get a single point in defense, just as Gang Gang did in that first game. Caden is just doing so good at keeping Gang Gang locked out, and I believe that's what we're just going to be seeing for the rest of this game here.
Yeah, I mean, they've scored, what, 4 times already this game alone? They are going to get jumps in, though, all the way to the other side. Hold on a minute now. They do score both power clams and popping specials here to turn things around. There is going to be a Zuka pop, but the Zuka user is going to end up going down. They're applying more pressure. They're scoring clams slowly. Here comes the power clam. Is it going to be scored? Yes, it is, and that's a lead swap in the last couple minutes of the game. They're scoring more clams, piling down. The score is now 13-34, and Gang Gang is still having a strong hold. I don't know what flipped around or what switched, but Gang Gang is now in the lead, scoring a couple more clams. They need 2 more to win the game.
There is no way. And that magic number of 2 is creeping on the basket. Do they get it in? No, only 1 point. Only 1 single measly point remains for Caden and Alastor. Gang Gang now. I should just shut up and never ever talk on commentary again, because I said that this game looked like Caden was going to be just taking it through and pushing and keeping them locked out for as long as this game was going to go on for. But Gang Gang proved me wrong. Gang Gang were able to get that right at the end.
With the last 15 seconds to go, the clam economy is massive for Caden. Here comes the power clam. This push starts now. It is a 2v2 on the board. A couple clams need to be needed. The power clam went in. It is a 2-clam game. They just need to score it. Can they find a way in? Caden themselves is dodging around trying to find a way in, but it's not enough. The defensive side of Gang Gang is too much. Was a 2-point game. Gang Gang survives the gauntlet of Caden, and it is now 2v2 on the board. We're going to a game 5.
Honestly, after watching that, anything is possible. Believe in your dreams. Do whatever you want in life, because, like, I believe now, anything is possible. That game looked so good for Caden. I believe if you told me to bet money on that game, I would have been like, yeah, no, I'm putting a 5 on Caden, because obviously it looked like Caden was going to be winning that game, but, like, literally, somehow Gang Gang found a switch and they flipped it. The entire game turned onto its head. It went upside down. Honestly, I don't know where that came from. I don't know how, but they found that final second wind. Something just clicked. Something went right. They found the picks they needed, and they got 2 power clams instantaneously into that basket, and they just kept piling the clams on. They just kept them out. They used special after special, pick after pick, and they were just able to find right at the end that last little bit of resistance, that last little bit of defiance, and they were able to keep that lead even when all was lost, even when it looked bleak, even when it was a 2-clam game. As you said, Gang Gang still were able to hold on and push this to our first game 5 anyway, but another game that goes straight to its final game. Characters, what is going on?
I knew this was going to be a close tournament, but I did not think it was this close. Every match we have commentated together, Slap, has gone to the full length, and it's not over yet. Game 5, Gang Gang versus Caden and Alastor, Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. Who will take it all? Who will go to Grand Finals?
We will find out right now as all the players pop straight out into their little spawn kennels and they blast straight in now. The game is a go as we see everybody start running out. Let's see what happens.
Up right away, going to Gang Gang. That's going to be a little extra paint for them on the ground. Special is going to be ready just a little bit sooner as they have Cooler ready to go. But one player is going to go down. It's going to be the Stamper. Players are fighting on both sides of the map. Unfortunately, it's going to be a 3-down situation for Gang Gang just to squeeze her alive to hold the clutch, get one, jump out, stay alive thanks to the Cooler. Great play there, and players are in mid of Gang Gang getting a reverse 2 players down for Caden and Alastor. Now they're grabbing the Rainmaker and trying to run it forward, but they're going to be holding it strong. Picks will go down. The Rainmaker is just being sold out for time. We are almost in the first minute completed of the game, and so much pressure and just picks are just going on, fights non-stop. But Gang Gang will pick up the Rainmaker, move it to the side, 2v4 situation. They just have to try to run the Rainmaker for themselves, dodging so much.
No, look at that. They are bobbing and weaving, trying to keep a hold of that Rainmaker, but they are just unable to, as now, once again, Cadence's Alastor is able to stay in this game and now pop that Rain in. Can do as Cadence's Alastor try and claw this game back, try and get back into this when the momentum is firmly on the side of Gangangs. The Rainmaker resets back into mid.
Reset it does. Zuka being popped to the side. It's going to be one pick found by them and another by a teammate. It is a player advantage for Cadence's Alastor. It is only a 3-point difference right now, but this looks like it might be the first official push to a checkpoint. But as I say that, the commentator curse shuts me right down. A player finds what it was the crab on the snipe. As we see the players just fighting each other here. The shot versus the the Stamper. Staying alive just barely, holding that pressure on the side. This is 2 minutes into the game, and no one has cleared a checkpoint.
Yeah, no, on a map that I believe it's pretty easy to get a checkpoint, like, popped on, it's getting past that second checkpoint, well, it's getting past the first checkpoint into the end goal, which is hard. They just, somehow, neither team can find this first checkpoint.
Oh, not until potentially right now. Gang has a swift maneuver here all the way to the checkpoint. 2.5 minutes into the game. Gang secures it first. They pop the cooler down, and oh no, this looks like they're going to go for a whole lot more.
Yeah, no, and look, you have two people trying to go around the back there. They do get the wipeout, but as you see, Gang is able to get 25 points down. Only 25 points remaining. Who knows what's going to happen, though? I could say right now that it looks like Gang firmly in this game. But as soon as the end of the game hits, Cadence's Alastor could easily come back. And right now they have that Rainmaker. Even though they've got a pick down, they are still pushing with that Storm and is able to get 2 picks of their own, 2 down for both teams. So you say Toyben trying to come from behind and get that Rainmaker. Same with that Inkzuka, but they're still able to weave and bob through and get that checkpoint. But Toyben is able to get that Nautilus down, and now they are just popping that Rainmaker bubble and trying to keep it so Cadence's Alastor could go no further. With only 1 minute and 45 seconds left on this clock, they're just trying to keep that pain control and stall as much as they can to keep this game in their favor.
Map control is what's going to come down to for an overtime push for Cadence's Alastor. Gang got it through all the way, like you mentioned before, 225. So this is going to be slightly of a mountain they need to climb back if they want a chance at bringing this game home. Players are marked. Zuka will be popped. Can they find one? They're trying to find a good angle on any players, but no one will be found. Players of Cadence's Alastor are trying to take some space, but dodge out the specials of Gang, but the Nautilus will get dropped. The Squeezer will go down. Fights happening forward, front of mid. Squeezer trying to help it with an assist and gets one. The crab is over. It is a 4v3 now on the map. Rainmaker got picked up by Cadence's Alastor for an attempt at another push in the last minute of the game, but no, gets shut down by the Stamper.
I just cannot believe this right now. Is Gang going to be able to take this through? Will Gang be able to hold on just for that final minute that they have to do, that final 45 seconds? Toyben just trying to stay alive, try and keep that Rainmaker from going in, but no, they do go down, and look, Cadence's Alastor gets the Rainmaker. It's all for them to push it now. They just have to get past 25 points. They just have to take a few more steps through that uninkable little choke point.
They're going to try it, but the mist is going to constantly keep slowing them down. The Zuka will get a nice shot off, but they go down as a trade. Players are trying to fight for the pop on both sides. It's going to look like it might have to be given up to Gang, but no, Cadence's Alastor is not stopping it. They caught a flank out, though. Zuka gets a pick on 1. It gets a pick on 2, but will the play grab the Raker? It's 3 players down. It's a full wipeout. Cadence's Alastor gets the lead. They're pushing it through. Can they get the KO? No. Overtime has started, and Gang has one more opportunity to try to push this out. They're picking up the Rainmaker, and they're going to try to bring it down on the left side, but there's a player sharking. Here's Caden. Are they going to go in for it? Yes, they will. Do they find it? They do! Cadence's Alastor survives! They bring the game back against Gang, and they win this round! They're moving to Grand Finals!
I must have vertigo or something. From every single time this game has been flipped around to one team or another. Like, this game has gone from the window to the wall multiple times. And what an ending! Who possibly could have thought that is how that game was going to end, with it being so close, and Cadence's Alastor just able to clinch it right at the end. Oh my god, that was just absolutely incredible. And now we have to watch a grand finals after that. How are you going to beat that?
That was one of the most clutch moments I've seen of this tournament. We've seen a lot of opportunities for players to bring it back, and that was just one of the best ones I've seen. I mean, these replays speak for themselves. Caden really just somehow sharking, not even in ink, mind you, not even in ink. They were on that uninkable block and no one saw them. No one thought to check under the ledge, and they just sharked it and pulled off the pick. What's a great effort, a great play, surviving and winning that. And they're going to be the team getting the run back against the team that they went to a game 5 of just the sets before, Grougrou.
You have to be heartbroken right now if you're Gang though. Like, that was so close. Like, you could feel grand finals on the tip of your fingertips. Like, it was there, it was tangible in front of you. But no, Caden Alastor was just able to take it right at the end, and that just proves to show that Caden Alastor deserves to be in this spot right now. But I know we're going to be seeing Gang again. I'm sure of it. We're going to be seeing each and every one of those players on that team in finals of this tournament one day. I'm sure of it. All of them played absolutely out of their minds, and like, seriously, I can give no less props to them. Like, they're like, I'm not finding any words. I'm trying to say words, but none of them are coming out properly because I cannot find them. They're not there. I'm speechless at their ability to play this game and have such an amazing game just like that one. But it's Caden Alastor right now in grand finals. They were the ones that were able to clutch that game and clinch it and go forward.
Absolutely. They brought it all the way back in such a close losers finals. And this is the opportunity for Caden to not only win this first set, but because this is grand and because they're coming from losers finals, they have the opportunity to bring it to a full bracket reset. Now, again, we're taking a look at Grougrou here, a very strong team. You have Scar, Gray, Volty, and Promano, very well named knowns. Those are the like of the team Alliance Rogue competing in this tournament. And like I mentioned before, if you want to take a look at the bracket, ! bracket in the chat for it to be available, you will see that on the winners final side, both these teams went against each other before, and it went to a full game 5. We are in for an opportunity for this to not just go to a full game 5 in the first set, but if a bracket reset occurs, we have the potential of a full 10 games to be played.
I don't know if I can handle it, man. Like, I don't know if my brain and my body could take it. Like,
Absolutely, it is a lot, and it's insane that every set we have had has gone the distance. But that goes to show what these teams are they're showing what they're worth. They're showing what they have, and they're putting it all on the line, all on the table for an opportunity to win. Not just, I believe, a Sendu badge, some Sendu points, but also some really cool artwork. Because I saw some of the artwork they showed for it, but it is fantastic. So, proving the best in Proving Grounds. Here now, Grand Finals.
I feel like every like team so far has proved themselves so far. Like, every single team that we've seen play today on stream has the tenacity, has the aggression, and has the ability to go far. But these two teams right now are sitting here. They're at the cream of the crop, and they are raring to prove themselves here in Proving Grounds.
Yeah, these teams are now currently trying to load into the room, so we will have that in just a few. But again, like, these teams have, like we've mentioning constantly, they're giving it their all. We do know they're going to have some great comps to bring to the board. Caden Alastor, we saw a lot of the comps that they've been running, and they've been very entertaining, very strong. I am interested to see what Grougrou will bring out themselves. I know, of course, that Volty is a very strong Carbon players. I believe it's Gray is a monster on Zap or Splash, and Gray as well being another frontliner as well. I don't know too much of Pro Mono, but I do believe they play some very strong weapons themselves. So it's time will tell with these teams what they will bring out, what map mode combinations we are going to end up going to.
You know, look at all of these. Look at that. Like, honestly, all of these players, like, I cannot say anything more than you've already said about them. Like, genuinely, we are going to be seeing such an incredible game coming up in Rainmaker, Museum de Alfonzino. We're going to be seeing this. Everybody loves this. It's such a good map that you just have to play on it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a handful of times now while we've been here on the commentary stand. I'm sure it's been played a handful of times prior. Both of these teams should be accustomed to this. The one thing I will say that Caden is Alastor is more warmed up than Grougrou might be after playing so many sets. So we should see pretty hopefully soon what they're going to want to bring out here and what kind of pressure they're going to be applying, because like I said, like, they're warmed up, they're ready to go. For all we could see is we could see this first game instantly turn into Caden's favor, but then turn around for Grougrou, or we could see the opposite, or we could just see a constant back and forth. It's definitely going to be two teams that right now have proven to be the best already here in Grands.
I still can't believe we almost saw Grougrou versus Gang. Like, that would have been very, very funny to see.
Oh, that would have been an amazing rematch.
You know, okay, look, we've been talking about, like, our hypothetical weapons. Now, I want to see what your hypothetical weapons you want to see. Everybody in chat, put a weapon that you want to see down right now. I want to see what you guys want to pick, because we've all picked ours. You guys feel left out. Go on, put them down now.
Absolutely. Feel like chat's got to be included in this. What weapons do you want to see these players bring out? I do also see shout out to Gus for giving the reminder that Permano is a pencil player, so gotta love constant pencil. Pencil's great to see, but I'd love to see what weapons that maybe chat yourselves. What's something that you think these players could bring out, either realistic or not at all? Because you know, why not just help be a little unrealistic sometimes? Hey, maybe Flash Blaster, right? You know, someone will just goof around and bring that out for a game.
Whoa, no, none of that. None of that, please.
I mean, hey, if Clash Blaster was brought out, I mean, at that point, like, you know, you're trying. I give you props.
Okay, look, if we see Clash Blaster, at least I know that we're going to be having some quick games instead of whatever's been going on right now.
You're right. That's true. We will constantly be seeing a quick games. We'll have an opportunity for these to be over before we know it. I do love
if somebody picks Clash Blaster, we'll just be seeing 4v3s.
Yeah, somebody in chat said Hydra against all odds. I mean, you know what? Hydra would be an interesting pick.
Is their name Hyperstar by chance? Because I know one person that doesn't shut up about the Hydra. Like,
no,
okay, look,
not, but...
every. Oh, that would have been really funny if that was that one specific person. But, you know, honestly, I would like to see a Hydra. Hydra's a very, very good backline. So that would be very, very good to pick right now. But, you know, if we see a big swig, that would make my day.
The big swig prayers are hoping to be answered. You know, it's a weapon that it can work. It can. Will it work is the question. But you know, I'm sure these teams unfortunately aren't as fun as we are when it comes to random picks. But it makes sense. It's Grands. I get it. Yeah, I get it. It's Grands.
I thought you were gonna like just. I thought you were gonna just say, "Big swig's a weapon."
I'm Finn. That do be a weapon.
It do indeed be a weapon, and like I don't know how much longer I can wait for this grand finals. Like, you have put me on the edge of my seat, and then are teasing me by not starting this game sooner. Like, whatever shenanigans is happening, I need this game now.
No, I will say it seems we were having some rude technical difficulties, but thankfully it is being sorted out. Players are going into the lobby. They are joining through. You know, some players are just taking a little bit of time to hop on in, whether that's they have grabbing last minute snacks or drinks, or using the restroom, or just maybe somebody got called for, maybe someone's just disconnected, right? You know, knows? But hopefully they are pulling up very shortly, as we are being told by our stream organizers.
You know, the last thing that I'd want to see is this game have to be DQ'd. Like that is.
I don't think they'd
like
ever
the-
do that.
Imagine if somebody's just like, actually, no, I have to go now. Bye bye.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, they got 3v4, or if we just hope to find a sub.
I know. That I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding anyway. I know that nobody would ever want to DQ this. Like, we'd be waiting here for hours if it meant we get to see the game. So,
No, absolutely.
Who knows?
Like, let's see. Okay, looks like they are getting ready. Players are choosing their weapons. We are going to very shortly, once they ready up, see what they're going to bring out to the table. What is going to be their weapon choices for this first map mode of Museum Defensino, and wait no longer. Here we go. Grand Finals, game number 1. Caden is Alastor versus Grougrou.
let's see. Look at that. The hero shot and the sloshing machine alongside the 96 gal and the NZAP. That is a formidable composition coming out from Grougrou.
I do love the fact that they all nicknamed themselves NPC. That is probably one of the funnest team coordinations I've seen in a while, but I give them props to that. Right off the bat, Pop did go, I believe, to Grougrou. They're fighting off on the side here, but Caden Alastor is not messing around. They're trying to put a lot of pressure output out. Bombs coming out from both sides. No one has gone down yet, but there it is as soon as I say it. One player goes down. It's going to be 2, potentially 3. It's a trade-off, 2v2 now on the map. It's going to be Caden Alastor on the defensive side. Grougrou is grabbing the Rainmaker, looking for this first checkpoint.
Yeah, no, let's see. They are Grougrou just not trying to creep around now. Look at that. Look at that Kraken going. Just forcing everybody in the spawn back. Getting one pick. That was absolutely insane. Going and getting someone right in the spawn of Caden Alastor. And now look at that. As 3 people go down for Caden Alastor. But you have to stay there a little bit and try and get that Rainmaker. They pop it. And look at that. The Nautilus trying to get 2, but they're only able to get 1. But Caden Alastor still getting the Rainmaker. No, but they go straight down now. As Grougrou have only 1 person up as they retreat into mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive push done there by Grougrou, all the way down to, I believe, it's 33. And now, finally, it looks like things are switching around for Caden Alastor as they're going to secure this first checkpoint. A nice flank from the side from Azuka, though. We'll get 1. Grizz is going in here. We'll find a good trade-off. It is just Atomic left, trying to hold the side. They get 1. Can they find 2? No, they get picked off. Unfortunate there. They're going to try to apply quick added pressure and get a pick on the pencil. Great play there by Grougrou. Rainmaker is most likely just going to be picked for the reset. Cooler will be popped, it will be dropped, and players are going to take massive control of mid on Grougrou and continue pushing forward, aiming to bring this Rainmaker back onto Caden Alastor's flag.
Now look at this, they've got the Kraken. Oh, they almost got dropped before the Kraken could even start, but they are able to get it in there. And look at them, just once again going straight back into the spawn and to that last checkpoint as Caden Alastor now fighting for their lives to stay in this game.
Oh, that they are. Players are sharking on Grougrou here on the plat of Caden, trying to add some added pressure. The Rainmaker being there and popped and reset is what they're going to look to do, and hopefully make sure they can take good control of mid. They will have solid control here. Players from Grougrou are fighting off on the sides here. Picks going down. Rainmaker will get reset. Specials being popped. Can picks be found on either side. Rainmaker pop goes in favor of Grougrou. 2 more specials. Both Zukas still ready on Caden Alastor. The Nautilus will go down. Zuka will be popped by Caden himself, trying to find any picks on the side. Unfortunately, none will connect. Fights going down with both teams being cooled up. It's just going to be a slight stallment here in mid.
Yeah, no, that Rainmaker is there in mid. It is not going anywhere at the moment as each team keep just finding pick after pick, getting Soda on deck. So many jumps, so many respawns, and so many other specials coming out. As right there, the Kraken does come out, and it is sneaking back into Caden Alastor to spawn once again, as it always does.
Yeah, this Kraken player is very aggressive with their Kraken, and I do like how aggressive it is, but you can't help but feel if they just wait a little bit longer, get players that are closer to the Rainmaker, they can really rush this Rainmaker forward. Rainmaker's going to be popped. They're going to keep an eye on players, but you can see the aggression on one player of Grougrou, just constantly in their spawn of Caden Alastor, no one able to get them out. Caden has to opt to pick up this Rainmaker and try to push it back, move it to mid, bring it somewhere else if they can to not get picked off. But Grougrou is just so aggressive, and they're really just making it impossible for Caden and Alastor to move anywhere. We've been at these same couple points for the past couple of minutes, making it really hard for them to try to move forward. And once again, Grougrou will take control of his Rainmaker.
Yeah, no, that was very good. They just dodged that Kraken back there and instantly dropping it as soon as they could. So that means that Caden Alastor is now one player up with Soda on deck. Storm's getting thrown out as well. You have so much power if you're Caden Alastor right now. So there we go. Inkzuka also coming out, firing off those 3 shots. But look at Grougrou is just staying there in that corner, a suction bomb going off and stopping you from pushing even further. And there we go, the Rainmaker gets lost and reset with only 30 seconds left. This game is looking all Grougrou, but Caden Alastor could still come back.
Yeah, we've seen it before. We could see it again. A little bit of an overtime, or sorry, last minute, couple of game clutch up. We see Caden is saying this way, trying to find this one player. Thankfully, they do find it. Rainmaker's going to get picked up with 2 players going down. We see a player striking behind. That's Promano. They're coming from behind the Rainmaker to apply pressure. They get the Zuka user. Can they find the Rainmaker? They're fighting for their lives to find him. Can they get him? Yes, they will. Some help with the Kraken. Couple of points it was for that lead and not able to be found. Grougrou takes game number 1.
I mean, hey, look, for that entire time, Grougrou just had the game in the palm of their hands. They were able to get that lead and once again just stay with it. And they were so good at just pushing in and in and in and causing so many vital distractions that got them that game. Cactus, what do you think is going to be happening next?
Oh, man, I mean, you could only hope that Caden as Alastor gets a map selection for the next mode that's going to be able to bring them some, not only just some great lead, but a solid win. That's going to have to be what they hope for after losing that first game. We do know it is going to be zones itself. And just quickly taking a look here again at this Shark from behind. You can't help but feel if that wasn't happening, this lead could have been very easily swapped around because all they had to do was wait for 1 or 2 players to go down. The Kraken was there, so much pressure was being added. They could have potentially brought that forward, but it was not enough. So for Caden Alastor, at the end there, they got pretty close. It was only a handful of points needed for them to win that game. So they are probably just going to look to have a map that they can use that's going to give them not only the added pressure they want, but the advantage.
Yeah, no, exactly. As we look go into the next stage, I don't know if this is counter picks or if it's getting set beforehand, but we're just waiting to see what it is. And there we go. As soon as I want to set mincemeat, what? Huh? Are you crazy? Are you insane?
That is definitely
This
a
is
pick.
and you're choosing Metalworks.
Yeah, just reminder for everyone in the chat. This is teams that pick these maps. They chose the maps they wanted to fight for, and I guess Mincemeat Metalworks is now, I believe, the second time we're seeing it from when we were commentating. First being, I think it was a Rainmaker match. So Zones is another interesting one. I'm curious to see if we'll see any Reef Slider cheese, because from what I was able to see, Reef Slider can cap this zone fully on its own. I believe same with Vac. So it should be interesting to see what's going to be pulled out from either of these teams, if any difference at all, because both teams are feeling pretty confident in both of their comps throughout the tournament and throughout the couple sets.
You know, and as much, I was using hyperbole there, I did overreact there. I feel like this is honestly a very good pick because it just throws a little bit of chaos to the wind, a little bit of uncertainty. A lot of the maps that we've seen so far, everybody's comfortable on. So if you just throw something out there, something might stick and we might see Caden Alastor come back.
It's definitely an opportunity, and it definitely can be something challenging for both of these teams to choose from. You can't help but feel seeing this so much in solo too. You can only help to try to influence it. Waiting for the first pick here or first cap of zone. It will go to Grougrou. 2 players down will go on their side. 1 player on the side here fighting Caden themselves. Can they find a pick on it with some help from a teammate, or is it just going to be a long stall point? Zuka will be popped. They're going to find one. The player stays alive. Gray is able to hold this strong, but they get picked up at the end there. A short lead for Caden Alastor, but it looks like it's going to continue even further as they're able to find a pick on the pencil. Another pick will go down. 1 player will drop on the Zuka user. It's traded off. 2v1 situation in favor of Caden Alastor.
Yeah, no, and look at that. Caden Alastor is back. in this. Once again, a pendulum going back and forth with these games, and who knows how this game is going to end, but we're just going to have to wait and see, as hopefully maybe we do go to that final game once again in this series.
Absolutely. It's going to be switching over for that zone to Grougrou, but a player will get picked off right away. Caden's Alastor feels pretty strong right now. They feel like they really know this map. Unfortunately, the players will get picked off. It's a 3v2 situation. Now 2v2 on the board. Players now coming back, jumping on in. They're going to hold the zone just a little bit longer for Grougrou, looking to get that lead, and the lead they might get. 2 players down. The aggression is still held. Almost a full, complete wipeout. It is just the Squeezer alive, and they are spotted out. Everyone on the left side by Grougrou except for one. One goes down. Lead will get swapped over. Zuka will be popped, trying to get this pencil. The Nihilist will go down. They're fighting to come back to the zone, but with fights happening off of it, the cap is just not imminent for Caden's Alastor.
Like, still never say never when it comes to this. Oh, look at that with the sloshing machine. What a beautiful arc. And it looks like that Grougrou is going to be taking this as those numbers tick down further and further.
Oh, but a slight hold with the help from Booyah Bomb was not enough, unfortunately, there. Grougrou, yep, will continue to go on this win streak. Now 2-0 against Caden's Alastor, and quickly showing that this is game point grand finals. Caden's Alastor, 1 loss away from losing this tournament. The pressure is now turned up for them. They need a win if they want a chance at bringing this all back.
Yeah, no, like, oh, you just have to feel so unfortunate if you're Caden's Alastor right now, because that was such a good start to that game. But as soon as Grougrou found their footing and was able to just get to the meat and potatoes of this game, they were just so good at staying there and keeping that zone locked out. And even right at the end when you saw, I thought we were going to see a miracle happen once again, but no, it was snuffed out before any miracles could happen. And there we go, just 1 game away now. Just 1 single game away to lock this tournament out.
Absolutely. 1 game it is, and then Proving Ground 29 will have a crown champion. But Caden's Alastor, we've seen them clutch up. We've seen them come back and pull out something that we couldn't have seen against all odds. And with the next mode being tower control and the map not picked just yet, we can only hope that something is chosen for them that will lead them to a strong victory to make sure that they still have a fighting chance in this tournament.
Yeah, no, exactly. But you know what? Never say never. When it comes to this game, when it comes to this tournament, you've just got to never say never. We have seen some insane comebacks. We have seen some absolutely mental plays. So who knows what we are going to be seeing as we go into this next tower control stage.
Teams are waiting patiently as long as we all are, as well as us, for this kind of effect to be had. It looks like they have chosen a map, and it looks like we will be going to tower control on Mako Mart.
Wow. Okay. Just saying, okay, we went from one map that everybody loves, or everybody plays on at least, to a map that nobody loves and nobody plays on, to, yeah, let's just go straight back to neutral. Let's go back to what everybody likes again.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a nice back and forth of these maps being chosen out by these teams, looking for a victory and or to end it all. Teams are having their opportunity now. Pick their final choices here for this game before it starts. Caden is Alastor. Hopefully, potentially staying with the same comp, or could opt to change things up. I can't imagine Grougrou would make any kind of change themselves with how well their comp has just been working overall. I know the machine hasn't been coming out, and that's been really good, especially on Mako Mart. It's a very good pick as well. Maybe Caden's Alastor feels their comp isn't working out. Maybe they could switch something as well. I would like to see if they bring on a slosher of their own, maybe even with the vanilla slosher with strikes, to have that pressure that they need for potential GGs, or just in general to create space.
Yeah, no, and here we go. As soon as I was about to say something, we are going straight into this game. What could be the final game in this tournament, but it is still all to play for Caden is Alastor. Let's see what happens here. Do we see? Oh my god, we do see a Rapid Buster Pro, I believe.
Oh, that is such an interesting pick by Gray. It does have Vax, so that's an interesting pick. Caden and Alastor kept their comp completely the same. I mean, that's a lot of AoE that they can use from range with that blaster, so I love to see that pick. Unfortunately, they will be the first ones going down. Pencil's being rushed here to have to sneak around and stay alive. They will get that pick off as well. Players now are just fighting through mid to see if they can find some solid picks. Caden will try to find a pick with the machine. The machine barely survives, so gets a nice direct and applying more added pressure. Grougrou now moving the tower first towards this checkpoint.
Yeah, no, Grougrou getting to that first checkpoint there, and this is it. This is where you could snowball the game instantly if you get past this. Sorry, my internet is cutting. If you guys can hear my internet lagging a little bit, that's because it is. So they did manage to get past that checkpoint there.
That they did, and with the player advantage still in favor of Caden as Alastor, Grougrou now has to try to find a way of fighting back. They will find one. They will find two on the weapons with the most range, leaving the shot and squeezer to back up and try to hold, but the machine is just so aggressive. They will get picked off for being a little overzealous there. Zuka will come out to add more space. Players keep going down on both sides here. Atomic trying to find a pick here on Gray will be unsuccessful. Staying alive, healing on both of their ends. Sharking around, multiple players sharking actually. And we see one player trying to shark around here. Can they find a pick? No, they will get picked off themselves. Caden now throwing a bomb, hopping Zuka to add more pressure on their own stack itself. Will they find that trade-off? No, they're still staying alive. Pomano jumps out. Favor a little bit now, and Caden Alastor with the machine though, being aggressive, trying to stall it, not enough. Pushing his tower, I think they're going to try to start doing very slowly if they don't get all picked off.
Yeah, no, and look at that. We are just still seeing Caden Alastor stay in this game. And even though that sloshing machine does have special, well, there we go. They do use it as soon as I'm saying it, and they get taken down right away. Grougrou seems like they're always at a deficit in this game.
Yeah, they can't seem to find that footing that they had the first two games prior. Caden Alastor seems to be really doing well here, getting a nice double with the Zuka, pushing towards now this second checkpoint. Cooler is popped right in front of the tower pass. Players have to try to grab it before it gets broken down. Players will drop down. That's two players down. Zuka is going to try to find another. No one is found out here. Star trying to find a pick around. No. Checkpoint is going to start to fall. Zenith's popping rain and trying to move forward with the Nautilus. Can they find one? They're fighting to try to find it, try to stay alive, but no. The machine picks them up. A good trade-off on the side. They're heading now towards this checkpoint clear. Can they get it? They're just a couple points away, trying to be aggressive. They let anyone else take space for it. There it is. That's the check. That's the clear. And now Grougrou is trying to fight for some mid-control bags, try to stop this aggression.
You know, if you're Grougrou, you don't want to let them get this checkpoint. You do not want them to go any further. You do not want this game to go any further. You just want this game to be won so you can get that clean 3-0 because you do not want the possibility of another sweep happening.
A sweep indeed, and even if as well as the possibility of a bracket reset, you want to close this out. You want to close it out now. But Grougrou is just constantly going players down. They're really unable to find any footing and go right in, especially if they're all being popped by both sides. No specials online anymore. We had Brain, we had Cooler, everything being popped, Zukas as well. Pressure being added on the side by Volti on the machine. They're going to try to shark underneath the ledge and fight to the pressure. Atomic barely getting picked off, having to back away, stay alive. They do have a Zuka ready, so they're going to use that for some added pressure. Booyah Bomb was popped to have some space control. There is the bag taking one Zuka shot away. They're trying to arc at the save and get any picks on the tower. Now staying alive, trying to move forward. Tower checkpoint will finally fall. Here we go. This is a player advantage for Grougrou as they make the comeback. Pencil's the only one alive. This is the last checkpoint available, and they might get the lead.
There is no way we see another switch up in this game. As Caden Alastor to try and get this checkpoint back. They take the tower, and who knows what is going to be happening next.
Oh man, this 30 seconds is all that remains in the game. It is an 8-point difference, mid-favor for Grougrou. Applying this mid-pressure. They're moving towards the checkpoint. They have one player advantage off the bat. Slowly but surely, this tower is moving forward. Here's the back, though, and this is a massive play. This could be it, but the Booyah Bomb was popped They're hoping to see if they can get these players out of the way. That Booyah might have been a little bit of a mistake here. They have to try to get these picks, but no, they go down. They're trying to ride this tower forward, but the Zuka from behind shuts it out, and that's going to be game number 3 going to Caden as Alastor bringing it back.
There's no way we see another game come back. There's no way we see this. I refuse to believe, but I have to. I have to believe because of what we've seen this tournament so far. Like, there's like, statistically in my brain, there was no shot that they could come back, but they do, and they come back swinging with a very, very, very convincing game. Caden, as Alastor is able to take that. It is now 2-1, and now Grougrou have to do something. They are 2 games off of getting a reset on them, and who knows what's going to happen in there. Momentum is so prolific when it comes into games like this. You have to keep that momentum in your favor, because now it's looking like Caden and Alastor have all the momentum in the world, and that could snowball even closer to becoming that ever so fabled reverse sweep that we've seen before in this tournament.
Yeah, they've been putting some great pressure on the line, and when we thought they might have been down and out, Caden's Alastor was able to bring it back and win this game. Going to the game number 4, it looks like we're going to be turning to Clam Blitz on Robo Ramen. Not that we haven't seen yet so far. Robo Ramen we've seen familiar with zones, but Clam Blitz is a great opportunity to try to bring this back around. Caden's Alastor, one more game away to making it to a game 5. Grougrou, though, still at a game point. This right now does feel like, after that performance, anyone's game.
Yeah, no, this really, really could be anyone's game. I don't know who's going to be taking it whatsoever now. Like, I genuinely don't. I have no possible idea in my brain how this game is going to go. But if you're going to be asking me, I feel like Grougrou might be able to find their footing and come back in this game. But what do you think, Cactus?
I feel like we have the opportunity for some crazy upsets, and we could see maybe some usage of some specials or crack and cheese to bring it back. Just some clutch overtime is always possible, but no more speculation. It's now ready to put it all on the line. We are going to see the comps revert a little bit back with the squeezer coming out by Scar, and Gray going back to the shot. We do see great comps, honestly, from both sides. Biggest difference being, of course, really just the machine versus the Nautilus is the biggest difference here. Cooler is to be popped by Caden's Alastor. They're going to try to find some picks and move some forward pressure and see if they can do any amount of damage here to try to get some things rolling.
You know, exactly, and 2 people going down for Caden's Alastor, but 2 people going down for Grougrou as well, even though that soda has been popped. It is still completely neutral and all to play for, but 2 people are going down now for Grougrou as Caden's Alastor try and make that push, try and get some clams up, but both teams are having a little bit of a lackluster clam economy.
Yeah, what good is a push if you don't have the clams to follow suit? Grougrou, same thing. They're adding a lot of pressure, but here it is. There's the clam spawns they were waiting for. Cooler is popped. They have extra clams along with the power clan to try to move things forward. They have to try to keep their players alive. Look for players on Caden's Alastor to do some damage. Here's a nice jump in that Gray gives one. One player goes down. It is finally scored. 2 power clams, 60 points remaining for Grougrou, and that push looks like it is going to be over unless someone can sneak on through. A bomb takes out one. They're going to have to fight to hold, and they will. Caden's Alastor now with a pity clam on the ready on the side. They have to try to take back some mid control before they try to make any attempts at pushing forward.
Yeah, exactly, but Grougrou has already got that power clam up, so we could still see another push come straight from them and still just go in and in and in, as we've seen Grougrou do before.
Absolutely. Grougrou already with a power climb as well that they made. And look at this. Volti's trying to see if they could apply some forward pressure here. One player that was holding the power climb either was down or had to throw it and jump out to stay alive. Down goes the machine to a squeezer with a nice trade-off. It is a 3v3 on the board, but picks going off constantly on Caden's Alastor. They keep trading off in mid, a little bit of a standoff right now. Players keep going down with some great picks, whether that be with special or just normal fighting. They're doing a great job at holding pressure right now. Mid control is necessary here, and Caden's Alastor looks like they might have to play this a little bit slower. They do have a cooler to have this move a little bit faster, and they're going to have to get some solid picks on the ground if they want a chance of moving forward towards the ramp and a chance at a first score.
You know, Caden's Alastor look like they're getting completely blocked out at the moment, even though they do have that pity clam and could be scrounging up some clams to get anything done. But look, 3 of them go down. Only the pencil and the V-shot now up as this way is being commanded. They're trying to get people to jump in and throw another clam into that basket.
Clam will be scored, and that will reset the penalty points, but that push is good as done. Caden's Alastor did a great job at defensive there, holding it up, but the Zuka will, in retaliation by Grougrou, will find one. Nautilus is trying to find a pick, but they're going to be picked off by the pencil. Rain will be popped though to try to take a little bit of space, but we came over. Players constantly are just going down to Grougrou. Caden's Alastor is unable to find any footing here. They're really just trying to find any way of getting in or finding some good picks. There's another pick going down on the side. Cooler is popped with a great toss of the Sprinkler to hold mid-control paint constantly. Pressure again being added for Grougrou. It's going to be another power clam score. 10 extra points added to the board.
Let's see, even more mini clams getting thrown straight in, going down to 35. The sky's the limit right now for this push for Grougrou as more people are going down the side of Caden's Alastor.
Minute 30 left on the clock. Caden's Alastor can't seem to just get out of their front spawn ramp. Grougrou is just very aggressive here and doing a great job at applying this kind of pressure. They have to try to find some picks and find their way in. Paint constantly being put out. Zuka will be popped as well. Get a pick on the pencil, but they're doing a great job, the remaining members of Grougrou, at holding mid-control. 2 players down, but she will get picked off. That's a 3-player advantage now, and here we go. Looks like we are finally going to see a push start for Caden's Alastor, but not the pencil has anything to say about it.
You know, the pencil instantly shutting them up, but 2 people still go down for Grougrou, and they can still push through and get any kind of clam in that basket. Can they do it? Can Caden push through with only 50 seconds left?
Push through, they could not. They were stopped off by getting picked off. They have to really secure the ground with these picks, use their specials wisely here, and players are just practically dive bombing on Grougrou and getting the picks. It is a constant battle of trades-off. The pressure they're applying from the side, taking every focus away on Caden's Alastor from the midsection to push through into the ramp of Grougrou. With only 15 seconds left to go, specials at the ready. This is Caden's Alastor's last opportunity with these 10 seconds and 20 seconds of overtime to score and potentially get the lead back.
They need to get that pencil down. That pencil has been so formidable for Grougrou. They just need to use that Trizuka or anything else to get that pencil down, because it's been finding them away as we go into overtime.
Oh, but 3 players will go down. That's a delayed wipeout on Caden's Alastor, and that means there's not enough time. Grougrou stands in mid, knowing they just won the tournament. 3-1 is the final score. Grougrou are your Proving Grounds 29 champions.
And what a game to end it on. That was just so dominant from Grougrou. Not a single power clam even touching the basket of Grougrou in that game. That was just so insanely dominant. Cactus, what are your thoughts?
Absolutely. I mean, Grougrou proved why not only they were the #1 seed of this tournament, but why they were able to beat out Caden's Alastor in the first place. Just applying so much of what they know in the games they've played continuously and their experience, and just applying it to the games here. They may have lost that one game prior, but they came back in a blaze of glory. What a fantastic match. True power showed of what, no matter how many players you are down and out, someone can come and clutch up. And that was that pencil that we saw there, stopping that whole push. Overall, great teamwork and great plays by Grougrou, and same to Caden's Alastor, fighting their way back into grands from losers, and unfortunately not being able to win the tournament, taking second. But great performance out of both of these teams.
Yeah, no, I can't give enough props to any of the other teams in this tournament. I believe any team that we saw today could have taken this tournament, but it seems that Grougrou was simply just so incredible that they were able to defeat every single other team that we have seen today and take this tournament for themselves. Like, they just played so insanely well that I'm even shocked that they lost that one game in Grand Finals, but that just shows how so good Caden's Alastor also is, and how every other team in this tournament just is. I cannot give enough props to any of the teams here. I cannot give enough props to the tournament organizers, to the stream organizers, to you, my friend, commentating with me. Just like, this tournament has been absolutely incredible for everyone involved.
Absolutely. This has been overall just a fantastic day for Splatoon. Proving Grounds, definitely the place that you want to come and prove what you, your friends, and your teammates have and show what it takes, because you never know. Anything can happen. We've seen it time and time again. We had some great plays today, amazing matches, and amazing teams. So with that being said, that will do it for us here on IPL Proving Grounds 29. Before we head on out, Slap, where can the great viewers find you?
You can find me with my lovely little Twitter handle that you've been seeing so much today and maybe even see right now. That is at M_R_slap. I am available for more Splatoon commentary, Smash Bros commentary, birthday parties, funerals, wakes, bar mitzvahs, anything you want me for, I'll come do it, you know.
I love
But
it.
where can we find you, Cactus? Please tell me where we can find you, Cactus.
Oh yeah, my gosh. You can find me on socials on Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube at Glitched Cactus, and you could find me on Twitch at Glitched Cactus 1. And if you are going to Genesis this upcoming weekend, you will catch me there, either regular or in my Kermit the Frog outfit that everyone is dying to see me in. So with that being said, huge thank you to all of our production. Thank you to all the TOs. Thank you to Rice behind the scenes running this tournament for us and having us being able to see it on the screen. Slap, thank you so much for being a fantastic commentating partner. It's been so much fun commentating with you. And a thank you to the viewers for coming on out and watching, and of course the players for playing. So with that being said, thank you so much and have a great night.